The Dark King.
Well, hello and welcome everyone to SkaredCast. I'm Skari, your grateful host, and this is your full, comprehensive, page-by-page breakdown and review of, boom, the brand new Chaos Space Marine Codex. So if you play Warhammer 40,000, this is going to be the review for you. We're going to go over what's changed, what's not changed. We're going to go over pages, stratagems, all the rules. This is a marathon. Sit back and enjoy because it's going to be a good 3 hours of us going over this. So make sure you're ready. I'm prompting you right now, but we're going to go through pretty much everything, just not the Crusade stuff, I think. So thanks a lot everybody in chat for hanging out with me today and being a part of it. Don't forget, Charity Hammer is going on, so if you're watching this weekend, head on over to Charity Hammer as well and support a great cause. But let's dive into this. A huge shout out to Games Workshop, who sent me a copy of the Chaos Space Marine Codex for free so that I can review it for all of you at home, enjoying it and all that stuff. We do have the chat popping up, so thank you for hanging out. And if you have questions, let's go. But Chaos Space Marines. Corrupt, warped, evil, or are they not evil? Are they just tragic Greek heroes turned bad because of the hubris that they felt as they went over? Who knows? Who knows? If you read any of the Horus Heresy series, you'll have a better understanding of what Chaos Space Marines do. But they're Space Marines and they're evil. And they turn to the evil. They turn to the dark gods for power, and they actually care about their own personal aggrandizement. And yeah, we've been waiting for this codex a long time. If you're a fan of the game, you know, hopefully this breathes some life into what is one of the most iconic factions in the Warhammer 40,000 tabletop game. Hello, Tabletop Chuck in chat, Dream Reaperman creator, and James Stout. Welcome. Welcome. Thanks a lot for coming to hang out. I really appreciate all your support on this Saturday morning, which is always a good time. I always enjoy being able to say, hey, I got good people to hang out with today, which is exciting. First and foremost, hey Fraser, what's going on? Charles. I want to say, this cover is incredible. Like, I spent a bit just staring at the cover. Like, it's so mean and evil looking. You know what I mean? Hey, Froy, what's going on? Tabletop Chuck says, coffee! Yes, I've got some coffee right here. Look at that. It's delicious. Let's dive into this tome, shall we? I can just feel all the souls screaming at me. It's Da Reaper Man. Sorry for the correction. Da Reaper Man. Yeah, sure. Jonathan Howard, good morning. How are you? Well, Chaos Space Marines, there's a cool interaction, good table of contents. So, if you're watching the replay here, I'll be putting a comment with all the sort of timestamps for the different parts of the book that you want to probably take a look at, and hopefully my camera stops having a spasm. Art is beautiful. Oh yeah, look at this. Like, oh, it's so gorgeous. Whenever they make like a new book and it just looks good. Hey, Air2 Abyss, what's going on? Hype? It's almost 3 p.m., says James. Yes, I did not get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I needed sleep. And I got up, I made coffee, had some breakfast, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to be doing this for 3 hours or whatever. I'm going to take a chill pill, going to relax and enjoy the process. And of course, doing it for all of you out there. So huge shout out to all of you who watch any of these things. Thanks for letting me know that you enjoy them. I started doing these page-by-page things because of the crazy release schedule, and I like doing them live. Because a lot of the times I don't have time to film full reviews and then have them in like a bank of filming and then post them up whenever they need to get posted up. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to open the book and go through it live with all of you folks at home and go through it, answer your questions specifically and stuff. Anyway, look at that. Ugh. Lost in the Damned, the Black Legion. I've always wondered if the inside cover was the Screaming Wall from Skolomans. I have no idea what that is. But Word Bearers, they're probably my favorite Chaos chapter. And by chapter I mean Legion. Night Lords. Oh, I heard the screams of many filthy casuals calling out my name. Alpha Legion, I played them in Horus Heresy. Very fun. Gonna be playing them more in the Horus Heresy. Emperor's Children, Fabius Bile, who has his own, like, legion. Huron Blackheart, he's now like a full-fledged Corsair pirate lord. Like, pretty neat. Paul Jan says, rest in peace, Fallen. Yeah, I guess there's Fallen in between all of these, right? I like all these, like, different hosts. They look really cool. Insignium Traitoris, as in, sure. It's like the heavy metal showcase. Ugh, these new mutated cultists and stuff, they look so cool. Okay, they just look crazy. Fantastic. So neat. Fabulous Bill. James says, I like the World Eaters. Well, why don't you let me know, which is your favorite Chaos Legion that you enjoy? Because they have them fighting a whole variety of different things, from White Scars to Eldar to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Fallen already have a supplement. The covers need to deal with Fabius. So is the only Renegade playable faction just now Red Corsairs? I have no idea. New Spawn, says Paul. Well, they've re-released like a bunch of stuff. Now, first and foremost, let's dive into the Combat Patrol. So the Combat Patrol has a Hellbrood in it, like 10 Space Marines, which are now called Legionnaires, a Dark Apostle, and 5 more Legionnaires. And his 2 little Dark Apostle people. Or are those Havocs? Unit of Havocs? Yeah, okay. So unit of Havocs, unit of troops. Yeah, it's a good Combat Patrol. That's a great place to start for... it's neat. It's got a vehicle, some troops, and then a decent character. Okay, so let's dive into your detachment abilities. So how do the new Chaos Space Marine works? The detachment abilities. So Chaos Space Marine detachments are one that include only models with the Traitoris Astartes keyword that are not agents of Chaos or unaligned. So of course you can add in like a Chaos Knight, Dreadblade, they become an agent of Chaos or whatever it's called. Chaos Space Marine detachments gains the Champions of Chaos, Mere Mortals, and Slave to Darkness abilities. So that's a detachment-based rule based on your detachment. Traitoris Astartes units in Chaos Space Marine detachments gain the Legion traits ability, which we'll talk about in a second. And troops in Chaos Space Marine detachments gain the Objective Secure ability. So anything that is a troop in a detachment specifically will gain that rule. So what are Champions of Chaos? You may include, or you can include, a maximum of 1 Chaos Lord, 1 Demon Prince, and 1 Dark Commune unit in each Chaos Space Marine detachment in your army. We've been seeing this a lot with like new factions, anything from Tau suits and commanders, all the way to Hive Tyrants, things like that. So definitely cutting down on people spamming like the big, nasty leader guys that are supposed to be like 1 in an army sort of thing. Mere Mortals. You cannot include more cultist units than Traitoris Astartes core infantry units in each Chaos Space Marine detachment in your army. So gone are the days of just like spamming a million cultists. It was like with Abaddon, it was really nasty. You could probably still find out a way to do it because you have to get core infantry. It just means you can't have like all cultists and nothing else. Cool. A cultist character model cannot be your warlord if your army contains any heretic Astartes character models. However, it can be if it's the only character you have. Interesting. So then we have the Legion traits. All Traitoris Astartes units that are not cultists or agents of chaos, and units described in the Slaves to Darkness rule, see right, with this ability, and all the models in them gain a Legion trait, provided that every Legion unit from your army that's not an agent is from the same Legion, etc., etc. If your Legion does not have an associated set of Legion rules, you must instead select Legion rules for your army to use. See opposite. So, I guess there's some sort of... Is there some sort of... see opposite. Slaves to darkness. Interesting. So, you can include Khorne Berserker units in Chaos Space Marine detachments using the datasheets from Codex World Eaters, which hasn't been released yet. Such units then included for Chaos Space Marine detachment always have the elite role, must replace their faction keywords, gain the Galaxy Burn, must be upgraded to have the Mark of Khorne, never gain a Legion trait. So, I guess this is for rubrics, Khorne Berserkers, Plague Marines, and Noise Marines. So, I like this. This means that if you run like a non-specific World Eater Legion or Death Guard Legion or whatever, and you just want to run like your Legion of Death or Black Legion, you can take Khorne Berserkers in a Black Legion, you can take Thousand Sun Rubric Marines in a Black Legion, you can take Nurgle Plague Marines in like a Black Legion or a World Bearer Legion or whatever. They just become an elite choice, and they gain the keywords for that Legion. So they'll have their ability special rules from their data sheet, and then they get all the rules for Legion. So it gives you some flexibility in list building, which I think is actually kind of cool when you look at it, and makes for something like interesting. You know, like you can mix and match. This is a rule that takes me way back, like 20 years ago, to Codex 3.5, where you could have like these renegades, like the Astra Militarum renegade, and you could have like one, you know, one of these is like an elite choice, and like one of these choices is an elite choice in them. James says, starting to look like T-Suns on the right side, Legion traits. Okay, so let's go to Legion traits. So if your army's Battleforged, if you have the Legion, they get a Legion rule, etc., etc., etc. All Legion units in a Legion detachment, excluding cultists, and units described in the Slaves to Darkness, so you're one of these, gain Legion traits. On these pages, you'll find Legion traits associated with each Legion. Note that each trait only applies if every unit from your army has the Traitoris Astartes keyword, excluding models with Agents of Chaos. So this is an army-wide special rule. Your whole army would need to be Legion. Cool. Note that Abaddon the Despoiler will only gain a Legion trait if every Legion unit in your army is from the Black Legion. That's neat. Chapter-approved secondary objectives. You have secondaries. They kind of explain this in the Nephilim mission pack. Each Legion has a table of Legion Warlord traits. If a Legion character gains a Warlord trait, they can select one from the relevant Legion trait or get one from where they need one. You have your stratagems. You have your relics. If your army is led by a Legion Warlord, you can give the relevant Legion relic to a Legion character. Essentially, you can take the special relic if you have your Warlord from that special Legion. Named characters such as Huron cannot be given relics. Makes sense. That's pretty standard stuff. It's very similar to what they've been doing with everybody. But let's dive into some of the main legions. So first and foremost, the Black Legion. This is Abaddon the Despoiler's Legion. What is their Legion trait? So when a combat attrition test is taken for a unit with this trait, you can ignore any and all modifiers to the combat attrition. That rule, by the way, becoming more and more relevant now that Chaos Knights are a thing, and they make you run away a lot. I was on the receiving end of that recently. You go watch that game on the Stutter Scrub live stream, like on their YouTube. I lost a lot of models to morale. Yeah. The Reaper Man says, I'm torn between World Eaters and T-Suns. Yeah. I'm glad that now there are people kind of like debating what Legion they want because they're so cool. The second part of this, each time a model with this trait makes an attack, add 1 to the hit roll. If they're targeting the closest eligible unit, or they are a melee attack, that made a charge move. That's kind of neat. +1 to hit if you shoot the closest thing, or if you charge into combat. You like +1 to hit is really good, especially if you have some sort of reroll 1s or something like that, which can be awesome. Makes them a lot more reliable. And they have a secondary objective called Despoil Dominions. This is for match play, which if you play match play, awesome. It seems like a decent secondary. They basically try and get you're basically doing an action on objectives and trying to despoil them and basically make them evil. So warlord traits. Like, the thing about these legions, by the way, something I like, you have your trait, warlord traits, stratagems, and relics. And it's not just a one-page thing like a lot of the factions from other, like, books. They gave each legion, like, 4 pages. You know, you have your whole legion trait and your secondary objective, a whole page of warlord traits, a bunch of stratagems specific to that legion, and then a bunch of relics specific to that legion, which is a lot of stuff. And you're looking at black, like 1, 2, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They're just a double page. 8. So you're looking at 8 different sort of choices. Then your normal stratagems, right? Normal stratagem, marks of chaos, relics. You know what I mean? And then your disciplines, your prayers, and things to the dark gods. Then all your regular warlord traits, chapter proof stuff. Then you go into your crusade stuff. But like, this book is a big book. It is like massive. You know, it rivals the Space Marine book. So Black Legion warlord traits. We have Veteran Raider. In your command phase, select a friendly Black Legion core or Black Legion character unit within 6 inches of this warlord. Till the end of the turn, that unit is eligible to shoot and declare a charge in a turn in which it fell back. Always incredibly useful to have something like that. Indomitable. Each time an attack is allocated to this warlord, halve the damage, rounding up. Nice. Especially if there's a way to heal. If there's a way to heal, then that's really useful. Merciless Overseer. In your command phase, you can have 1 friendly Black Legion unit, so no core or anything, within 6 of this warlord. Until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, if your army is engaged in either wanton destruction or wanton slaughter, which we'll get to in a second, that unit is considered to be engaged in wanton massacre for that attack instead, which I'm assuming is the close combat one. So pick a unit and put it into Assault Doctrine. I'm going to call it Assault Doctrine because we all understand that. But that's essentially wanton, wanton, wanton. The wanton stages. You've got Destruction, Slaughter, Massacre. I'm pretty sure they're like a dark mirror to what the chapter tactics are. Like tactical or chapter doctrines. Tactical Doctrine, Devastator Doctrine, Assault Doctrine. And they work a little differently as well. All these warlord traits and relics, and us with not enough CP to now buy it all, says Charles. I know, it's a sweet, sweet evil torture. That's how the Chaos Gods do it. They promise you the universe, and then torture you slowly, and squeeze the juices out of your soul. At least that's how I think it goes. Then we have Soul Eater. Each time the warlord makes an attack, you can reroll wound rolls. Nice. Each time this warlord fights, after it's finished making its attacks, if 1 or more enemy models were destroyed, this warlord regains D3 lost wounds. So reroll wound rolls and heal. That's not bad. Trusted War Leader. While the warlord's on the battlefield, each time you spend a command point to use a stratagem, and that's you spend, that's actually quite good, you can roll a D6. On a 5, you refund the command point. With the CP regeneration, CP lowering for match play, that could be really useful. Paragon of Hatred, reroll charge rolls. Each time the warlord fights, for the warlord, if it fights and it's within engagement range, you get +1 attack. And if it's against Imperium, you get plus D3 attacks. So he just hates Imperium stuff, but likes to be in combat. Decent warlord traits for the Black Legion. I'm going to give him like a, a B+. Seems like there's some good choices in there. Did somebody order some wonton? Wonton slaughter? Yes. This is almost as much content for every legion as for Space Marine supplements. Not used to so much attention for Chaos Space Marines. Agreed. Which trait does Abaddon get? Okay, let's make a quick little side note. Does it say it on his thing? The War Master. He must be your warlord. I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to say. Did they not have it in their thingy? Thank you for that question, by the way, Charles. I appreciate it. I don't mind going through and finding it. Here we go. Abaddon the Despoiler. Warlord trait. Eternal Vendetta. See above. Paragon of Hatred. Merciless Overseer. He has 3 of them, or he can choose 3. They must have the relevant ones shown below. So he gets 3 warlord traits. So he gets Eternal Vendetta, which is a regular warlord trait. At the start of the first battle round, before the first turn begins, select an enemy unit. Until the end of the battle, while a friendly core character unit is within 6, each time it makes an attack against the unit, you can reroll wound rolls against it. So he's like, he picks something and goes, I hate that thing, kill it. So reroll wounds against a enemy unit. That's very silly and very good. Paragon of Hatred, which was reroll charges, +1 attack, or plus D3 against Imperium. And Merciless Overseer, which is pick a unit to be in basically Assault Doctrine. Nice. So he gets 3 of them. He doesn't like anything. He likes to go around murdering stuff and things, which is really exciting. Okay. Probably with all the generic warlord traits, he's got lots of different ones. Also, hello everyone, thanks for coming to hang out. We're going over the Chaos Space Marine book. If you've just tuned in, welcome. You can put some comments in chat. We're going basically page by page, and we're breaking it down. If you have any questions or anything like that, shoot them in there. Huge shout out to everybody who's showing up and supporting by clicking the like button, sharing the stream, and or supporting me on Patreon so I can do more of these. Charles, he's only 300 points. I love it. Yes. So is like Gulliman, though, and like Gazgul. Like, it seems like they're trying to make the big characters not more than 300 points so that people use them more often, which is very interesting. Okay, let's dive into some stratagems. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stratagems just for the Black Legion. So, Bringers of Despair, 2 command points. Now that we have more of an understanding of what the new command point structure looks like, a 2 command point stratagem is pretty hefty, right? 2 command point stratagem, you know, even a 3 command point stratagem, like, that's like, it better be real good if it's doing 3 command points, you know? Use a stratagem at the start of your opponent's fight phase. Select a Terminator squad within 3 inches of 1 or more enemy units. Until that unit is eligible to fight and fights first this phase. Until the end of the phase, add 1 to the attack characters and models in that unit. So a 2 CP pre-interrupt with +1 attack. that's actually really good. Like, that's quite good. Jake says, I can't wait to see Iron Warriors. Yeah, I know. Could see that pick being useful against Titanic models. Do you have to spend CP on each of those warlord abilities, says McDonald Robinson? So the way it seems to be is as soon as you give them 1 warlord trait, they have all 3 warlord traits, because they must. You know, the thing about the warlord trait stratagem is that you can only use that stratagem 1 time, so you can't use it multiple times. And a lot of the like stratagems that you use to give additional warlord traits don't work on special characters, so you couldn't give him extra warlord traits with stratagems if you wanted to. So it just makes sense that once they unlock 1 warlord trait, they get all of theirs because they're special characters and they have multiple warlord traits, which makes sense. It also sort of encourages you to use the cool characters that they want to, like, sell, right, if you're looking at it that way. So Tip of the Spear, 2 command points. Use a stratagem at the start of your charge phase if no Black Legion units are within engagement range of any enemy units. Select the core, demonkin, or character unit from your army that is closest to an enemy unit. And until the end of the turn, that unit can reroll charge rolls. Each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack against an enemy unit that is either in range of an objective marker or within your opponent's deployment zone, improve the AP of that attack by 1. So if you're not in combat yet and you want to get into combat, you use that to get into combat more reliably and kill something on an objective more reliably. For 2 CP, it better be good. Alex asks if is Harkin any good yet? We'll get to Harkin in a while. Right now we're just going through the main stuff. Oh, come on, camera. Don't you... Oh, man, why is this camera being so silly? Come on. There you go. It's going to give everybody a seizure. Then we have Hatred Unbound. 2 command points. Use this stratagem in your command phase if a Black Legion Warlord from your army is on the battlefield and your army is engaged in either destruction, massacre, or slaughter. So, one of them. Select one Black Legion core unit from your army within 18 inches of your warlord. Until the start of your next command phase, that unit is considered to be in destruction, massacre, and wanton slaughter. So that's pretty much the same as the Space Marine one, where you can pick one unit to be in all of the doctrines. That's your all doctrines. Lord of Ezekarion. Ezekarion. Use this stratagem after nominating a Black Legion character model, excluding named characters and demon models, to be your warlord. Generate one additional Black Legion trait for that character model. Each trait in your army must be unique. If randomly rerolled, whatever, you can only use it once. So extra warlord trait for Black Legion. One time. Neat. Lots of 2 CP strats here. Yeah, that's 2 CP, 2 CP, 2 CP, then 1 CP pre-game, right? Confluence of Traitors, 1 command point. Use a stratagem in your command phase. Select a Black Legion Heretic Astartes unit from your army. Then select 1 Legion trait. Until the start of your next command phase, models in that unit have that Legion trait. You can only use this stratagem once. That's cool. So pick a Legion trait from a different Legion for one of your units. You know, if the one for, what was it, when folks were using the, like, Custodes, like, switch a trait or whatever, they thought that was powerful. Like, this is incredibly powerful for that. Oh my goodness gracious, this is like, this does not like this, like, movement on this thing. It's like, don't move this page or I'll freak out. If you are in all, does that mean exploding 6s stack? Well, the exploding 6s would be like for different types of weapons, right? At different stages. So I think that's how that works. Like, they wouldn't stack, but you'd get like rapid fire, like, explodes, and then heavy weapons explode, and then combats explode. I don't think it would stack with anything. Unrelenting Onslaught, 2 command points. Use this stratagem in your movement phase when you select a Black Legion unit from your army to move. Until the start of your next movement phase, the unit can ignore modifiers to its move characteristics, advance, and charge rolls. That's really good. That unit is eligible to shoot and declare charge even if it fell back. That is also really good. So fall back and charge for 2 CP and shoot. And there's a warlord trait to do that as well, so you can do it on 2 separate units. Very powerful. And also no modifiers to, like, charge and advance. That could be very powerful into certain armies, like say, what is it? Like Chaos Space Marine or Chaos Knights or whatever, right? Because that's kind of how that works. Which I like it. Vengeful Skies. Okay, this one is 3 command points, so it better be incredible. Use this stratagem in your command phase if any Black Legion character models from your army are on the battlefield. Select a point on the battlefield, place a marker on that point. Oh, is this orbital bombardment? Next command phase, place another marker on the battlefield within 12 of the center of that marker. Draw a straight line between the center of each of those markers. Roll a d6 for each unit the line would pass over or through, adding 1 if the unit is being rolled for contains 11 or more models, subtracting 1 if the unit being rolled for is a character. On a 3+, it takes d3 mortal wounds. The marker is then removed. You can use this once. So this is a orbital bombardment that's like a beam instead of like a point, so it's a little bit more controllable, and you can probably do some more damage with it. And I want to murder this camera, because it is being the silliest camera in all of the land, and it's really frustrating me right now. Look at it, just pulsating. Why is it pulsating? Stop doing that, you silly camera. Is it because there's too much light? There we go. Okay. That's okay. Heralds of Doom, 2 command points. Use it in your command phase. Select 1 Legionnaires unit from your army that's on the battlefield. Until the start of your next command phase, that unit has the Heralds of Doom aura. And while an enemy unit with the objective secured is within 6 inches of this unit, loses that ability. Wow. You can just pick a Legionnaire unit to take away OBSEC from the enemy. And it's an aura. It's a 6-inch aura of no OBSEC for 2 CP. That is powerful. Dear Xano says that is the warp powers emanating from the book at work. Very true. It is so powerful. This book is so chaosy that it's making my cameras stop working. Paul Jan says, oh, that reminds me. With the Star Collecting box going away, there's no source for Venom Crawlers, Swole Obliterators, and Masters of Possession. Yeah, you're going to have to find a way to get those, that's for sure. Okay. Relics. Goris Vex's Teeth. Goris Vex's Teeth. Black Legion model with an Astartes chainsword only. It is a -3 2 damage chainsword with 3 additional attacks. Is that, or is that not, the dark mirror of the Teeth of Terra? It's just like exactly like the Teeth of Terra. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I just want to punch this thing. Okay, there we go. Let's keep it nice and dark then. Cool. So then we have the Loyalties Reward. Black Legion model with a bolt weapon only. Select a bolt weapon the bearer is equipped with. The weapon is now a relic. Each time the bearer makes an attack, if it targets the Imperium keyword and a hit is scored, the target suffers a mortal wound and the attack sequence ends. Each time the bearer makes an attack with that weapon, if the target does not have the Imperium keyword and that attack successfully wounds the target suffers 1 mortal wound, the attack sequence ends. So I guess that's like a fancy, you can put it on a combi bolter, you get 4 shots, right? 4 rapid fire shots on a dude like Terminator's like 4 mortal wounds, just be like pop, pop, pop. 4 mortal wounds, pop, 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 4 mortal wounds, you know, that sort of thing, especially against Imperium. Yeah, it's like a ranged smite almost. It's kind of neat. Veil Breaker Plate. Black Legion Terminator model only. Each time an attack is allocated to the bearer, worsen the AP of that attack by 1. I believe Armor Contempt is still a thing. So let's just say, well, I guess it doesn't, Armor Contempt doesn't stack with other, like, armor penetration stuffs. Once per battle in your movement phase, if the bearer did not arrive as reinforcements this turn, it can use this relic. If it does so, the bearer and up to 1 friendly Black Legion core unit within 3 can be removed and set back up anywhere within 9 or outside of 9. If 2 units are set up back on the battlefield using this relic, both units must be placed wholly within 6 inches of each other. Well, that's cool. Veilbreaker Plate is a Veil of Darkness, so they can essentially grab a unit of core with a Terminator of some sort and teleport them. That is neat. I actually really like that. That is really cool. It's like an in-game teleport. That's powerful. Cloak of Conquest. It's an aura. While a friendly Black Legion core or Black Legion character unit is within 6 inches of the bearer, that unit has the objective secured ability. Oh, hooray! They have a aura of Rights of War, except it's a relic instead of a warlord trait. And it's any core character unit within 6. Well, who ordered Space Marines for their Black Legion, and their Black Legion with an aura of Space Marines? This guy. Because that's literally what this is. The Sightless Helm, Black Legion model only, can be given to a cultist model. Nice. Each time a bearer makes an attack with a you can ignore hit, weapon skill, ability skill modifiers. Each time this bearer makes an attack, improve the AP of that attack by 1. Each time the bearer makes an attack, the target does not receive the benefits of cover against that attack. Meh. Unless you can find like a really cool combo, that sounds pretty meh to me. Trophies of Slaughter, Black Legion model only. Add 3 inches to the range of the bearer's aura abilities to a max of 9. This does not increase the range of aura abilities of the psychic powers. The bearer has the following ability. Trophies of Slaughter. While an enemy unit is within 9, Subtract 1 from combat attrition tests. But the trophies would be good if you're doing something like one of the warlord traits that's like have units within, where's an aura? I guess you can't give it 2, but you could do, that's not an aura, that's not an aura. Okay. So maybe there's like some specific auras. I guess the trophies would be more for like a chaplain with his prayers or whatever. Wrath of the Abyss. Black Legion model with a Thunderhammer only. It is a ×2 strength, -3, 3 damage Thunderhammer that doesn't have a -1 to hit. Okay, so those are the relics. What did you think? I really like the Cloak of Conquest. I really like the Veil Breaker plate. And those are my favorite. Cloak of Conquest and the Veil Breaker plate is probably my favorite. Yeah. Teleporting a unit wherever you want, and then, you know, having objective secured in a big bubble, you can never go wrong with that. Okay, let's take a look at the Word Bearers. So there we have it, Word Bearers. Their Legion trait is Profane Zeal. Each time a model with this trait makes a melee attack, if that model's unit made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention, you can reroll hit rolls. Ooh, that's good. Not against Harlequins, but that's good. Each time this model with a trait would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, on a 5+, that wound is not lost. I like how it's like half the Black Templar one, because they're like a dark mirror to the Black Templars. So it's really cool to see that when they charge, they just get reroll hit rolls instead of like reroll charge rolls. They get the same 5-up Feel No Pain against that, which is neat. So Exalt the Dark Gods is essentially like a warp ritual. So it's in the middle of the table for match play. You get points for doing an action near the middle of the table. Cool. So then let's go over to the Warlord traits. The Voice of Lorgar. Add 3 inches to the range of the Warlord's aura abilities that are not psychic powers, and each time this Warlord chants a prayer or uses an ability in your command phase that specifies a range, you can add 3 inches to the range of that prayer or ability. Nice. So, makes him louder, apparently. The Exalted Possession. This is a classic. If the Warlord gains the demon and demon kin keywords, so if there's any stratagems that affect those or abilities, then the Warlord would benefit from them as well. Warlord has a 4-up invulnerable save against ranged attacks. Add 1 to the strength, attacks, and wounds characteristic of this Warlord, and add 2 to the move characteristics of this Warlord. So he's got a demon inside of him. Demonic Whispers. Each time this Warlord chants a prayer that is heard, completes an action or psychic action, or manifests a psychic power, roll a d6. If the result is greater than the current battle round number, you gain a command point. So it's easier to get a command point earlier in the game than later in the game? Interesting. But it's each time they do anything? Well, okay. Fair enough. It's definitely not as, I would say, reliable as like on a 5+ getting one, but maybe early on it's just super reliable. So I don't know if I'd spend a command point to get that Warlord trait though. Master of the Union. In the command phase, select a friendly Word Bearer's Demon Kin unit within 6 until the start of your next command phase. Add +1 to Strength for models in that unit. Each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, improve the AP by 1. So extra key and extra strength. Nice. Now, if you took a Warlord with that, you could then give your other Warlord that has the Demon Kin keyword extra strength and an extra AP, which is kind of neat if you want to do like a combo character murder machines. The Diabolist. Each time an attack is made against this Warlord, your opponent cannot reroll wound rolls. Each time this Warlord would lose a wound, on a 5-up it's not lost. So 5-up Feel No Pain and can't reroll wound rolls against it. That'll make a Demon Prince quite tough to kill. Or something tough to kill. Hate-Fueled Demagogue. In your command phase, select a friendly Wordbearer unit within 6 inches of this Warlord until the start of your next command phase. If it's a cultist unit, it gains the Let the Galaxy Burn ability on page 145, and models in that unit are considered to have the Heretic Astartes keyword for the purposes of that ability. I'm assuming 145. That's the wanton slaughter and the wanton damagey and the wanton killy. Yeah, destruction, massacre, slaughter. Nice. You can give your cultists that chapter tactics. That's cool. Or bolter discipline or whatever. That's neat. I like that. I'm a huge fan of giant blobs of cultists going around murdering things. So the fact that word bearers have a thing to directly impact your cultists is really fun. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, if your army is engaged in either wanton destruction or wanton massacre, that unit is considered to be engaged in wanton slaughter for that attack instead. Oh, so it's just for the combat one. Sure. Yeah, sure. A little bit less fun then. Then we have 8 stratagems as well, and a bunch of relics. And this is only the second of 8 different ones. Like, can you imagine? Oh, if you're just going to have fun with this, you're going to have fun for a long time, Chaos Space Marine players. 2 command points. Cursed Despoilers. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Wordbearer's Core or Demonkin unit from your army that is engaged in wanton massacre, so I'm assuming turn 2, turn 3, is selected to shoot. Select one enemy unit within 12 of that unit and in range of an objective marker. Each time a Heretic Astartes model in that Wordbearer's unit makes an attack with a rapid-fire, assault, or pistol weapon against that enemy unit, an unmodified hit roll of a 4 to 5 scores 1 additional hit. Note that combined with Wanton Massacre, that means that a modified hit of a 4+ scores 1 additional hit. Okay, it's just, what a weird way of writing it. Being like, get +3 to it. So 4, 5s, and 6s give you an exploding hit instead of like, anyway, whatever. It's just a fancy way of saying, in the rapid fire, like, tactical doctrine, or wanton slaughter, we have to get these names right. Wanton Massacre. So Massacre is the shooting one with rapid fire weapons. You get additional hits on 4+. That's cool. Rapid fire with a bunch of stuff. Like, imagine a bunch of Terminators come down. And just like, boom, exploding 4s to hit with bolters. Ugh. Or filthy. It's any rapid fire. So imagine doing it with like combi plasmas. Gross. Gross. Fanatic Zealotry. 1 command point. Use a stratagem in your command phase. Select a Wordbearer's Cultist unit within 12 of a friendly Wordbearer character unit. Until the start of your next command phase, you can reroll charges for that unit, and each time a model makes a melee attack, you can reroll hit rolls. Nice. Reroll hit rolls for your cultists, and reroll charge rolls. Well, that's neat. Go send them to the slaughter. Send them to the slaughter. But if you have any questions, chat, let me know. Hello, welcome everybody. If you haven't hit that like button, please do. This is a very long process, and your likes fuel me. Chain cannons could make good use of that, says Charles. Are they assault weapons? Are chain cannons assault weapons? Rapid fire assault or pistol weapons? So, revered hosts. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when a Wordbearer demon unit from your army is selected to fight. Till the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, you can reroll wound rolls. That's just reroll wound rolls for demons for 2 CP. Powerful. Chalk that out to being good. Vengeance for Monarchia. 1 command point. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Wordbearer unit is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a Heretic Astartes model in that unit makes a melee attack against Ultramarines or an Ultramarine successor chapter, you can reroll hits and wounds against them for 1 CP. Ah, the good old faction versus faction super strats. I wonder if Vengeance for Cadia is still going to be a thing when the Astromilitarum book at some point comes back out. Because 1 CP for like reroll hits and wounds is always stupid. It's just so good. It's like, why wouldn't you? Dark Pact. 1 command point. Use a stratagem in any phase when a Wordbearer's infantry character model is destroyed. Instead of using rules that are triggered, you can choose for that model to make a Dark Pact. If you do so, mark that model's position, remove the model from the battlefield. At the end of the phase, roll a d6 on a 4+, set the model back up on the battlefield with d3 wounds remaining, and you can only do this once. Nice, they get a bring back characters, infantry characters from the dead on a 4+ for a CP. Awesome. That's really cool. Malevolent Covenant, 1 or 2 CP. Use stratagem in your psychic phase when a word-bearer psyker from your army fails a psychic test. You can choose for that psyker to suffer 1 mortal wound. If you do so, the stratagem costs 1 CP, otherwise it costs 2. In either case, that psychic test is considered to have been passed at the minimum required warp charge value without a double having been rolled and cannot be denied by any Deny the Witch tests. Very specific. But I'm assuming you can turn it off with like a stop the effects on a 4+, because that's not a Deny the Witch test, essentially. That's cool. You know, I do like something like that, which is neat. Sorry if this has been addressed, but does Abaddon need to spend 4 CP for 2 traits in his relic? That seems very wacky to me. Or 3 traits. No, I think it's just... I think special characters, you spend 1 CP, and if they have multiple traits, they just get all their traits for 1 CP. And as for relics, they just come with relics, because that's just built into their profile. So you never have to pay for relics for special characters, because they have all their relics already included in their, sort of like, their data sheet, basically. Apostle of the Dark Council is a pre-game strat. Use a stratagem before the battle when you're mustering your army. If your warlord has the wordbearer keyword, select a wordbearer priest model from your army. Add 1 to the leadership characters to that priest. The priest gains the Dark Council ability, and each time it chants a prayer, it can reroll the dice. Nice. You can only use it once, or in Strike Force, use it twice. That's cool. Pre-game, pay a CP to make a prayer, get +1 leadership, and reroll chanting rolls. That's always really useful. That's why I use the Ancient Breviary on my Black Templars. It's like it's better than rolling on a 2+ with no rerolls. 3+ with a reroll statistically is just a little better than a 2+. Hexagrammic Ward, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in any phase when an attack is allocated to a wordbearer model from your army. The damage of that attack is changed to 0. You can only use a stratagem once unless you're playing Strike Force, in which case you can use it twice. And that's any wordbearer model. So you can actually do a hexagrammic ward to change the damage to 0 for like a Land Raider or a Dreadnought or something. Just be like, and that giant volcano launch that just went through, 0 damage. That huge harpoon that those knights just shot at me, 0 damage. That melt-a-gun, 0 damage. I need to keep my character alive, 0 damage. Oh, and now you killed him. On a 4+, he comes back to life. Like, that's pretty cool. And let's go into the relics. 8-fold Cursed Crozius. That's right, they have Cursed Croziuses. One of the coolest, most iconic weapons in the 40th millennium. Wordbearer model with a Cursed Crozius, a cursed weapon, or power mole. This relic replaces it and has the following profile. Melee, +2, -2, 3 damage. So Thunderhammer. Each time it's made with this weapon, if the bearer is a priest, and the target is not a monster vehicle, a successful hit automatically wounds. Ah, gross. An auto-wounding Thunderhammer? Oh, silly. That's so dumb. Okay. Here I have 6 attacks. Take 6 damage, 3 damage wounds. Terminators. Oh, that is filthy. Crown of the Blasphemer. This relic can be given to a cultist model. Models in the bearer's unit have a 4+ invulnerable save. Ha! Once per battle, before making a saving throw for the bearer, it can enhance this relic. If you do so, then until the end of the phase, models in the bearer's unit have a 3+ invulnerable save. Neat. Can you give relics to, like, a sergeant? Is there a way to give relics to a sergeant? That's like, it feels like that would be the only way this would be useful. There must be some way to give a relic to a sergeant. Where are the normal stratagems? I want to see normal strats. Come on. Legions. The Legion rules. There we go. Okay. Gifts of Chaos. No. Trophies of the Long War. Yeah, here we go. Use a stratagem before the battle. If your warlord has a Traitorus Astartes keyword, select a Astartes model that has the Aspiring or Champion in its profile. That model can have one of the following relics, even though it's not a character. Hypergrowth, Maelstrom Bites, Ashen Axe, Armor of Diabolus, Vipers, Icon of Hydra, Cult, Distortion, Armor of Bronze, Talons of the Night, Claw, Spite Spitter, Age, Loyalty Reward, Trophies of Slaughter, the Black Mace, the Warp's Malice, Blade Relentless, Black Rune of Damnation. What's this one called? Crown of the Blasphemer. Is that one? Was that one of it? I don't know. I didn't see it. Interesting. So how could you give it to like? Anyway, how could you give that to you can't join units with it unless there's like a bigger unit that can give a relic to. Interesting. Let me know how this works down below. Malefic Tome. Wordbearer Psychic only. Knows 1 additional psychic power. And every time they attempt to manifest psychic power, add 1 to psychic test. Always pretty decent. We like gifts, says the Trials of Gris. Nice. I saw Skari use it in a report against Josh's Custodies and it held up well. I mean, Luca. Was Luca, sorry. I do like using my word bearers every once in a while, especially against Luca, because Luca's favorite legion is the word bearers, so I love using his army against him. Makes me smile inside. Epistle of Logar. Priest model only. Knows 1 additional prayer. In your command phase, it can chant 1 additional prayer. That has not already been chanted. So chant an additional prayer and know an additional prayer. Nice. So that's how you get your master chaplain, basically. The Ashen Axe. Ooh, that one's from the supplement from back in the day. So it's basically replaces an axe, essentially. It is +2, -3 to damage. Each time the bearer fights, if any enemy models are destroyed as a result of an attack made by this weapon, roll 2d6. If the result equals or exceeds the leadership characteristic of the destroyed model's unit, then until the end of the battle, that unit cannot advance or fall back, and that unit is not eligible to fight in the fight phase. It's a permanent fight last, can't advance or fall back? What? Pardon me. What the frick? Oh, that's so crazy. What were you smoking, Games Workshop? Holy moly. Permanent. Plus with the ability to have like, anyway, what the heck? That's permanent. That's like a permanent debuff. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Okay. The Armor Diabolus. Let's move on. Please leave a comment. Let me know how crazy that is. That is nuts. That is absolutely bonkers. Just go in, kill a model with your 2 damage super axe. Oh look, I rolled 2d6 and I equaled or exceeded leadership. Okay, fair enough. You have to like roll a 8 or a 9 on 2 dice. But if you do permanent, no fallback, fight last permanently, and can't advance permanently. What the heck? Anyway. Armor Diabolus. Word bearers model only. The bearer has a save characteristic of a 2+. Each time the enemy shoots or fights, and the bearer was selected as the target of an attack, after that unit has finished making its attacks, roll a d6 for each wound the bearer lost. On a 4+, the attacking unit suffers a mortal, so you bounce back mortals, okay? If the bearer was destroyed by these attacks, roll a d6. On a 4+, the unit takes d3 mortal wounds. So it's basically a trap, is what that one is. New Axe Demon Prince meta? Yeah, who knows? We'll see. That's a pretty powerful relic. Baleful Icon. Word bearer model only. Bearer has the following ability: Aura. While an infantry unit is within 6 of the bearer, each time a melee attack is made against that unit, you cannot reroll hit, reroll wound, reroll the damage. My goodness gracious. That is also stupidly powerful. It's any wordbearer infantry unit within 6, and the enemy can't reroll hits, wounds, or damage against any of your infantry within 6. Oh my goodness. Which you can, let me remind you, turn that into a 9-inch aura with the voice of Lorgar. Gross. Gross. Filthy gross. And I love it. Okay, let's take a look at the Night Lords. The Lords of Night. The vampire wing helmet dudes. I see a very unhappy orc squad when they get hit by that axe. Heck yes. Very unhappy orc squad. Or anything. Just like any big thing that requires you to fight and all of a sudden it's like, and it's now, like, you know, how's it going to feel? You know what I mean? So, anyway. let's just say that it has been crazy, I tell you, crazy. So let me know what you think. Now we're going on to the Night Lords. I am currently just fixing something real quick because I want to make sure that you can see the chat as it comes up. And for some reason, it was just being silly. Ta-da! There we go. Now you can see when new things get posted up right away. Yeah. Which makes me smile inside. Come on. Come on. This is not being easy to work with, and that is annoying. Don't be silly, you silly goose. Don't be silly, you silly goose. There we go. Ta-da. Perfect. Done. A lot better. Oh my goodness gracious. Some of those relics are nuts. But you know what? You know what? All the power to Games Workshop for making Chaos Space Marines get some love. Like, honestly, all of you Chaos Space Marine players out there deserve all of the awesome stuff that is coming out in this book. Like, honestly, you just deserve just it to be incredible and fun and just entertaining. And I hope that you totally use and abuse everything in this book to the most of your abilities so you can just have a good time with it as well. Nighttime is the best time, says Trials of the Gris. Yeah, I agree. That goose was silly. Exactly. See the similarity between me and Cup Luigi? That's Luigi, by the way. My son painted that when he was 3. It's one of my favorite coffee mugs. One of my favorite coffee mugs. Okay, let's dive into the Night Lords. The Night Lords. Legion trait, Terror Tactics. Units with this trait have the following ability, Aura. While an enemy unit is within 9, subtract 2 from the leadership characteristic of models in that unit, subtract 1 from combat attrition tests. Like, -2 leadership is pretty good there, so that's pretty neat. Each time a model with this trait makes an attack with a melee weapon, if that attack targets a unit that was below half strength when the attack unit was selected to fight, or if that attack selects a unit that has a leadership characteristic of 5 or less, add 1 to the attack wound roll. So +1 to wound against stuff that's been beat up or has low leadership. Okay, so you like beaten up on, you know, kind of like don't like playing fair. That definitely sounds like a Night Lord thing to do, if you ask me, right? So, sure. Secondary objective, sow the seed, reap the fear. Fail in morale, fall back, or fail in action. This is essentially the one that's fear and terror that the Dark Eldar have. So it's essentially the Dark Eldar one. Cool. Warlord traits. Night Haunter's Curse. Once per turn, you can change the result of a single advance, hit, wound, or saving throw made for this warlord to 6. This counts as a modified 6 for all rules purposes. And it's once per turn, so that's player turn. That's powerful. 1 piece at a time. Each time this warlord is selected to fight, after it has finished making its attacks, if any enemy models were destroyed by those attacks but their unit was not destroyed, select one of those enemy units. Till the end of the next morale phase, subtract 1 from combat attrition tests taken for that enemy unit. Okay, situational. Each time this warlord makes a consolidation move, models in this unit can move in any direction and can do so even if they are already touching an enemy model, provided each model finishes its move within 3 inches of an enemy unit. So, bounce around. That can be really powerful. It's kind of like, but it's not like Show Stealer where you can like leave combat and stuff. You have to stay within combat when you bounce around. But being able to consolidate even if you're touching enemy units, that's pretty powerful as well. Murderous Reputation is an aura. Enemy units within 6 inches lose objective secured. I love that they have so much like stuff that takes away objective secured in this book. Like, it means that in order to hold objectives, you're going to have to think outside the box and not just rely on objective secured units to go around holding objectives. You're going to have to take away OBSEC or something. It's going to be more of a grind. You know, and it's a 6-inch aura. That is incredibly, that's powerful. I dig it, says the Trials of the Gris. Oh yes. I think we should all be super happy for what Chaos is getting. Killing Fury. Each time this warlord is selected to fight, if it made a charge move, was charged, or heroically intervened, then they add +3 attacks. Cool. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack, it is considered to be engaged in the Assault Doctrine. So wanton slaughter for that attack instead of any other wanton actors engaged in. So basically gets the exploding sixes in combat all the time and gets extra attacks. Neat. Okay, that's for more of a killy-like character. Cool. 1 with the shadows. Each time an attack is made against this warlord, the opponent cannot reroll hit rolls and -1 from the hit roll. Neat. At the start of the fight phase, you can select one enemy unit within 3. That unit is not eligible to fight until all eligible units... Oh, so you have a fight last warlord trait and a lose objective score. There's some good warlord traits in this Night Lord thing. So, killy warlord trait, make your opponent lose objective secured warlord trait, make an opponent fight last warlord trait, and then survivability warlord trait, / bouncy warlord trait, / survivability warlord trait. Cool. I like it. I think these are some good warlord traits. We haven't seen, like we've seen some meh ones, but there's some really good ones in here. Another 8 stratagems. Holy moly. They went to town on all these strats. This is only the 3rd Legion. There's 8. 8 ones. Okay, there's still 5 more after this. And we've already been doing this for an hour. By this point, it's going to be like a 5-hour video. So make sure you check all the timestamps down below so that you can find exactly what you want to listen to. Okay. In Midnight Clad. Yeah, no, drink water. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Here, let's hydrate. Thank you for the reminder there. In Midnight Clad. 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase when an infantry unit, excluding a cultist unit, is selected as the target of a ranged attack. Till the end of the phase, it is -1 to hit. Cool. -1 to hit. It's like smoke bomb, essentially. Sound the Black Hunt for 1 command point. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase or in the fight phase when a Night Lord's core, demonkin, or character unit is selected to shoot or fight. Till the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, if that unit targets a unit that was below starting strength to shoot or fight, or it targets a unit that has a leadership characteristic 6 or less, you can reroll hit rolls of 1. So it's like the Dark Eldar Prey on the Weak stratagem, almost. If that attack targets a unit that was below half strength when the attacking unit was selected to shoot or fight, or it targets a unit that has leadership of 5 or less, you can reroll the hit roll. So it's got an additional caveat of leadership as well, but it's basically Prey on the Weak from the Dark Eldar. Flay them alive. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when the enemy warlord is destroyed by a melee attack made by Night Lord's Heretic Astartes model from your army. Till the end of the battle, combat attrition tests taken from enemy unit, subtract 1 from the combat attrition. So this is very much like the Dark Eldar one. I see a lot of similarities here. We love all you do for us, Skari, says Charles. Hit that like button to show our Skari love. Thank you. I appreciate it. Underhand scheming for 1 command point. That's the one down here in the corner. Use this stratagem at the start of your charge phase. Select 1 Night Lord's unit from your army. Until the end of the phase, that unit is eligible to charge in a turn in which it fell back. Nice. Okay, so they have a fullback and charge strat. From the Night, 2 or 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the reinforcement step of your movement phase. Select a Night Lord infantry or biker unit from your army that's either in strategic reserve or is in a reinforcement unit that has not yet been set up on the battlefield. That unit can now be set up as if the battle round was 1 higher than it currently is, regardless of any mission rules. And if that unit has a Demonkin keyword, it's 2 CP, otherwise it's 1 CP. Nice. Well, that's very specific. It means you can bring in a unit from reserves earlier than you're supposed to. That can be very powerful, especially if it's a big unit of Raptors or something that's just coming in from strategic reserve or reserves, and just kind of like bring it in on turn 1, you know, or bring it in on turn 2, but in your opponent's deployment zone, right? Like that can be very powerful if you use it right. Screaming Skies. Use a stratagem at the start of your movement phase. Select a Night Lord's jump pack unit from your army. Remove it from the battlefield. In the reinforcement step of your next movement phase, set it back up more than 9 inches away from enemy units. So, a redeploy for jump packs. It's like Blood Angels, like on Screaming Skies. Amazing. Really good. We have come for you. It means you can, like, score points easily. You can threaten a whole bunch of stuff later in the game. Like, people have to zone out more often. Like, the ramifications of having stratagems like this in your army are, like, far-reaching, which is really cool. Can't remember well. Someone remind me, didn't the Night Lord's Primarch die from his defeat at the hands of Lionel Johnson? Says Tabletop Chuck. Oh, you're bringing in some shade, right? I don't know. But the Night Lords like fighting in the shade, so they'll be fine. I don't know who, if Night Haunter, what was his name? Night Haunter? Conrad Kurz? Yeah, Conrad. Is he dead? Or is he still alive in the warp somewhere? Somebody let us know with a comment down below. We have come for you, 2 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of your opponent's movement phase. Select one core or demonkin or character unit from your army. Until the start of your next turn, enemy units within engagement range of that art unit cannot fall back unless they have the vehicle, tank, or aircraft keyword. This is 2 CP. You can't fall back from me. Game-winning, absolute game-winning stratagem right there. Crazy game-winning strat. Circle it. This thing will win you games. Literally, anything that's... like, you can do so many shenanigans with that. It's not even funny. That doesn't work against vehicles, aircraft, or Titanic, but holding, like, something in combat with a unit and being like, you can't leave, is just crazy powerful. Vox Scream. Use this stratagem at the end of your movement phase. Select an enemy unit within 12 of a Night Lord's unit. Until the start of your next movement phase, that unit loses all of its auras, all of its aura abilities. You can only use this stratagem once. Nice. This can be really useful. It's turning off auras. Man, like, there is not one of these that I'm thinking is, like, crazy overpowered on top of the others. The last ones that we've seen, Black Legion, Wordbearers, Night Lords, they all have some really cool mechanics. Holy moly. And they're all, like, powerful mechanics that I feel would be very good into a lot of situations, which is neat. Okay, let's look at the relics. The Claw of the Stygian Count. Model with lightning claws, etc. It's a weapon. +2 strength, -3, 2 damage. Each time the bear fights, make 2 additional attacks with a weapon. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, allocate it to an enemy model. The enemy model cannot use any rules to ignore the wounds it loses. So no feel, no pains, and things like that. Okay, very interesting. I like that. The Vox Demonicus. Relic can be given to a cultist unit model. Enemy units that are set up on the battlefield as reinforcements cannot be set up within 12 of the bearer. Very useful against things like Gene Stealer Cult. It has the following aura ability. Each time an enemy unit attempts to perform an action or psychic action while within 12, roll 2d6. If the result is greater than the enemy's unit leadership, it cannot perform the action or psychic action. That stacks really nicely with terror tactics. If they're within 9, it's -2 leadership. That's pretty crazy. Especially with a lot of stuff requiring actions nowadays. It's got some, like, nice-to-have vibes from it. Not must-haves, but nice-to-haves. Talons of the Night Terror. Night Lord's fly model only. Each time the bearer makes a normal move or advances, after the bearer has moved, select an enemy unit it moved across, and on a 2+, or a 3+ if it's a character, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Okay. Each time the bearer finishes a charge move, select an enemy unit with engagement range. On a 2+, they take D3 mortal wounds. So do mortal wounds when you fly over, do mortal wounds when you charge in. Neat. And it's in different phases. So whenever you can do damage in different phases, it can be powerful. Movement phase, charge phase. Those are phases that don't normally have damage involved. So when you're fighting something like a Phoenix Lord or a Satan, a Catan, or whatever it's called, where you can do damage in multiple phases, like Ghazghkull or Abaddon, right? You can hit them in multiple phases and try and do damage in multiple phases to bring them down a lot faster. Scourging Chains. Night Lord's model only. Each time the bearer makes a melee attack, improve the AP by 1. While an enemy model is in engagement range, subtract 1 from the attacks of that model. Now, if it was unit, it would be great, but it's only from that the models in engagement range. So sad. Misery of the Meek. Once per battle at the start of any phase, the bearer can use this relic. If it does so, the bearer regains up to 3 lost wounds, and until the end of the turn, add D3 to the bearer's attacks, and add 3 inches to the range of their auras to max of 9. Okay, cool. Just like a super heal, like health potion, glug glug glug, or like Asterix and Obelix, you know, the like, you know, crazy druid potion. He's like, I'm good. Stormbolt plate. Night Lord's infantry model only. Enemy models cannot target the bearer with ranged attacks unless it's within 12 of the fire model or the closest to target, so better than bodyguard. Very, very useful if you just want to have a character at the back of the board, just like hanging out on an objective and they can't be shot at. It's very powerful for that sort of thing. Each time an attack is made against the bearer, it is treated as having the benefits of light and heavy cover. Nice. Well, that can be useful. So +1 saves, basically. And then the Flayer. This is a power sword, basically, or a power sword relic. +2 strength, -3 to damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, if it destroys an enemy model, that model counts as 2 destroyed models for morale. Meh. Okay, that's a meh sort of rule. Like, it kind of works with the attrition stuff, but meh. Meh. Conrad let one of the Assassinorum kill him, forbid his marines from interfering till after Talon hunt down and kills her, because he said it showed the true character of the Emperor. Oh, interesting. So he, like, martyred himself for that. Yeah, it was it. Like, he was, like, praying or whatever, and, like, shot, like, let the Callous Assassin take him out or whatever. Okay, well, that was the Night Lords. So, on to the Iron Warriors. Oh, man, I wish they could still take a Basilisk. That would be so cool. Before they could take a Basilisk, which used to be really neat. Okay, Iron Within, Iron Without. Each time a model in this trait makes an attack, the target does not receive the benefits of light cover against that attack. Cool. Each time an attack is allocated to a model of this trait, the attack has an AP of -1, -2. It's only worse by 1. They changed this in the Balanced Late update to be you cannot reroll wound rolls against Iron Warriors. And that's it. Can't reroll wound rolls against them. That's based on the... I love how it's like, it's already been balanced, and the Codex hasn't even been out yet, but they put up the Balanced Late update. But no rerolls against them, and when they shoot stuff, you can't get the benefits of light cover. It means that your AP is going to be a lot more important, especially into other Space Marines or things with armor contempt, which is going to be really useful. Holy moly. Pardon my my yawning, because it's a fun time. Masters of Demolition, secondary objective for match play. Opponent selects 3 objectives. I stopped reading right there. I don't like having an opponent do anything when I'm playing match play, because they'll always pick something that screws you over big time. Warlord traits. Siege Lord. In your command phase, select a friendly Iron Warrior Corps or vehicle unit within 6 of the Warlord. Till the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack against an enemy vehicle or building, if that attack is made with a weapon of strength 7 or more, add +1 damage. Neat. So, +1 damage, strength 7 or more into vehicles. So, autocannons would be strength damage 3. That's actually pretty good. And you can pick a core or vehicle unit within 6. So, like a Vindicator could be a bunch of damage, or Land Raider with super last cannons, be extra damage on that. Oh, that's pretty neat. It's pretty neat, not gonna lie. Demon Smith. In your command phase, select a friendly Iron Warrior Demon Engine, Iron Warrior Cult of Destruction, or Iron Warrior Machine Spirit unit within 6 inches. To the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, add 1 to hit. Nice. So it's like Awakened Machine Spirit, +1 to hit. That sounds really cool as well. Imagine, is a giant Corn Lord of Skulls a Iron Warrior? Can it be an Iron Warrior Machine Spirit thing, or is that like, is Lord of Skulls not in this book anymore? Unyielding Metal. Add 1 to the toughness of the Warlord, and a 5 up Feel No Pain. Sure. Bastion. In your command phase, select 1 friendly core unit within 6. and until your next command phase, that each time a unit declares a charge against that unit, if that unit is not in engagement range, it can either hold steady or set to defend. So you Overwatch on 5s, you get +1 hit in combat. Okay, neat. If that unit has the objective secured ability, that unit has the objective secured ability and or double. So double OBSEC or OBSEC on a unit that's core within 6 inches. Select a unit to give it core, basically, and make it better. So great for Terminators, I would say. Like a big unit of Terminators could be the Bastion. Go hold objectives and things like that. Architect of Destruction. In your command phase, select one friendly core or vehicle unit within 6. Until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, if your army is engaged in wanton massacre or wanton slaughter, that unit is considered to be in wanton destruction for that attack instead. So you can put them back into wanton destruction, which is the exploding 6s with like heavy weapons. So like Devastator Doctrine, because they are Iron Warriors after all. Implacable Taskmaster. While a friendly Iron Warrior core unit is within 6 inches of its warlord, each time that unit is selected to shoot, if that unit made a normal move in your previous movement phase, it counts as having remained stationary. Nice. I guess that would be cool for specific weapons that require you to be stationary for that sort of thing. That sounds interesting. I do like the fact that they have some really good warlord traits as well. Their Legion traits, okay, but their warlord traits so far have been good buffs to do damage and to get stuff out there and doing things. Okay, so let's take a look at the stratagems. So, Bitter Enmity. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when an Iron Warriors unit is selected to fight for 1 CP. Until the end of the phase, each time a Heretic Astartes model in that unit makes a melee attack against an Imperial Fist unit, or against a unit that is a successive chapter, you can reroll hits and wounds. So, cool. Hates Imperial Fists. Hooray for stratagems that are crazy OP against certain factions. Tank Destroyers for 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase or fight phase. Select an enemy vehicle. Until the end of the phase, each Iron Warrior Heretic Astartes model that makes an attack against that unit, an unmodified hit of a 6 automatically wounds the target. That's in shooting and or combat, and you pick one enemy unit, and everything that shoots at it gets auto wounding on 6s. That's really cool. For 1 CP, that's quite good. Dour Duty, 2 or 1 CP. Use a stratagem in any phase. When an Iron Warrior's core infantry or Demonkin unit is selected as a target of an attack. Up to the end of the phase, each time an attack is allocated to that model, subtract 1 from the damage of that attack to a minimum of 1. If that unit has a power rating of 10 or more, it's 2 CP, otherwise it's 1. Nice, they have a -1 damage stratagem in shooting or combat. Oh, that's really good. And it's in any phase. Oh, that's filthy. Paul Jan says, let me know when Imperial Fists are ever a thing again. Oh, I know, right? Just be like, and let me know when this stratagem is going to be relevant. I'm assuming that they'll have, when I guess they still have to release some of the Space Marine supplements, right? Like, redo some of the supplements, if that's even going to be a thing anymore. Okay. Cold-Hearted Malignity, 1 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of any phase. Select an Iron Warriors core unit from your army that is below half strength until the end of the battle. It automatically passes morale tests, and each time a model in that unit makes an attack, add +1 to hit. Oh, cool. That's like for the rest of the game, and it's 1 CP, and you can use it on each unit essentially once. You get +1. Oh, that's really good. That's not bad at all for 1 CP. Make the last half of a unit really good at doing stuff. Neat. Methodical Annihilation for 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when an Iron Warriors unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, when resolving the unit's attacks, you can reroll 1 damage roll. Nice. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack with a weapon that has a blast ability, you double the number of models in the target unit. Okay, if the unit is a vehicle unit, it can make attacks with blast weapons against units in engagement range. However, if it does so, on an unmodified hit roll 1, it suffers a mortal wound. So, that's cool. It's a bunch of different stuff there. Reroll a damage roll. Make your blast weapons better and can shoot with blast weapons in combat for a vehicle. Neat. Unholy Vigor. 3 or 2 CP, so this better be good. If it's 3 CP, it better be incredible with the current CP stuff. Use a stratagem in any phase when an Iron Warrior's Machine Spirit or Iron Warrior's Demon Engine unit from your army is selected as the target of an attack. Until the end of the phase, each time an attack is made against that unit, subtract 1 from the wound roll. Neat. If that unit has the Titanic keyword, it's 3 CP, otherwise it's 2 CP. Well, that's pretty snazzy. I'm assuming you could use it on like a Land Raider that is now toughness 9 and make it -1 to be wounded. Like imagine, most things are wounding a Land Raider on 5s now, right? And then you can make it 6s with this stratagem. Well, I could see it being 3 CP for the Titanic unit, being like you can only wound my Super Titan on like, 5s or 6s. Gross. Filthy. Is it, could change the name of the game. I like it. Cannon Fodder, 2 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of your opponent's shooting phase. Select an Iron Warrior infantry unit from your army, then select a friendly cultist unit wholly within 6 inches of that unit. Until the end of the phase, enemy models cannot target the infantry Iron Warriors unit if that cultist unit is a closer target. I love this stratagem. You have to murder all these cultists before you can kill my obliterators. Oh, I love that. That's fun. Alpha Omega, sad face for the fallen. Yes, I know, apparently. But don't they have like a supplement in a White Dwarf or something? Who knows? They might make like a whole supplement for the fallen. We don't know. Although Cypher's in here, he's just an agent of chaos, Then again, you could just play Dark Angels. Duh. And then you could just play them, and they're fallen. Spiteful Endurance, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in any phase when an Iron Warrior's Heretic Astartes model from your army would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound. Until the end of the phase, you get a 5-up Feel No Pain against mortal wounds. So 5-up ignore damage against mortals, but it's any unit, vehicles, or units as well. I like that a lot. That's good into, especially so many mortal wounds that can come out like Thousand Suns and things like that. Tabletop Chuck. Keeping me in check here. Throwing shade against the Dark Angels yet again. I could just be reading the Dark Angels Codex right now and it'd be the same thing as the Chaos Codex. Change my mind. Relics. The Axe of the Forge Master. So it is a +3, -3, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon on an unmodified wound roll of a 6, the target suffers a mortal wound in addition to normal damage. If the target is a vehicle, it suffers 3 mortal wounds in addition to any normal damage instead. Cool, so a very killy. So potentially can do some more damage to vehicles, etc. Siegebreaker Mace. Power Mole Thunderhammer has 2 different things. So it's either +2, -2, 2 damage, or ×2, -3, D3 +3. It's like a last cannon. So it's a last cannon in combat, basically. You can smash stuff. Pretty beefy if you have lots of attacks. Totally agree with that statement, says Fraser. Ouch, we Dark Angels don't talk about it. You don't talk about it. You hide in your rock down below, and you have your little, meetings, and you go, oh no, what's going to happen? Oh no, the Emperor might find out. Oh no, what shall we do? Flesh Metal Exoskeleton. Iron Warrior's infantry model only. Each time an attack is allocated to the bearer, subtract 1 from the damage. That's decent. Each time an enemy unit shoots or fights after it finishes making its attacks, if the bearer lost any wounds as a result, on a 4+, the bearer regains D3 wounds as a result of those attacks. Nice. Well, that's pretty neat. It's like he basically heals himself and is -1 damage. That could be good for like a Demon Prince of some sort. The Cranium Malevolus. At the start of your shooting phase, roll 1d6 for each enemy vehicle within 9. On a 4 to 5, they take D3 mortal wounds. On a 6, they take 3 mortal wounds. Well, that's pretty cool. Just like to murder vehicles. Neat. Insidium. Iron Warriors infantry model only. That's not a demon model. They gain the demon and demonkin keywords. Add +1 to strength, toughness, and wounds. Okay, so it's like a demon implant thing. That's kind of neat. Spite Spitter. Spite Spitter. What kind of weird names do Games Workshop give their relics? Like, honestly. It's a cool name, though. I'm going to spit spite at you. Although it is a bit of a tongue twister. Hell yes, Skari. So hyped to watch this, says Danny Blaze. Hello, Danny. Thanks for coming to hang out. Can we please know the new base size for the new accursed cultists? Sure, I'll get to them at some point. I don't know if it says the base size on here. I'm assuming it'll be in their instructions when you get the box set. But they look pretty big. They look like at least on 40s, maybe 50s. You know, who knows? Combi Bolter, Combi Flamer, Combi Plasma, Combi Melta only. Neat. And it replaces the bolt gun profile. But it still has its other profiles. It's just this only replaces the bolt gun part of that. So it becomes a Combi Bolter, Rapid Fire 2, Strength 5, AP 3, 2 damage. Cool. Combi Weapon 3, Rapid Fire 1, 5, minus 3, 2 damage. Okay, so it's a Strength 5, minus 3, 2 damage bolter. Cool. Techno Venom's Mecha Tendrils. Warpsmith model only. Each time the bearer repairs a model using the Master Mechanicums, it gains 3 lost wounds. Each time the bearer makes an attack with its Mecha Tendrils, if a hit is scored, suffer 1 mortal wound to the attack sequence ends. That's cool. I like that. That's neat. Just hit, do mortals. That's never a bad idea. Yeah, so there you have it. Iron Warriors in the bag. Let me know what you thought the coolest thing was with a comment down below. And hello to all the newcomers. Welcome to my full, comprehensive, page-by-page review of the Chaos Space Marine book. We've been going through all of them right now. Going into the Alpha Legion, which is one of my favorite legions. It is a really fun one to play with. I played it recently in the Horus Heresy. So, very exciting stuff. Hey, Xanthiades, what's going on? Alpha Omega says, you're right, I'm sleeping so long on Fallen, I think I might actually be the lion. Nice. Codices don't specify base size, correct. Fingers crossed for 32mm, I guess, so I can use the Wapedia. I thought the Codex says the base size. Yeah, no problem. It's all good, Danny Blaze. Get excited for your first Codex. And this is a great first Codex to get, because it's full of stuff. So, Alpha Legion. Masters of Duplicity. Legion trait. Each time a ranged attack targets a unit with this trait, if the attacker is more than 12 inches away, subtract 1 from the hit roll. If the target contains any models with wounds characters to 10 or more, so I'm assuming vehicles, etc., the attacker must be more than 18 inches away instead for the benefit to apply. So something like a Land Raider or a vehicle or something like that. Units with this trait are eligible to perform an action or declare a charge in a turn in which they fell back. If a unit with this trait does declare a charge while it's performing an action, the action still fails. That is powerful. Doing actions and falling back is quite powerful in the current match play meta. But being able to fall back and charge for free is also incredibly powerful. Very powerful. Okay, Infiltrate and Subvert is a match play secondary objective. It's an action. You can do this action with infantry wholly within 6 inches of your opponent's deployment zone. And then you can oh, that's right, you can actually subvert objective markers and take objective markers away or something like that. Yeah, you can literally make enemy objective markers not count. It's kind of crazy. It's nuts. You can literally corrupt objective markers and stop them from being scored. It's kind of nuts. When you think about it from a match play perspective, it is incredibly powerful. Okay? Just if you slip up a little bit and they go and do an action. Now, it does they have to survive a whole turn. It doesn't just happen right away. But that's just annoying. To be annoying is what that would be. My Black Legion army is excited to run so much armor now. Venom Crow is a fast attack. Land Raider is buffed. Might even get to include the Predator now, says Danny. That sounds exciting. That sounds fun. Do they still have a pre-game move? The Alpha Legion? I don't know. We'll see. We'll get to that. You know, sit back, enjoy, get notes. Dude, where's my objective? You could have a whole movie. Dude, where's my objective? Warlord traits. I am Alfarius. After nominating this model to be your warlord, randomly determine an additional warlord trait for them, and reroll duplicate results from a warlord traits table of your choice that this model has access to. Cool. If this warlord is destroyed, you can immediately select another Alpha Legion character model from your army that does not have a warlord trait, and select a warlord trait for that model to gain. This must be a warlord trait no other model from your army has. It must be one that they can have and cannot be I am Alfarius. Until the end of the battle, that model counts as your warlord. Any mission secondaries or stuff that require your warlord to die are not triggered until this new warlord is destroyed. Neat. I like that. It's a cool one to have. Like, situational, but cool. Clandestine. Each time an attack is made against this warlord, an unmodified hit roll of a 1 to 3 for that attack fails. So, transhuman in the hit roll. Each time an attack is allocated to the warlord while it's receiving the benefit of cover, add an additional 1 to any armor saving throws that they need. Okay, so cool. And yeah, it's like a survival one. Meh. Headhunter. Each time you select a target for an attack made by a ranged weapon by this warlord, if it's a rapid-fire pistol weapon, you can ignore the lookout rule, so give it the sniper rule, nice. You can re-roll wound rolls, nice. And an unmodified wound roll of a 6 takes a mortal wound in addition to other normal damage. Neat. And this is any ranged weapon, so I wonder if there's any cool relic weapons that we could combine with this to make it a super sniper relic weapon of doom. Right? Ooh, I love that. When Karga's Ravagers came out in Underworlds and had a thing to corrupt objectives, I thought it would be so cool if Chaos Space Marines got something like that. Trial says, we are Omegon should be a thing. Now, we are Alfarius. Omegon is Alfarius as well. Masters of Diversion. Master of Diversion. After both sides have deployed, you can select up to 3 Alpha Legion units in the Resolve Pre-Abilities step of the mission that are wholly within your deployment zone. Remove these units from the battlefield, set them up anywhere on the battlefield, wholly within your deployment zone, and more than 9 from any enemy models. If the mission uses strategic reserve rules, you can put them in strategic reserve without having to spend any additional CP. Yes, this is your redeployment warlord trait. Very powerful, good to have. Cult Leader. In your command phase, you can select 1 friendly cultist unit within 9 of the warlord. Until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you get +1 to hit, so get +1 hit on your cultist unit, and improve the AP of that attack by 1. Neat. Covert Control. In your command phase, select 1 friendly core unit within 6. Until the start of your next command phase, that unit can shoot while performing an action. If that unit gains objective secured, and if it already has that ability, they count as double objective secured. The shoot into an action is good. I like that. Especially in this day and age in like match play stuff where there's a lot of things that you're trying to do with actions or whatnot. Always a good idea to have something like that. Okay, on to the stratagems. There are 8 stratagems. Again, amazing, because that's how that works. Ah, delicious water. Conceal. 3 or 2 CP. Now, if it's 3 CP, it better be incredible. At the start of your opponent's shooting phase, select an Alpha Legion infantry unit from your army. Until the end of the phase, each time an enemy model shoots, if that unit is not the closest eligible target or within 12 of that model, then, until that shooting is resolved, the model cannot target that unit. If the unit has a power rating of 10 or more, it's 3 CP, otherwise it's 2 CP. Very, very powerful stratagem. You cannot shoot my unit unless you're really close to it. Really good to conceal obliterators or to conceal a havoc unit. And it's just any infantry unit. Even just a unit that you need to keep alive on an objective that's in the open at the back of the table. Like, say you're playing against Tau and you've got like a little unit of Chaos Space Marines on the unit and you're like, we need to survive. You can be like, okay, conceal. You can't shoot them, so at least I know I'm going to get my points. It's very powerful in match play to have stuff like this. 3 or 2 CP, yes. Deadly Ambush, 2 CP. Use this stratagem at the end of the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase. Select an enemy unit that was set up on the battlefield as reinforcements until the end of your next turn. Each time an Alpha Legion model makes an attack against that unit, add 1 to hit. So pick a unit that came in from reserve, and your whole army gets +1 to hit against it. Awesome. Cause of Deception, 1 CP. Use it in your movement phase. When a core unit falls back, that unit can still shoot even though it fell back, so 1 CP fall back. Don't forget, they have fall back and charge for free, so this just lets them shoot in order to do that. Paul says, go hide in the bush. Yeah, that's literally what conceal is. Hide in the bush. Just go hide, don't get shot. Just shh. Don't tell them we're here. Shh. Forward Operatives, 1 CP. Use this stratagem in the pre-solve, ability step, pre-battle ability step of the mission. Select 1 Alpha Legion infantry unit from your army. This unit can make a normal move as if it were your movement phase, but must end that move more than 9 away from enemy models. Now, it's a normal move, so in infantry, say the infantry moved more than, it's 6 inches if it moves 6, it's 7 inches if it moves 7. You can only use this stratagem once, unless you're playing Strike Force, in which it's twice in Strike Force or Onslaught. Each Alpha Legion infantry can only be selected for the stratagem once. You can't do it twice on the same unit, but you get a pre-game move, and you can go outside of your deployment zone with that sort of stuff, which is really useful. Renaissant Infiltration. Use a stratagem in your movement phase. When an Alpha Legion infantry unit from your army that is more than 6 inches away from an enemy model is selected to move. If the mission, so put them back into strategic reserve. And then they come in at a later date. Nice, 1 CP to put an infantry unit back into reserve. Incredible. That's a very Genestealer cult style thing, so it's really powerful to have that sort of mechanic in your army for 1 CP. But it's any Alpha Legion infantry, so anything that's infantry, you just be like, oh, I need to redeploy a unit, and they go into strategic reserve so they can come in on a board edge or whatever. But it means that you can it's so strong for match play and for fun play, but for match play mainly. Sabotaged Armory, 1 to 3 command points. Use this stratagem in any phase when an enemy vehicle is destroyed. If there are any Alpha Legion units from your army on the battlefield, your opponent does not roll to see if the model explodes, it automatically explodes. If that model is affected by a rule that says it never explodes, ignore both that rule and this stratagem and roll to see if it explodes as normal. If that model has a wounds characteristic of 9 or less, it costs 1 CP. If it has a wounds characteristic of 10 to 19, it costs 2 CP. Otherwise, it costs 3 CP. So if you want to make a knight automatically explode, it's 3 CP. I love this because you can be like, I need to kill that tank that's in the middle of my opponent's army. I spend the CP and do mortal wounds to everything around it. Which is awesome. Xanthiades, you did miss the Night Lords. You can sort of drag back the thing and go back to the Night Lords. If you're watching this, the replay, you can go and there'll be timestamps in the pinned comment where you can click and go to basically the thing that you want to listen to and talk about. But Sabotage Armory, that's a fun one. And it's not once per battle. It's literally any time you kill a vehicle. That's so dumb. So dumb. So dumb. For 1 CP, if it's wounds characteristic of 9 or less, you can be like, oh, that buggy, once it just explodes. Yeah. Everything around it takes more wounds. Oh, that one explodes too. That's so cool. Once, of course, per phase, but that's neat. Scrambled Coordinates for 2 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of the reinforcement step of your opponent's move phase. Select 2 Alpha Legion core units that are on the battlefield. Until the end of the phase, enemy units cannot be set up within 12 of those selected units. Very powerful. You can have 2 units, one in your backfield, one in your front. Be your reserves cannot arrive within 12. You have to stay. You can't declare charges. You stay far away from me. Very powerful stratagem. Jake says, did I miss the psychic powers? Is that to come? We haven't gotten to the psychic powers yet. We're going through all the legions at the moment. Every Space Marine tank was sabotaged under the cover of night. That's exactly how that works, Danny. Veiled Agenda. Use this stratagem after selecting secondary objectives or agendas. Do not reveal one of your selections. And the first time you score points or experience points for that secondary or agenda, reveal it to your opponent. Note that you must still make a record of your selection. We recommend writing this down and concealing it. You can use it once. This can be very powerful in match play because you don't know what your opponent is trying to score. And then they could be like, haha, I have scored this. Very, very good, like at the end of the game or whatever. So, you know, but it can lead to some like bookkeeping behind closed doors, and it's really annoying. So a lot of like tournaments will be like, no, keep everything face up. Blade of the Hydra. Relics. Alpha Legion with a chainsword. Cool. It's a +1 strength, -2/1 damage. You make D3 plus 3 additional attacks with this weapon. If there are 6 or more models within 3, you just make 6 additional attacks with this weapon. So, a chainsword to fight hordes with decent AP. Cool. Drake Scale Plate. Alpha Legion infantry model only. Save of a 2+. Unmodified wound roll of a 1 to 3 fails. So, basically, transhuman physiology permanently. Nice. Hydra's Whale. Once per battle, after your opponent uses a stratagem, the bear can use this relic. If it does so until the battle, the CP cost your opponent must pay for that strat is increased by 1. Boo! They gave them a Vect. Sad face. But, you know, that's kind of neat. It's okay, you know, especially in a... Are you going to pay a CP for that, though? Like, as a relic? I don't know. You know? Viper's Spite. Bolt Pistol. Yeah, relic bolt pistol. Range 18 inches. Strength 6. Pistol 6. Strength 4 -3, 1 damage. Whoop-de-doo. Hydra's Teeth. Alpha Legion model with a bolt weapon only. Select one bolt weapon, and they have Hydra's teeth bolts or whatever. It's considered a relic. Each time it's selected to shoot, you can choose this weapon to fire a teeth bolt. If you do, can only make 1 attack. But it automatically hits the target. You add 2 to the strength and damage of the attack and improve the AP of that attack by 2, and you cannot make invulnerable saving throws against that attack. So it becomes 3 damage, strength 7, can't take invul saves. Okay, that's sure. It's like becomes like a super powerful bolt. I'm currently building Abaddon, says Tabletop Chuck. I would like some opinions. Cape or no cape? Yes, cape. What color should the dead Marines be? Leaning towards ultramarine blue. Yeah, you could do any loyalist chapter. That'd be great. Brandon says, for the Emperor. Thanks for coming to hang out, Brandon. Icon of the Hydra Cult. Alpha Legion model only. Can be given to a cultist model. Has the following ability. Icon of the Hydra Cult. Aura. While a friendly Alpha Legion cultist unit is within 6 of the bearer, each time a ranged attack targets that unit, if the attacker is more than 12 inches away, it has the benefit of dense cover, so -1 to be hit. Cool. Mind Veil. Alpha Legion infantry model only. Each time the bear makes a normal move, advances or fallbacks, until the end of the phase, add 1d6 to the bear's move characteristic. Neat, so it goes super fast. Each time the bear makes a normal move, advances or fallback, or makes a charge move, until that move is finished, it can move horizontally through models and terrain. Cannot finish. Oh, that's neat. That's like a... Don't worry about like crates and stuff, and just like shifts through terrain and models and kind of goes wherever he wants. Neat! Well, Alpha Legion, as sneaky as always, if you ask me. That was pretty sneaky. No capes, says Anthiades. I like capes. What are you talking about? Capes be cool. Okay, Emperor's Children. Let's dive into the Emperor's Children. Their Legion trait, Flawless Perfection. Each time a model with this trait makes an attack, you can ignore any and all hit roll, weapon skill, ballistic skill, hit modifiers. Well, that's cool. That's almost better than a +1 to hit sometimes. Each time a model with this trait makes an attack, on an unmodified wound roll of 6, improve the AP by 1. Oh, it's just an attack. That's in shooting as well. Ooh, fancy. Adorn the Canvas Eclectic. Score 1 point at each battle rounds. This is a match play Secondary objective, control more objectives than your opponent. 1. How many do you get? You can get 5 per battle round. You can kill more stuff with ranged attacks. Cool. You just kill more stuff with melee attacks. Cool. Kill more characters. Cool. So, okay. Decent. Never underestimate the sneakiness. I know, the Alpha Legion. Super sneaky. Okay, Warlord traits. Stimulated by pain. Each time this Warlord loses a wound, add 1 to the attack, to a max of +3. Each time this Warlord regains a wound, subtract 1 from its attack. Okay, so it's a give or take sort of thing. When a Warlord is destroyed, if it's within engagement range of enemy units, it can fight in death. Nice. Intoxicating Musk. While this enemy unit's within 3 inches, -1 to hit roll. Cool. -1 to hit with a 3-inch aura. Cool. Unbound Arrogance. Each time this Warlord is selected to fight, you and your opponent secretly select a number from 1 to 3, then reveal your choices simultaneously. If the chosen numbers differ, then until the fight is resolved, add the number you chose to the attack characteristic of your Warlord. Cool. That one's similar than it was before. It's like really, it's like a mini game of like, do I get my special rule? Ha ha ha. So like narratively fun. Ooh, dang, Noise Marines are even more brutal than just the data sheet made them look with the Legion traits. Heck yes, with the 6s to wound being an extra AP. Yep. Yep. Faultless Duelist. Each time the Warlord makes a melee attack, you can reroll hit rolls. Neat. While the enemy model is within engagement range of this Warlord, -1 from their attacks. Boo. So this is just another models thing, not unit. Once again, it should be models. Their unit would be -1 attack, but I guess they didn't want to give it to everybody. Glutton for Punishment. Each time an attack is allocated to this Warlord, if the Warlord does not have the vehicle keyword, -1 from damage. I always love that one. That one's always a good one. Each time a Warlord loses a wound, as a result of a mortal on a 5-up, it's not lost. Okay. -1 damage is pretty good. Loathsome Grace. Add +2 to your move, and can reroll advance and charge rolls. Okay, like, out of all of them, these are probably the most meh Warlord traits we've seen so far. I do like the Stimulated by Pain, so it's like a free fight and death, and the more it gets wounded, the more attacks they get. That's neat. So then by the time they die, they're attacking with like full wounds. Great on a Demon Prince, imagine. How many wounds does a Demon Prince have? Like 8? So you could literally add, oh no, it's a max of +3. Boo! Well, I guess they knew where my head was going with that. Okay, let's dive into some of the stratagems here for the Emperor's Children. Cruel Bladesman for 2 CP. Use it in the fight phase when a Emperor's Children unit is selected to fight. Till the end of the phase, each time a Heretic Astartes model in that unit makes a melee attack, improve the AP by 1, so extra AP. Decent. Honor the Prince. Use a stratagem in your movement phase or in your charge phase. After selecting an Emperor's Children core or Demonkin unit to advance or declare a charge. If used in your movement phase, do not make an advance roll. Instead, add 6 to their move. If used in your charge phase, do not roll 2d6. Instead, roll d6 plus 6 for the unit's charge roll. Nice. So it's essentially change 1 dice to a 6, but you have to commit to it before you roll the dice instead of like when you roll the dice. There's still a 3-up. It's actually less chance of you getting it because now it's only 1d6 plus 6. Whereas before, if either of the dice was a 3, you could change 1 to a 6, which then was like almost a guaranteed charge. So a little bit worse, but still 1 CP. And auto advance 6 inches is always very powerful as well. Excess of Violence, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your command phase if your army is engaged in either wanton destruction or massacre. Select an infantry unit from your army until your next command phase. It's considered to be engaged in slaughter instead. So you can put 1 unit into sort of like the assault doctrine. So exploding 6s in combat. Nice. That extra AP strat is pretty cool for Terminators, especially stacking with the extra AP on 6s. Yeah, it is, especially in close combat. Like the Cruel Bladesman doesn't work in shooting, it's just for close combat. But yes, it means you get extra AP, and then with 6s it'd be an additional AP as well. Incessant Disdain for 1 CP. Use it in the Heroic Intervention step of your opponent's charge phase. Select a Emperor's Children core, Demonkin, or character unit until the end of the phase. If that unit is not a character, it can heroically intervene as if it were a character. So 3-inch Heroic Intervention. If it's a character, they can heroic 6 inches instead of 3. Nice. So super Heroic Intervention strat can be very powerful as always. Death Ecstasy. 2 command points. Use this stratagem in the fight phase. When an Emperor's Children infantry unit from your army is selected as the target of a melee attack. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit is destroyed by a melee attack, if that model has not fought this phase, do not remove it. The destroyed model can fight after the attacking model's unit has finished making attacks and is then removed from play. Fight in death on demand is really powerful. Like, just being able to spend 2 CP to just automatically fight on death, incredibly powerful. Let's say I like that stratagem a lot. 2 CP though. Spicy for 2 CP, but spicy. I heard there is a new Demon Shell strat that gives +6 to Bolter, -1 AP. So that with the Emperor's Children, 6 is enough to get around most armor contempt situations. Yeah, we'll definitely see what happens with that for sure. Sporific Gaze. 2 CP. Use this at the start of the fight phase. Select 1 Emperor's Children character model from your army, then 1 enemy unit within 3. That enemy unit is not eligible to fight until all the fight last. Oh, nice. They have a fight last within 3 inches stratagem. Oh, so good. I love it. Combat Elixirs for 2 CP. When an Emperor's Children core or character unit from your army is selected to fight, until the end of the phase, add 1 to the strength of models in that unit and improve their weapon skill by 1. Nice. Just juice them up. +1 strength, +1 weapon skill for 2 CP. Decent. And last but not least, Excruciating Frequencies. Use a stratagem when an Emperor's Children unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack with a sonic weapon, on an unmodified wound roll of a 6, the target suffers a mortal wound in addition to normal damage, up to 6 mortal wounds, in addition to normal damage. So it's like Wrath of Mars, right, but for sonic weapons. After the unit has finished making its shooting attack, select 1 enemy unit that was hit by an attack made with a sonic weapon. Until the end of the next turn, you cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. And it stops them from overwatching or setting to defend because they're literally holding their head, being like, oh my god, ah. Yeah, that's pretty beefy. Excruciating Frequencies became better. Much, much better. Okay, let's take a look at some of these relics. The Endless Grin. Well, that just sounds terrifying. Emperor's Children infantry model. Each time the bearer would lose a wound, on a 6-up, the wound is not lost. Once per battle, when the bearer is destroyed, you can use this relic. If you do so, mark the bearer's position, remove the bearer from the battlefield. At the end of the phase, on a 3+, he comes back to life with D3 wounds remaining. So, Resurrection Relic. Nice. Fatal Sonancy. Emperor's Children model only. At the end of your movement phase, you can select an enemy unit within 12 and visible. Roll 6 D6. For each 4+, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. What? Every turn? Oh, that's actually really good. At the end of your movement phase, select an enemy unit within 12, visible. Roll 6d6. For each 4+, you just take a mortal wound. Oh my gosh, that's so good. That's actually really good. Like, that's 6 4+s every single movement phase that you can literally put on, like, somebody with a jump pack or a demon prince with wings and literally, like, snipe out enemy characters or, like, units and just wear them down with mortal wounds throughout the course of the game. That's powerful. That's very, very powerful. It's like oh, it's a Lucius the Eternal thing. Yeah, this quite did indeed offend Slanesh. I know. It's so good. Super Doom Siren. Yes, I agree. Armor of Abhorrence. Emperor's Children model only. Bearer has the following ability. It's an aura. Each time an enemy unit that's not Titanic within 3 is selected to fall back, roll a d6. On a 4+, that unit cannot fall back. Okay, neat. So this is within 3 inches, so you can have a little aura. 4 inches can't fall back, can be powerful. It is on a 4-up, so it's like not guaranteed. However, it's still powerful, and you can use it against vehicles, just not Titanic. Now, that'd be really good into like knights that have like the Warglaives, because they're not Titanics. You could hold them and not get shot by giant knights, you know, that sort of thing. Remnant of the Maraviglia. I remember the name of that relic from the supplement. Emperor's Children Priest model only. Once per battle, at the end of your command phase, the bearer can use this relic. If it does so, until the start of your next command phase, the bearer has the following ability. It's an aura. So once per battle, at the end of your command phase, while the friendly core or Emperor's character unit is within 6, add 1 to the attacks of models in that unit. Okay, so an aura of +1 attack. Nice. So you want to get the priest stuck in for that, before it gave you like reroll wound rolls or something. Neat. Are there any options for characters with a jump pack? Maybe. I guess we'll find out, won't we? We'll get to that. Of course, you could have wings or something, I'm assuming. Distortion. Emperor's Children model with a power sword, or a force sword, or a cursed weapon. It is... You select a profile. So you got the Elegant Incision, Strength User, melee -2/1 damage, and you get 2 additional... Oh, for every attack, you make 2 hit rolls. Ooh, nice. Or the Inelegant Slash, which is ×2 -4/2 damage. Nice. So you could get like a bunch of attacks at AP -2/1 damage, or a couple of strong attacks that are like power fist attacks. Neat. Raiment Revulsive. Emperor's Children model only. This relic can be given to a cultist model. It is an aura while friendly Emperor's Children unit is within 6 inches. If that unit is performing an action, it can shoot without the action failing. While an enemy unit is within 6 of the bearer, the enemy cannot start to perform an action. That can be very powerful in a match play environment, but it can be given to some of the to a cultist unit. So we have the Red Corsairs and the Creations of Bile coming up, and that would be the end of the Legion traits. Exciting times, which is super fun. Okay, let's dive in. Red Corsairs. Red Corsairs. Huron Blackheart himself. The renegade pirate space marine man supreme. Hydration. As we move into the 2nd hour, or the 3rd hour of this breakdown. Thank you so much, everybody who's been hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. You're all amazing. If you haven't already, click that like button, share, subscribe, and support me on Patreon if you'd like to see more of these, because that's literally the best way. Like $5 a month, you get extra videos, you help me create more content. The link is in the description down below. The Red Corsairs. So we have Legion trait, Raiders from the Maelstrom. So you've got units with this trait are eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which they advanced. So advance and charge, army-wide, pretty powerful stuff. Models with this trait count as 2 models when determining control of an objective marker, or 5 models if they have a wounds characteristic of 10 or more. Well, that's really neat for like rhinos and vehicles and things like that. And advance and charge is really awesome on pretty much everything. That really helps with bikes and raptors and infantry. As a Dark Eldar player, advance and charge is incredibly powerful and increases your threat range like tenfold. There's been a lot of hullabaloo about Chaos Lords not being able to take jump packs because it's not in their points. I'm hoping it's just because they're dads, no price, it must be free. Well, we'll see. You know, hopefully we can see some cool options in there as well. Warlord traits. Oh, this is like a... Yeah, so Reaver Lord. At the start of your command phase, the Warlord on a 4+ gains a command point. Neat. Angel of Hatred. Each time this Warlord fights, if it made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention in this turn, then add +1 strength and attacks. Cool, so like a furious charge for back in the day. Dark Raider. Once per turn in your shooting phase, after shooting with the friendly Red Corsair core unit within 6, that unit can make a normal move. If it does so, it's not eligible to declare charge. Super powerful. Being able to like automatically like pick a unit to fire and fade, incredible. That could be a biker unit. It's a normal move. So you literally can grab a unit, move it 14. If it moves 14, you could grab a Havoc unit, like move it out from behind a wall, shoot, move it behind a wall. You know, that's really neat as well. Brandon says, has he covered the Iron Warriors? You mean have I covered the Iron Warriors? Has Skari, the guy who's talking, covered the Iron Warriors? Yes, I did actually. You can grab it and just like go back and find it. But if you are watching this, I will have a pinned comment with all of the timestamps. After it like processes the video, it'll be there. Tabletop Chuck, thank you so much for the super chat. Skari is great. I support his Patreon, and with his coaching, I've become a top competitive player. My 40k knowledge is outstanding. Well, thank you very much for the props. I've actually really enjoyed coaching you, so it's been super fun. And I love your passion for the game, which is great. Iron Warriors were a couple of legions back. That's right, because they are backwards legions. Ha. Let's take a look at the relics. Maelstrom's Bite. Red Corsair model with a combi melta only. Before selecting targets, you select one or both of the profiles below to make attacks with. If you select both, then each time attack is made, you subtract 1 from the hit roll. So you've got the Super Twisted Meltagun, 18-inch assault 1, strength 9, -4, d6 +2. And a Master Crafted Bolt Gun, 24, rapid fire 1, strength 4, -1, 2 damage. So it's a fancy combi bolter. The Armor of Badab. Corsair Terminator model only. They gain an aura. While a friendly Corsair core or character unit is within 3 inches of the bearer, Terminator models have a 4-up invulnerable save, and non-Terminator models have a 5-up invulnerable save. That's an aura? A 3-inch aura? That's powerful. 4-up invulnerable Terminators and 5-up invulnerable for your characters and regular dudes? That's good. Traitor's Laurels. Add 1 to the attacks of the bearer. Once per battle, you can make an epic D-stratagem cost 0 CP, which is really useful in the current CP-starved environment. And while the bearer is alive, they have the Aura, Traitor's Laurels, core units within 6, ignore modifiers to combat attrition. So that could be useful if you're running like big blocks of infantry, especially against like Chaos Knights or something that has like that damages or affects your like your combat attrition. Then we have 4 stratagems instead of 8 for the Red Corsairs. We have Secure the Prize for 1 CP. Use a stratagem in any phase when a Red Corsair core unit from your army is in range of an objective marker and they're selected as the target of an attack. Until the end of the phase, each time an attack with a damage characteristic of 1 is allocated to models in that unit, add 1 to saving throws. Very similar to the Gravis armor bonus that like Space Marines have, but any unit that's on an objective. Neat. So essentially shrug off small arms fire. Rain, Fire, and Death, 2 CP. Use a stratagem in your command phase if a Red Corsair character unit from your army is on the battlefield. Select a point on the battlefield, place a marker on that point. At the start of your next command phase, roll a d6 for each unit within 6 of the center of that marker, adding 1 if they're within 3 inches, if an enemy unit's within 3, and subtracting 1 if it's a character. On a 2 to 5, they suffer d3. On a 6, they suffer d6 mortal wounds, and then the marker is removed. You can use it once. It's a 2 CP orbital bombardment. It actually has a 6-inch radius, which is better than the 3-inch radius of the normal orbital bombardment. Actually not bad for 2 CP. Doing some mortal wounds, especially if people decide to hide behind their big castle in the back of the board. You can be like, you know what, let's put an orbital bombardment down there. If you don't move out of the way, I have a chance to do quite a bit of damage. You know, kind of forces them out. For 2 CP, it's not terrible. Block combat attrition for cultist hordes. Yeah, Red Corsair core units. Yeah, it could be combat attrition for cultist hordes. But if you can take Legionnaire units in blocks of 20, that works for them too, right? Kind of fits the lore for Corsairs and Bile to have less because they haven't been around as long. Yeah, so they're like minor legions, essentially. Like you've got Red Corsairs and the Legions of Bile. They were supplements. They've been added in. I do like that they gave the legions like full, fleshed out, like stratagems and things, and really cool. So that's neat. The Hounds of Huron for 2 CP. That's the next stratagem. Use a stratagem in the fight phase after a Red Corsair biker unit from your army has fought. If that unit is within engagement range of any enemy units, it can fall back as if it were your movement phase. Otherwise, it must make a normal move as if it were your movement phase. So, very powerful. It's like a Raven Guard thing. You can attack, do your attacks, and leave. And that's before, like right after you fight. So you don't, like, you can go in and fight something that will murder you back and fight them, and before they get to hit, you can run away. So it's really cool. I like that one a lot. Raid supply lines. Use a stratagem at the start of your reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase. If a red Corsair Warlord is on the battlefield, if it's the first or second battle round, you can select one of your opponent's strategic reserves or reinforcement units. That unit cannot arrive on the battlefield this phase for any reason, even if it has another rule that states it always arrives on the battlefield during a specific battle round, like a drop pod. You can only use this stratagem once. That is incredibly powerful. Oh, you kept something in reserve, did you? Let's make sure you cannot bring it into reserve. But you can only do it on the first or second battle round. So you can't, like, keep something off the board to kill it on the third battle round. However, you can be like, oh, you have, like, that unit that you want to bring in to, like, alpha strike me and do some damage, or you have some falcons or whatever. No. That falcon full of fire dragons can stay off the table. Yeah, that's not coming anywhere near me. I really like that a lot, actually. Zentiades asks, are there options to do custom Legion traits? I haven't seen any. So maybe, but I don't think there are. Like with the Loyalist Space Marine Successors Pick 2 thing. Yeah, I haven't seen any Build-A-Bear stuff. Secondary objectives, Raid and Reeve. Pick an infantry and biker unit. This is a match play secondary objective. Bikers and infantry can do an action. If they're end of the movement phase, they have to be in range of different objective markers that are not rated. They they finish at the end of the next command phase. And you get 3 points or 2 points or 1 point, basically. So you basically do actions on objectives to get points. Oh, and then and then they have to keep the spoils and be alive. What? Weird. I know, it's weird. They have to, like, raid objectives and then run away and stay alive to get objective raid spoil points. It's kind of strange. And then we have the Creations of Bile. Neat. So, Legion trait. Experimental enhancements. Add 1 to the move characteristic of models with this trait. Add 1 to the strength characteristic of models with this trait. Each time a model with this trait is destroyed by a melee attack, if that model has not fought in this phase, do not remove the model from play. The destroyed model can fight after the attacking model unit has made attacks and then is removed from play. If any of the destroyed models' characteristics change as it suffers damage, for the purpose of determining what characteristic it's on its profile, it has 1 wound remaining. So lowest profile can fight when they die in combat. Neat. Warlord trait, Surgical Precision. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack on an unmodified hit roll of a 4, it automatically wounds the target, and the AP of that attack is improved by 1. Okay. Prime Test Subject. Add 1 to the strength, toughness, and wounds of the warlord. Twisted Regeneration. Once per battle, when this warlord is destroyed, you can choose for them to regenerate instead of using other abilities. If you do so, remove the warlord at the end of the phase, roll a d6 on a 2+, set it back up on the battlefield with d3 wounds remaining. So it's like a Master Homunculus. It's like Fabius Bile stayed in the Dark City. He was actually in the Dark City, and he learned from, I think, Uri and Rakarth, or he was under Uri and Rakarth's scalpel for such a long time he learned how to do a lot of stuff that Urian did. Which is kind of gross. Surgical precision for Bile. Yeah, exactly. Relics, the Helm of the All-Seeing. While the bearer is on the battlefield, each time your opponent spends a command point, you can roll a d6 on a 5+, you gain a command point. Kind of handy in this kind of meta right now. Living Carapace, Creations of Bile infantry model only. Once per battle, when an attack is allocated to the bearer, it can enhance this relic. If it does so, until the end of the turn, each time an attack is allocated to the bearer, the damage of that attack is changed to 1. Once per battle, cool. you can be like, and I need to make everything damage 1 because you're hitting me with a 3 damage Thunderhammer or a bunch of Thunderhammers right now, and I need to stay alive. Neat. Hyper Growth Bolts. Creations of Bile model with a bolt weapon. Select a bolt weapon that becomes a relic. Each time the bearer is selected to shoot, you can choose to fire a Hyper Growth Bolt. If you do so, the bearer can make 1 attack. If it scores a hit, if the target's not a vehicle, it automatically wounds the target, has an AP of -1, and has a damage of D3 plus 3. So it's like an AP1 D3 plus 3 damage bolt. But he's okay. So it's okay. It's like a crazy sniper bolt thing that does a decent amount of damage. Interesting. Not like, doesn't really shout like incredibly good to me. And then we have Monstrous Visage, 1 CP. Use it in the fight phase when a Creations of Bile core or Bile Demonkin or character is selected as a target of an attack. Until the end of the phase, you're -1 to hit. So -1 to hit in combat. Nice. Taken Alive, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when the enemy warlord is destroyed by a melee attack made by Creations of Bile. This is literally straight out of the Drukhari Codex. Until the end of the battle, -1 to the leadership characteristic of every model in your opponent's army. Your opponent cannot use the insane bravery stratagem. Hilarious. Your opponent cannot use any rules to reroll a morale test. Neat. Well, it's better than the witch cult one then. The not being able to use insane bravery, that happens once per game, but it can be very key at like key moment of the game. Be like, oh, I got your warlord. Excellent. No more insane bravery for you. The Masters are watching. 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the command phase. Select a infantry unit from your army, then select 1 friendly character model that is visible to that unit. Until the end of that turn, the infantry unit is considered to be in range of any or all of the following aura abilities that character model has: Lord of Chaos, Aspire to Glory, Demagogue. That's neat, and it's in the command phase, so technically you can use it in yours and your opponent's command phase. So that's neat. And for 1 CP, Auto Stimulants. Use a stratagem at the start of your charge phase. Select a core unit from your army. Until the end of the phase, they can declare charge in a turn in which they advanced. Neat. So an advance and charge strat. The match play secondary objective is Specimens for the Spider. You get 3 points if you kill characters or monsters. You get 2 points if 1 or more units were destroyed in melee. Cool. So kill characters, kill monsters. At the end of the battle, if 1 or more Astartes, Santic, or Heretic Stars were destroyed, you gain an additional victory point. So kill stuff in close combat to get points. That's actually not a terrible secondary. There you have it, folks. That is the Legion rules. So we're going to continue. We're going to go on. And as we move into 2 hours and 20 minutes, we still have all the stratagems, warlord traits. We have all of the stuff that we want to do over here. We've got the Marks of Chaos. We've got like all of the army special rules. And then we have all of the data sheets that we're going to be going through. Woo, there's so much spice in this book. It is a fat tome. A fantastic tome, and I love it. Good morning, Green Blood Crusade. Welcome. Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate people who watch live as well as anybody who watches the entire time. Like, who does watch a whole one of these? Like, honestly, it's like 4 hours. Like, when the heck do you get, like, you know, does somebody actually put one of these and watch it from start to finish? I doubt it. Specimens for the Specimen God. Okay, let's dive into the Chaos Space Marine stratagems. This is, of course, for detachments. Death to the False Emperor for 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Traitorus Astartes unit from your army is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a Heretic Astartes model in that unit makes a melee attack against an Adeptus Astartes or Santic Astartes unit, you can reroll hit rolls. So reroll hits against Space Marines because they don't like you. Hey, Nurgle Matthew, what's going on? Thanks for the review. Yeah, no problem. Thanks a lot for coming to hang out. Also, good morning. Then again, after this, we're all going to go and hang out and support Charity Hammer, because that's what's going on this weekend. We're going to make sure that we're hanging out in the streams, supporting a great cause. So make sure you, if you haven't already, we're going to head on over after this. Demon Forge, 2 or 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase or fight phase. When a Demon Engine unit is selected to shoot or fight. Until the end of the phase, improve the weapon skill and ballistic skill of models in that unit by 1. If it's a Titanic unit, it's 2. Otherwise, it's 1. Fury of Cain, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when a Trader Khorne unit is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, unmodified roll of a 6 automatically wounds. Cool. Hello, Philip. What's going on? Thanks for coming to hang out. Good morning, Market Corn. Who watches The Watchmen? I do not. I haven't, actually. Often while painting, says Green Blood Crusade. Nice. Well, I'm glad folks watch these whole things while doing stuff. It's neat. Excited about this one. Oh, I know. Super excited. It's chaos. There's lots of stuff. Grandfather's Blessing. I'm assuming that's for Nurgle. Use it when a Nurgle unit from your army is selected as a target of an attack. Until the end of the phase, an unmodified wound roll of 1 to 3 fails. So transhuman for Nurgle, which makes sense. If that unit has 5 or fewer models, it's 1 CP, otherwise it's 2 CP. Neat. So transhuman for Nurgle, that's powerful. Hatred Eternal, 2 CP, end of your shooting phase or end of the fight phase. Select a Legionnaire unit from your army. If it's a shooting phase, it can shoot again. If it's the fight phase, it can fight again. Oh, what? They just get a blanket 2 CP shoot again or fight again just for Legionnaires? Amazing. That's really good. Murderous Perfection. And it's 2 CP too. That's so good. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase or the fight phase. When a Traitoris Astartes Slanesh unit is selected to shoot or fight. Once during that phase, when resolving an attack made by a model in this unit, you can change the result of 1 hit, wound, or damage roll to a 6. Note if a D3 is being rolled, it's a 6 halved to a 3. Well, that's neat. Remember, on a wound roll of a 6, you improve the AP characteristic, right? Of, especially if you're playing Emperor's Children. So, neat. Transhuman Nurgiology. Reroll against Space Marines because they don't like you. Well, the feeling is mutual, corpse lover, says Xanthiades. There is a stratagem in the regular Space Marine book that is exactly the same thing. Murderous Perfection for 1 CP. Oh no, we already did that one. Veterans of the Long War, 2 CP. Use a stratagem in the shooting phase or fight phase. When an infantry or biker unit selected to shoot or fight. Till the end of the phase, add +1 to wound for 2 CP. Nice! Veterans of the Long War is still there for 2 CP. Amazing. This is still so good. It's so good! Veterans of the Long War with Hatred Eternal, like +1 to wound with all your bolters and then shooting twice, like, it's still incredibly powerful. Of course, with the CP that you have, like, it's 4 CP to pull that off in a turn. However, it is, like, crazy good when you pull it off. Wrath of the Chosen, 1 CP. Use it in the shooting or fight phase when a Terminator or Chosen unit selected to shoot a fight. Till the end of the phase, you get +1 to hit. So it's essentially like Fury of the First, but it's Chosen or Terminator instead of just Terminators. Nice. Blasphemous Machines, 2 or 1 CP. Use it in your command phase. Select 1 Traitoris Astartes Machine Spirit or Traitoris Astartes Demon Engine model from your army that has a wound characteristic of 10 or more. Until the start of your next command phase, that model is considered to have full wounds remaining for the purposes of that characteristic on its profile. Neat. If it's Titanic, it's 2, otherwise it's 1. Nice. So you basically have, like, act at full profile for Demon Engine or Machine Spirit units. We know how useful those are. Like, all the factions that have used these have shown you how useful these are. So it's neat that they have them. Fell Prayers. Use a stratagem at the start of any of your phases other than your command phase. Select 1 Traitoris Astartes Priest model that has not chanted a prayer. That model can chant a prayer that has not been chanted, and it's automatically heard. So, like the Space Marine one. Fire Frenzy, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase. After an enemy unit has finished making an attack, select a Hellbrute model that was hit by 1 or more of the enemy's attacks, and which is not within engagement range of enemy units. The Hellbrute model can shoot as if it were your shooting phase, but can only target either the closest enemy unit or an enemy unit containing a model that targeted the Hellbrute model, and only if the enemy unit is an eligible target. Fire Frenzy it's gone from a very random mechanic to something that's situational but fun. It's a CP to make your Hell Brute shoot you in your own turn when you shoot my Hell Brute if you didn't kill it, which I think is hilarious. The Great Sorcerer. Use a stratagem at the start of your Psychic phase. Select a Tzeentch Psyker from your army, then select one following rule to apply. Can attempt to manifest an additional Psychic power. Can attempt to perform one Psychic action and then manifest a Psychic power. That is amazing for secondaries, Warp Ritual, Psychic Interrogation. That's fantastic. Aspiring Lord. This is your extra Warlord trait. Neat. This is your Gifts of Chaos. Extra Relics. Trophies of the Long War. Give a relic to a non-character model, to a sergeant. So, neat. Contempt over Caution. I like this Fire Frenzy. Whoa, says Xanthiades. Yeah, pretty good, right? Contempt over Caution. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase. Select a Legion core unit that is not within engagement range of enemy units. Then select one enemy unit. Until the end of the phase, models in that Legion unit can target that enemy unit, even if it's within engagement range of other enemy units, provided those other friendly units are all Legion units. So shoot into combat. Okay. Each time a model in that Legion unit makes an attack against that enemy unit, you cannot reroll hits, and an unmodified hit roll of a 1 scores a hit against the friendly Legion unit of your choice within engagement range of the enemy unit instead. Resolve any attacks against friendly units after resolving any attacks that hit that enemy unit. If all the Legion units within engagement range of the enemy unit you selected were cultists, this stratagem costs 1 CP. Otherwise, it costs 2 CP. Hilarious. Shoot into combat, and it's cheaper if you shoot into a combat that has cultists in it. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, it's so good. I can just see Chaos players like being like, aha! Just like, pop, 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 pop. And what's really cool is, say, like, your opponent's being cheeky and they're, like, surrounding your models and, like, trying to trap you in combat. And you're like, whatever, I'm just going to shoot you. And then you kill a bunch of your own models and then remove that unit out of combat by shooting your own models out of combat. And then that unit is now exposed and then everybody else can shoot it. Oh, that's so funny. Let's say Dark Eldar Witches do not like this stratagem at all. Pin them down with cultists and then mow everything down. It's so chaos. I love it. Unending Destruction. 2 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase. Select a Traitoris Astartes infantry unit from your army that's not a cultist unit that is performing an action. They can shoot and do an action for 2 CP. Neat. Relentless Devastation. 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your movement phase when a Traitoris infantry, not cultist unit for your army, makes a normal move or advances. To the end of your shooting phase, provided the unit does not move again, it's considered to have remained stationary. So remain stationary for 1 CP after move or advance. Really good to get bolters in rapid fire, things like that. That can be really neat. Or shoot the unit out of combat and then charge in with the remaining parts of that unit. Yep. Desperate Breakout Chaos Edition, says Markacorn. I know, it's pretty cool. As a Chaos player, you're looking at all this going, ooh, that's cool. Ooh, I can see the use of that, right? Ritual Offerings, 1 CP. Use a stratagem when an enemy unit is destroyed by a cultist unit. Until the end of the battle, that cultist unit automatically passes morale tests. Each time that models in that cultist unit makes a melee attack, get +1 to hit. So they kill something in combat. No, they kill something in shooting or combat for cultists. They become fearless and get +1 to hit. Because they're totally crazy. Oh, that's such a good... Oh, man, some of these strats are really fun. Too bad we only have, like, no CP to use them anymore. Scorn of Sorcery. 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your opponent's psychic phase. After a psychic test is passed from enemy psyker, and after any deny the witch test is taken, if that enemy psyker was within 24 of any Khorne units from your army on a 4+, the power is denied. Nice. That's pretty standard stuff. 4-up deny for Khorne. I think that's going to be very useful to have. Shroud of Flies for Nurgle. Neat. So Cloud of Flies, but this is Shroud of Flies. Use it at the start of your opponent's shooting phase. Select a Nurgle unit from your army. Until the end of that phase, each time an enemy model shoots, if that Nurgle unit is not the closest eligible target or within 12 of that model, then until that shooting is resolved, that model cannot target the Nurgle unit. If that Nurgle unit has the monster, vehicle, terminator, biker keyword, it's 3, otherwise it's 2. AKA, you can't shoot my Nurgle unit. In addition to having a transhuman for your Nurgle unit, like, that's pretty good. Terminators is more CP, but if you just do it on a normal unit, it's 2 CP. Cool. Very good to keep something in the back. Like, imagine you're doing Alpha Legion. You could have one unit hide with the Alpha Legion Conceal, and then one unit hide with Shroud of Flies. You could literally have 2 units out in the open, not getting shot and giving you, like, points. Like, people are going to win games with these things. It is ridiculously awesome. Terrifying Phenomena, 1 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of the morale phase. Select one enemy unit within 12, or a Chaos Undivided unit from your army. Until the end of the phase, your opponent cannot select the unit for Insane Bravery. It cannot use any rule to allow them to reroll morale. If that unit fails a morale test, any action they perform immediately fails. Nice. Well, that's really good. No Insane Bravery is good. Especially for, like, Night Lords with their combat attrition modifiers and things. That could be really nasty. Now it's a deny instead of a flat nullify, which means if something is made not deniable, it no longer gets around that. So, that's pretty cool. Tide of Traitors, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your command phase. Select a cultist mob unit from your army that is within 6 inches of a battlefield edge or within 6 inches of your deployment zone. Up to D3+3 destroyed models can be added back to the unit. These return models cannot be set up within engagement range of any enemy models unless you're already in engagement range. So it's a bring models back, and it's not capped. Oh my gosh. You can use it every command phase. Oh, that's so good. Minimum of 4 cultists come back, up to 6 cultists for 1 CP. It's like, I'm like, oh, it's not capped. This is amazing. And then we go, oh, great. It's, we're playing with 6 CP at the start of the game. So is it gonna... It would be really handy if, like, you're trying to hold your objective, your opponent, like, trying to pull your banner down or whatever. Or, like, sorry, trying to, like, take an objective and you're like, haha, I bring back cultists and now this is my objective again. So that could always be really handy. 2 CP for Excessive Cruelty. Use a stratagem when an enemy unit within engagement range of a Traitorous Slanesh unit from your army falls back. After that enemy unit has finished the move, select one Slanesh unit from your army that enemy unit was within engagement range with. That Slanesh unit can either consolidate up to 3 inches, or if it's no longer within engagement range of enemy units, shoot as if it were your shooting phase. If the Slanesh unit shoots, it can only target the unit that fell back, and only if it's an eligible target. So they become Harlequins. They can bounce around with, like, Harlequin level shenaniganery. Oh my gosh! That is so good. Vicious Descent, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your charge phase when a Traitorous jump pack unit finishes a charge move. Select an enemy unit within engagement range, roll a d6 for each model. For each result that equals or exceeds the toughness, suffers a mortal. Yeah, this is basically Hammer of Wrath, Vicious Defense. Very useful. Especially, like, say you have... The best times people have used it against me is when I have Incubi, and they're like, I'm going to charge you with some jump packs. And they're like, I'm going to Hammer of Wrath you. Kill all your Incubi before you roll to see if I fight last. That sort of thing. It can be quite useful to do damage in different phases. So glad you said it because I'm loving this, but also grumpy. So many cool strats, just they cut the CP in half. Yeah, it's like, oh man, this is so great. Oh man, this is so great. Warpborn Foresight, 2 CP. Use a stratagem at the end of the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase. Select a started Tzeentch unit from your army that is not within engagement range of enemy units. Then select one enemy unit that's within 12 of that unit that was set up as reinforcements. This Tzeentch unit can shoot as if it were your shooting phase, but if it does so, it must target units that came in, etc., and only if they're eligible. Okay, it's a fancy way of saying Auspex scan. But only Tzeentch can do it. Choices of the Spice of Chaos Space Marine players. I agree. You know, being able to have multiple choices and going back and forth, that's really powerful, you know? Okay, Winds of the Warp. 1 CP. I feel the warp overtaking me. It is a good pain. Use a stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase. When a biker or jump pack unit that advanced in your previous movement phase or was set up on the battlefield during the reinforcement step of your movement phase is selected as the target of a range attack until the end of the phase. Each time an attack is made against a unit, -1 to hit. It's just like a smoke bomb. Like we moved, or we advanced, or we came in from reserve. Smoke bomb. Demon Shells. 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Traitoris Astartes unit from your army is selected to shoot until the end of the phase. Add 6 inches to the range of all bolt weapons in that unit. Neat, that's always really powerful. Each time a model in that unit makes a range attack with a bolt weapon, improve the AP by 1. So extra 6-inch range and +1 AP for all your bolt weapons. Now, that's not terrible. You know, most bolt weapons have like, 2 damage, AP 0, whatever. But it lets you get into like a tactical doctrine. But the extra range is good for like rapid firing. A Terminator unit with this would be really powerful. I could see that being really spicy. Infernal Engine, 2 or 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase or the fight phase when a Traitoris Astartes Demon Engine model from your army is selected as a target of an attack. Until the end of the phase, each time an attack is allocated to that model, subtract 1 from the damage of that attack to a minimum of 1. If it's Titanic, it costs 2 CP. You can use this on Titanic? The heck? Make any demon engine into a dreadnought. Ugh, gross. It's and the fight phase too. Oh, that's filthy. That means you're going to be like, oh, look at my little warp thingy that's coming at you. Oh, it's -1 damage. Oh, look, it's a hell of a lot more durable than you thought it would be. Ha-ha! Take that. That's really good. That's a good stratagem. Sky Shrike Missile. 1 CP. Traitoris Infantry Unit that targets an aircraft with a missile launcher. It hits, and it does 2d3 mortal wounds. That's pretty much the Skyfire rocket or whatever that you have from Space Marines. Yep. Smokescreen, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase. When a smokescreen unit is selected as target of attack, -1 to be hit. There you have it. That is all of the stratagems. Wow, what a crazy, amazing amount of different stratagems and stuff. It's really, really cool. I really, really like what they've done with it. If you're a Chaos player, let me know what your favorite stratagem that we went over is in the comments down below or in the chat. And leave a comment. Tell me which one it is and why. Like, what do you think? Do you think any of these are going to be overpowered or whatnot? Corn Lord of Skulls just loving this. 30 wounds, 2 up save, armor contempt. I laugh at your puny attacks. Yeah, and the ability to be like -1 damage as well. It's filthy, is what it is. It's absolutely filthy. If it's a demon engine. Marks of Chaos. Okay, so now we get to talk about Marks of Chaos. If your army is battle forged and includes Space Marine detachments, when you muster your army with the exception of cultist units, you can upgrade Chaos Undivided Core or Undivided Character units that are not named characters for your army to have Marks of Chaos. In addition, you must upgrade every Demon Prince to have a Mark of Chaos. Each time you upgrade a unit, its power rating is increased. If you're playing a match play game, or a game that uses a point limit, then the point value will also be increased. Each time you upgrade a unit, it loses the Chaos Undivided faction keyword if it had it, gains the Mark of Chaos keyword, and it also gains a new faction keyword as shown in the keyword column. If a priest or psyker unit has a Mark of Chaos, it will know 1 additional prayer or psychic power depending on which Mark of Chaos it has, so this is in addition to all the other stuff. A psyker unit cannot be upgraded to have the Mark of Corn. Duh. Your army or crusade force can include the same Mark of Chaos more than once, with the exception of Khorne Berserkers, Rubric Marines, Plague Marines, and Emperor's Children units, which must all have a Mark of Chaos. A crusade force cannot start with any units to have Mark of Chaos. To include such a unit, you must use the Chosen of the Pantheon requisition. Neat! Tabletop Chuck says, I see Chaos not only being competitive, but lots of fun to play as well, as so versatile. I know, it's really neat, right? I like it. I think it's a great thing. So, Mark Korn. They're each 15 points. Cool. Emperor's Children. When you add an Emperor's Children character or Emperor's Children core unit that's not a cultist unit to your army or Crusade force, you must upgrade that unit to have the Marcus Lanesh. That's very specific. I guess. I guess Black Legion, all the others. Like, this is like, Emperor's Children is very specific because it's like World Eaters, you know, Emperor's Children, Thousand Sons Nurgle. Like, they haven't got their own supplement yet, but they're like, no, if it's Emperor's Children, it's its own thing. Mark of Corn. If you have the Mark of Corn, each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, if it made a charge move, was charged, or heroically intervened, add 1 to the strength of that attack. Neat. If this unit has the icon keyword, each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, improve the AP of that attack by 1. Neat. So if you gave them like an icon as well, they get +1 AP. And when they charge, they get +1 strength. So, punchy. I like it. Mark of Nurgle. Each time an attack is made against this unit, if the strength of the attack equals or is double the toughness of this unit, subtract 1 from the wound roll. Oh, dirty. If that attack either equals or is at least double the toughness of this unit, subtract 1 from the wound roll. So you'd be -1 to wound on 4s. There'd be like a threshold, but you want to shoot them with stuff that's more, but not double. Weird. While this unit has the icon keyword, each time a model in this unit makes a range attack, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 automatically wounds the target. What? Just automatically wound on 6s to hit at range. Why not? Let's just throw that in there for 15 points. Oh, man. Can you see me just, like, scratching my face here? Oh. What the fudge? Marcus each. Once per turn, the first time a saving throw is failed for this unit, the damage characteristic of that attack is changed to 0. Just for any unit for 15 points? I have Hemoxites. They can do this once per phase. Like, this is once per turn, so it's not as bad. But on every unit that you want for 15 points? I don't know. Or a Demon Prince. Like, it sounds pretty legit. That's kind of crazy. This unit has the icon keyword. Each time a model in this unit makes a range attack, the AP is increased by 1. Why not? So, you can have a Marcus Zinj Terminator super unit of bolters that could then use like demon bolts and get +2 to like the AP of all their bolters, and then or do it to a big unit of legionnaires that can then like, you know, get +1 AP, fire twice, right? Oh, a demon shell, like, oh my gosh, it's crazy. Marcus Zinj is pretty cool. Marcus Lanesh. If this unit starts the fight phase in engagement range of enemy units, it fights first that phase. If the unit has the icon keyword, each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, you get +1 hit. Neat. That's pretty snazzy. Yeah, you go. So there are the Marks of Chaos. Which is your favorite? I really like the Nurgle and Zinch ones. I think they're really, really good. Personally, I think they're awesome. Also, you get access to some really good psychic ones with the Mark of Zinch as well. But I think you're going to have a little bit of everything. Okay, let's go on to relics for the Chaos Space Marines. These are the basic relics that you can choose. If you have a warlord, you can pick your stuff. You can only give a relic to a cultist character model if that relic specifically says so. Named characters cannot be given relics. Neat. So here we go. Demon Weapon. Each time the bearer is selected, several relics in this section are known as a demon weapon and have the following ability. Each time the bearer is selected to fight, roll 2d6. If the result is less or equal to the bearer's leadership, it can fight as normal. Otherwise, you must select one of the following. The bearer suffers D3 mortal wounds and can then fight. Or, until the fight is resolved, the bearer cannot make any attacks with any demon weapon it is equipped with. So it can fight, slap fight. But I like the fact that you can just take the wounds and fight with it normally as you go come on, and you take them like psychic damage, and you're like, pow. Note that some relics have to replace existing pieces of gear. And write down relics on your war gear roster. Okay. Ul Oka the Black. Chaos Undivided model only. Select a melee weapon the bearer is equipped with. The bearer is now a relic, has a demon weapon. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, if an attack is successfully wounds, they take a mortal wound in addition to normal damage. Very good if they have a lot of attacks. Like if it's like a weapon, like lightning claws or something, gives you multiple attacks. You can make it Uloka the Black, and you could just pick a weapon and just make them like brah. Like just if they wound, they do mortals in addition. That's quite powerful. Zal the Wrathful, Khorne model only. Select a melee weapon that is equipped with. It's a relic and demon weapon. Each time the bearer attacks, add D3 to the damage of that attack. Nice. So just a big punchy weapon. Geholax the Decayed. Nurgle model only. Demon weapon. Each time an attack is made with this demon weapon, if a hit is scored, the attack automatically wounds the target, and enemy models cannot use any rules to ignore the wounds they lose. Oh, that's really powerful into things like Abaddon or... yeah, does that work into that? Well, anyway, no feel, no pains. No, it's pretty good into certain targets. And the cool thing is you can like pick one of the weapons. It could be like a Thunderhammer, or it could be like, you know, any weapon you want and be like, it is the Decayed, you know, and make it like a cool demon weapon. Finny Gaming says, I'm glad I just got back into Warhammer a bit ago. Always a fan of Chaos. Oh, you're going to be a super fan because this Chaos book is spicy. I'm a big fan of what this Chaos book has been able to do. It's been fantastic. Okay, Thraxus and Rihol the Rapacious. Slanesh, oh no, sorry. Kuak the Boundless, Tzeentch model only. Demon weapon, of course. Each time the attack is made with this demon weapon is allocated to an enemy model. Invulnerable saves cannot be taken against that attack. Ugh, gross. My Archon does not like that at all. Tharis and Rihol the Rapacious. Slanesh model only. 2 or more melee weapons. But Slanesh model only with 2 or more melee weapons. So it has to be double. It says a paired weapon. Okay. Those weapons are now both relics. This model is only equipped with 1. Okay. And it's a demon weapon. Each time the bearer selects to fight, it can make additional D3 attacks with each of these demon weapons. Roll separately for each. So you could be like Power Sword, Thunderhammer, and then get additional D3 attacks with each one. Nice. Well, that's pretty cool. There you have it. Those are the... Oh no, there's some more relics. Look at this. This is so cool. Oh my gosh. That is nuts. Gross. So gross. Very chaosy. Can't wait. Got 1.5k of Death Guard built, and the Emperor's Children stuff is coming from Montreal next week. Nice. That'll be really cool. Like, imagine, like, mixing this with, like, Bellacore and, like, a whole bunch of different stuff you can do. And, like, yes, demons need a new codex. Hopefully they'll get one soon. But, like, when you combine, like, all the cool stuff, Death Guard just got a big glow up with the Balanced Slate update that just happened. Like, with all their rules being extra and stuff. Like, a whole variety of really neat things. So, I'm very excited about that. Okay, continuing the relics. The Inferno Tome. Inferno Tome. Priest model only. Can be given to a cultist model. It knows 1 additional prayer. Each time the bearer chants a prayer, if it is heard, the closest enemy unit within 18 invisible suffers D3 mortal wounds. So it's like a smite and a prayer at the same time. That's pretty spicy. Gorget of Eternal Hate. +1 to armor saving throws. 4 up invulnerable save for the bearer. First time the bearer is destroyed, roll a d6 for each enemy within 3. On a 2 to 5, they take d3. On a 6, they take 3. So Lil explodes. Neat. Black Rune of Damnation. Can be given to a cultist model. Each time an attack is made against the bearer's unit, subtract 1 from the hit roll. From the wound roll, sorry. The bearer has the following ability. Black Rune of Damnation. While an enemy psyker is within 18 of the bearer, when a psychic test is taken for that unit, it's a peril on any doubles. Neat. Mantle, that -1 to wound one is pretty good. Like, put it on a big block of cultists and they're -1 to be wounded. Like, it sounds pretty good. Like, you'd be surprised how much a -1 to wound goes to try and keep them alive. Like, they might not survive a lot, but depends on how big the units can get, right? Local Raven. I got a bunch of Chaos units, but they're all different legions. I guess Black Legion it is. Yeah, there you go. You can just pick and choose, right? Chimera Wargaming, good evening to all. Good evening, Chimera Wargaming. Thanks for coming to hang out. Shout out for you. Thanks for hanging out with me. Tabletop Tactics Jinx, what's going on? We got royalty in the chat. I will not start a Chaos Army. I will not start a Chaos Army. I will not start a Chaos Army. Start a Chaos Army. You need another one. Don't you have like Black Templars that you need to paint? Yeah, that's right. I'm calling you out. You should get your Black Templar stuff painted. Xanthiades, one of us, one of us, one of us. The Black Rune is sick. On Terminators? Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, is it one of those that you can give it to is the Black Rune of Damnation one you can give to a sergeant? Let's take a look, shall we? Black Rune of Damnation can definitely be given to a sergeant. So why wouldn't you put it on a giant unit of Terminators and make them -1 to be wounded? Filth! Total and utter filth. Ugh, gross. Mantle of Traitors, once per battle. If the bearer is selected for an epic deed stratagem, that stratagem costs 0 CP. Cool. Each time the bearer makes a melee attack, can reroll a hit roll. Cool. At the start of your command phase, select a Legion core unit that is on the battlefield. Until the start of your next command phase, that unit is considered to be in range of any of the following auras the bearer has: Lord of Chaos, Aspire to Glory, Demagogue. So, neat. Yeah, it's more of a support character relic. Blade of the Relentless. Model with a power sword, demon blade, or cursed weapon only. It is a +1, -4, 2 damage weapon. Each time the bearer fights, it can make one additional attack with the weapon. And each time an attack is made with this weapon on an unmodified hit of a 6, its target suffers 2 mortal wounds instead of normal damage. So like precision strikes. Just hit on the 6, does mortal wounds instead. Okay, way to do some mortal wounds. I do like that Black Rune of Damnation, though. That thing is spicy. Chimera says, just subbed here. Well, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Black Rune on Terminators is going to be gross, says Royal Purple. Yes. Jinx is shushing me? Why are you shushing me, Jinx? Ooh, it was more relics. Holy moly. Not only did every single, like, Legion get a bazillion relics, now we have, like, so it's like 3 pages or 4 pages of relics? What is going on here? The Black Mace. This used to be the terror and bane of everybody's existence, I think in, what, 7th edition? Model with a power mole, a cursed Corsairs, or a cursed weapon. It is +2 melee, -2 AP, 3 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, excess damage it inflicts is not lost. Oh, it's filthy. Instead, keep allocating damage so it spills over. A 3 damage weapon that spills over. Oh my gosh. I don't want to play. Black Rune of Tarnation. Yeah, of Termination. Get it? Because you're going to put it on Terminators every time. The Warp's Malice. Model with a bolt pistol only. This relic replaces a bolt pistol. Is it as good as Kurnoth Bow? I don't think so, but let's see. It is an 18-inch pistol 2, strength 5, AP 2, 2 damage. While the bearer is engaged in wanton massacre or wanton slaughter, cool, so tactical doctrine and assault doctrine. This pistol type is changed to pistol 4. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified hit roll of a 6, the target suffers 2 wound rolls and the attack sequence ends. I mean, 2 mortal wounds. Okay, so it's... Okay. Yeah, sure. Automatic, like, you get 4 shots. You could potentially do up to 8 mortal wounds. Sure. If you could automatically wound, there is a warlord trait where you could get an auto 2 mortal wounds, right? With, like, the Slanesh thingy, where you could, like, change one of the dice to a 6. Was it, yeah, was this the Emperor's Children one? So I guess you could do something tricksy like that. I hope I can give my Exalted Champ the Black Mace. So you can give it to anything with a power mole, an accursed Corsairs, or an accursed weapon. So you know, keep that in mind when we're going through the unit entries. My Space Wolf buddy is not going to be happy about this new Codex. You know what, Vinny? I said this before. You can be proud and happy that you are playing, that you stuck around with Chaos until the new Codex came out. Like, don't be ashamed. Go have fun with it. Enjoy it. Go murder everything and become the Chaos champion you always wanted to be. Okay, then we have the Eye of Talisman of Burning Blood. Khorne model only. This model can heroically intervene 3 inches. But it can go towards characters. Neat. Instead of like the closest unit. Add 1 to the attack characteristic. Each time they make a melee attack that destroys an enemy unit, until the end of the battle, add +1 to the attacks. So they can get beefed up. Good 6-inch heroic and +1 attack. Neat. So very killy one. The Eye of Tzeentch. For a Psyker only. Each time a psychic test is made for the bearer, add +1 to the psychic test. Okay. Each time a psychic test is made for the bearer, on an unmodified result of a 9, the psychic power or action cannot be denied. Ah, that's so good. You're probably going to see that a lot for scoring points in match play. Orb of Unlife. Nurgle model only. It's a 9-inch grenade 1. The bearer can shoot this weapon once per battle. Rolls to hit made with this weapon can never generate additional hits. If the bearer is engaged in what is, say, if it's in wanton destruction. Okay, when an attack is made with this weapon, if a hit is scored, the target suffers D3 mortal wounds and the sequence ends. If the target contains 11 or more models, or if the bearer is in destruction, the target suffers D3 plus 3 mortals. Until the end of the battle, subtract 1 from the toughness characteristics of models in that unit. So once per game, take a bunch of mortals and you're -1 toughness. And it's, wow, you could actually throw this onto a knight or something. And like make that knight or titanic unit go down to like toughness 7 instead of be toughness 8. That could be a huge deal when you're trying to kill something big, tough, and scary. That's already been happening. No losses yet. Well, that Vinny, that's if you're, I'm glad you're having a good time with your faction. Intoxicating Elixir. Slaanesh model only. Once per battle at the start of the fight phase, the bearer can use the relic. If it does so until the end of the phase, add D3 to the attacks of the bearer. The bearer cannot lose more than 3 wounds this phase, and any wounds that would be lost after that are not lost. Nice. So you could be like, I'm going to make myself invulnerable basically for a phase to stop you from ganging up on me and killing me. That can be very powerful. The Liber Hereticus for a Psyker only. In your Psychic phase, the bearer can attempt to manifest 1 additional power. Neat. Each time the bearer successfully manifests a power, add 6 inches to the range of the power. If the power specifies multiple ranges, this rule only affects the first range of the power, so the closest range. Neat. Well, there you have it, folks. That is the relics. Let me know what your favorite relic was in the chat and in the comment. Put your favorite relic down. I think my favorite is the Black Mace. I really like that. That one was pretty nasty. And the Black Rune of Damnation. That thing's pretty spicy. I'm not going to lie. Okay, and here we go, the Dark Hereticus Discipline. So these are the psychic powers. Don't forget, if you're Mark of Tzeentch, Mark of Slaanesh, or Mark of Nurgle, you get additional psychic power in addition to your stuff because you're in the Mark, right? So if you have a psychic with those, you get those in addition to any other powers that you can get, which is pretty cool. Okay, so Dark Hereticus Discipline, the Skeins of Fate. This is the Tzeentch one, I believe. It's a warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select 1 friendly Tzeentch unit with an 18. Until the start of your next psychic phase, they get a 4 pinball save. Nice. Putrid Miasma has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select a friendly Nurgle unit with an 18. Until the start of your next psychic phase, an attack is -1 to be hit. So -1 to hit against Nurgle. Delightful Agonies, Slaanesh unit with an 18. Until the start of your next psychic phase, on a 5+, the wound is not lost. Now, big thing here is Legion Nurgle, Legion Slaanesh, Legion Tzeentch. There's no infantry, core, lock, nothing like that. It's literally any unit. You can put it on a Land Raider, you can put it on a Dreadnought, you can put it on Terminators, you can put it on any Legion unit. That's really awesome. I really like that a lot. Black Mace probably has the biggest glow up. Yeah, that Black Mace is pretty spicy. And plus there's some really cool conversions, like dude with a giant mace. Going around like just bopping things on the head, being like bop 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 bop. We can call it the Bop Mace. Yeah, the Bop Mace. Boop boop. Infernal Gaze. Witchfire. A value of 5. Select an enemy unit with an 18 invisible. Roll 3d6. For each 4, they take a mortal wound. If the result of the psychic test was an unmodified 10, roll 6d6. What? So they made Infernal Gaze better. Why not? A targetable smite that can hit characters. Let's make it better. Sure. Prescience. Warp charge value is 7. Pick a friendly Legion unit with an 18, and they get +1 to hit. Nice, that's always been a staple. Pretty good psychic power. Diabolic Strength. Blessing. Warp charge value is 6. Select a friendly infantry spawn unit within 12. Till the start of your next psychic phase, get +2 strength and attack characteristics of that model. So it's a single model, not a unit. Okay? Death Hex. Warp charge value of 8. Select an enemy unit within 12. Until the start of your next psychic phase, models in the unit cannot use invulnerable saves. As always, very powerful. But it's 12 inches still. Okay, neat. Gift of Chaos. Witchfire. Warp charge value is 7. If manifested, the closest enemy unit with an 18 invisible suffers D3 mortal wounds. You must roll 1d6 for every other enemy unit within 6. On a 4+, they take a mortal. So, kind of like, does mortals to something. It's like a smite with like a bit of a splash damage. Neat. Warp Time. Charge value of 6. Blessing. If manifested, select a infantry spawn unit within 6 of the Psyker. That unit can make a normal move. If that unit advanced in your movement phase, it still counts as having advanced. Until the end of the turn, you can no longer declare a charge. So it's an extra move, but you can't declare a charge. Makes sense. Okay, there you have it. Which psychic powers? They're pretty good. They're the same ones you know from before. Some of them got a little better. They're decent. I think they're a great addition to any Chaos Army. Okay, let's jump into the second psychic discipline, the Malefic discipline. So these are psychic powers. So this is more for, I'm assuming, like summoning masters and things like that, or the warp possession masters, or whatever they're called. Warp charge value of 8 on Death Hex is the only drawback. Yes, but it is a very powerful spell. The fact that it's like targetable, no invulnerable saves is incredibly strong. I'm glad that it's a tough power to get off. Malefic discipline. So, warp marked. Malediction. Warp charge value is 7. Select an enemy unit with an 18. So no line of sight required. Until the start of your next psychic phase, each time a friendly demon, kin, or demon engine model makes an attack against that unit, add +1 to wound. So pick a unit for your demons to go and kill, basically. That's neat. Pact of Flesh. Blessing. Warp charge value of 5. Select one friendly Legion Core, Demonkin, or character unit with an 18. One model in that unit gains D3 lost wounds. So you can heal your characters. That's pretty cool. That's neat. If you selected a core or Demonkin unit, and that unit is not at its starting strength, one destroyed model is added back to that move. Oh, it's like an apothecary. Oh, that's so cool. You can literally bring people back with a warp charge value of 5. 5? Get a whole, like, demon model back? Oh, that's so good. Or a core unit. Just bring a Terminator back. Demonkin back. Like, heal one of your characters. That's filthy. Xanthiades says, can't declare a charge if either of the moves were in advance, right? So Xanthiades, Warp Time is just a normal move. Just by warp timing, you cannot charge. So if you cast that power on someone, they can't charge after that power has been cast on them. Bring an Obliterator back, yes! Yeah, right? With a warp charge value of 5? Are you kidding? That is just ridiculous. Cursed Earth. Warp charge value of 7 if manifested until the start of your next psychic phase, while it is an aura, while a friendly Demonkin, Demon Engine unit is within 6 inches of this Psyker. They have a 4-up invulnerable save. So it used to be +1 to invuls, now it's just a straight up 4-up invul. Each time an enemy unit finishes a charge move within engagement range of that unit, roll a d6. On a 2 to 4, they suffer a mortal wound. On a 5+, they suffer d3 mortal wounds. Neat. So they just added a little, like, if you charge me, I hurt you with stuffs. Raymond Strub says, I'm a bit late. I'll rewatch what I missed later, but is there a Legion you're really liking? The Alpha Legion was really good. I think the combinations that people are going to find out are nuts. Like, Black Legion had some very good stuff. Like, they all had really cool mechanics. I wish you could, like, take multiple detachments and mix and match them again. Ow, I just hit my head. However, let me know what your favorite is, Raymond. Or anybody. Let me know what your combos are that you're thinking about. Like, leave a comment. I want to read them. I want to break them down as well. So that'd be really neat. Okay. Possession. It's a Witchfire, warp charge value of 6. Man, all these powers are really easy to cast. It's like nobody was using Masters of Possession, and now all of a sudden they're like, look, all these are just super easy to cast, and they're really awesome. It's a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select an enemy unit within 9 and visible to the Psyker. Roll a d6, adding 1 to the result if the Psychic test was unmodified 10+. If the result is greater than the unit's toughness characteristic, one model in that unit selected by your opponent just dies. Then, if that unit has not been destroyed, it takes d3 mortal wounds. What? Select an enemy unit within 9, visible. So you could literally snipe a character with that. Like, it can literally be a character, and if you roll greater than the unit's toughness, one model is destroyed. What? I'm just thinking, like, my little succubus is going to be running around, being like, la 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 la, and, oh, you rolled, is it equal to or greater? No, you have to result greater. So on a 4+, you just be like, and your succubus is now possessed. And she dies. What? That is ridiculous. Hold on, let me just get my bearings. Oh, man. The implications of this. You could be like, oh, is that a Terminator unit? Okay, so on a 5+, like, you just lose a Terminator or whatever it is. Oh, that's filth. That is filthy. The Red Path. Hey, Red Path. What's going on? Shout out to the Red Path. Make sure you check him out on YouTube. What is this madness? I know, it's pretty cool, and I love it. Cheesy Barbarian says, can we get Crusade rules? Well, the Crusade rules are here. You really want the Crusade rules. Like I've done before, if we get, let's say, get this video up to 300 likes, and I will do a straight-up Crusade. I will do a Crusade just for Chaos, and I'll break down every single Crusade rule and all that stuff, and we'll do that. How about that? Yeah, let's do that. The Reaper Man says, I'm back. 888 likes. And, you know, if I ever get a video to 888 likes, that'd be awesome. I don't think I have yet. But after you get hit by that Nurgle grenade on a 3+, no! Go away, Nurgle grenade. I would go Black Legion since I have an Abaddon. I'm pretty proud of my paint job. That being said, I have to sell an army before I could start a new one. Yeah, that's usually how it works. You can, as long as you're not playing chapter approved, play Tempest of War and go nuts. Yeah. Tempest of War, you still get all your command points, right? Like, just go play Tempest of War. You know, if you don't want to play match play. Infernal Power. Blessing. War charge value of 6. If manifested, select a friendly Legion Dimenkin or Engine unit within 18. Until the start of your next Psychic phase, each time a melee attack is made by that unit, or a model in that unit, a non-modified hit of a 6 automatically wounds the target, and they have made with an unmodified wound roll of a 6, just in case they need to trigger something that triggers on an unmodified wound of a 6. That's pretty nice. And then mutate, it's not as good as Possession, right? That's just like kill a model on a 4+ or whatever. It's nuts. Mutated Invigoration is a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select a friendly Legion unit within 18. Until the start of your next Psychic phase, add 1 to either the strength or the toughness of models in that unit. If the result was 10 and you selected a Demonkin or Demon Engine unit, add 1 to both. Just any Demon Engine unit? Just +1 strength and toughness? Or you can just pick any Legion unit and make them +1 toughness? Okay, who wants toughness 10 Land Raiders? Huh? Huh? Going once, going twice, sold to the crazy son of a gun that's over there. What the? Okay, you know what? That's pretty exciting. Note to self: the Malefic discipline got a huge change and is amazing, like amazing right now. Let's just say that's my favorite right now. Okay, we're not done yet. We're running into the fourth hour of this breakdown. So if you're brand new, thanks for coming to hang out. Really appreciate all the support. Hit that like button if you haven't already. It's right there, right below where you're watching. This would not be possible without the support from everybody on Patreon or the Super Chats or people who like, share, and subscribe. You can support what I do, like $5 a month, literally get extra videos, extra content, and help me make more stuff like this. The link is down below. Join up today and help me create more awesome content for as long as I can breathe, literally. Local Raven says, tier list for Power Boys seems to be MOP, Apostle, Demon, Prince, Sorcerer, Lord. Yeah, Monster Possession is incredible. The Apostle is pretty good. Demon Prince is good. Sorcerer is good. Lord is good. Like, I think you can really build an army that's, like, very specific to what you want. Okay, let's take a look at the prayers to the dark gods. Excellent. So, everybody knows Dark Zealotry. In addition, before the battle, you generate the additional prayers if they have any from the Dark Gods, from I'm assuming that's these here. Cool. So, you get a free prayer depending on if you get a mark. And then you have all of them, no Dark Zealotry. And then, of course, you've got your 6 prayers. Neat. And that same Landry can have a 4++ save thanks to Psychic as well. Yup. Yup. Let's just say that Chaos have some really cool, spicy things, and I love it. Wrathful Entreaty. Oh, Dark Zealotry. It's an aura. Core, cultist, character units within 6 can reroll hit rolls in melee. Neat. So basically the mirror image of the Space Marine one. Except it also works for cultists. Awesome. So this is the Corn one, Wrathful Entreaty. Select a friendly core or character unit within 6. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, it is considered to be in wanton destruction, massacre, and slaughter for that attack. So it gets exploding 6s with heavies, rapid fire, assault weapons, grenades, pistols, and then exploding 6s in close combat. So basically, like, just it wants to murder things all the time. That's cool. Mutating Invocation Aura for Tzeentch. So core character, Tzeentch core character units within 3. It's an aura, so while within 3 of this priest, roll a d6. Each time in the model would lose a wound. On a 6-up, it's not lost. So essentially an apothecary aura for Tzeentch. Neat. Feculent Beseechment. The Poop Prayer. If this prayer is heard, select a friendly Nurgle core Nurgle character unit within 6. Add 1 to the toughness of models in that unit. You know, the stacking things that I'm seeing here. Okay, get a Terminator unit, give it the marker Nurgle, give it -1 to be wounded, give it +1 toughness all the time, give it another +1 toughness with mutated invigoration. So you have a Terminator unit with +2 toughness, -1 to wound. That's a toughness 6 unit with -1 to wound. What? Oh my gosh, it's nuts. Gross. Okay. Blissful Devotion. Slanesh core or character unit within 6 inches of the priest. That unit can declare a charge and advance. Nice. So advance and charge as a prayer. That's pretty cool. You can like pray and then send them off on an adventure. Considering that you have an auto 6 advance with the Blessing of the Dark Prince or whatever, which changed, right? We talked about that earlier with Emperor's Children. It's poo armor. Neat, says Grant Wilson. Yeah, it's the poop plates. The poop armor. We're all children, and this is amazing. So then we have the Benediction of Darkness, which is an aura. If this prayer is heard, then, while a friendly Legion core character or cultist unit is wholly within 6 inches of this priest, wholly, each time a ranged attack is made against that unit, it's treated as having the benefits of light cover. Meh, okay, sure. Yeah, fine. Works against that Terminator unit with armor contempt When I really keep them alive, just have this dude praying next to them. Litany of Despair. If this prayer is heard, select an enemy unit within 12 of the priest, roll 3d6. If it's greater than the enemy's leadership, you pick one of the things to take effect. Cannot perform actions and fails actions it's currently performing. The unit cannot fire Overwatch, is set to defend, and fights last. Nice. So a fight last prayer, no actions. It is 12 inches though, so it has to be in your command phase, so it's very close by. So, situational. Omen of Potency. This prayer gets +3 to the attacks of the priest and improves the armor penetration of his attacks by 2. So, Punchy Priest, we call it a Slapalin in Space Marine lingo, but you could call it a, I don't know, Slapostle? A Slapostle! The Slapostle. Yeah, the Slapalin. Slapostle. Slapostle? Apostle slapper? He slaps. Is that how that works? Correction. Redid the math would be a 5+. Correct. Warp Sight Plea 4. This prayer is heard. Select a friendly core, cultist, or character unit within 6. Each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, reroll a hit roll of 1. The target does not receive the benefit of cover against that attack. Ooh, that's even dense cover too. So take away dense cover. That's any core, cultist, or character unit. Neat. That's actually not bad. Especially when you're doing like Zinch, you got all the AP bonuses that you can do with like Mark of Zinch or whatever. Like you could be like, and it's any legions. You could have like a Mark of Corn prayer guy pray and give this to a legion cultist unit that's like Mark of Zinch or whatever. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Slapostle it shall be. Excellent. Excellent. Go forth and spread the word of the Slapostle. Soul Terror Portent. If this prayer is heard, select a core, cultist, or character unit within 6. Each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to wound. Why not? +1 to wound in combat. In an aura. Oh no. 1 unit. Okay, that's the same as a Space Marine Chaplain. That one's a good one. Illusory Supplication. If this prayer is heard, select a friendly core, cultist, or character unit within 6. Each time an attack is made against that unit, an unmodified hit of a 1, 2, or 3 for that attack fails, and the attack's hit cannot be rerolled. That's incredibly good. Give the unit transhuman to hit, make them Nurgle for transhuman to wound, or make them super tough, or with the little thing that makes them -1 to be wounded, and you can't reroll hit rolls against them. Oh, I can just see the Death Stars right now. I can just imagine it. Giant unit of like something in the middle of the table being unkillable. Filth. Absolute filth. Okay. Okay, and here we go. We have the regular random warlord traits. I don't know. Can they top it? Who knows? We shall see. So, Flames of Spite. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack, you can reroll the attack wounds roll. Each time the warlord makes an attack on an unmodified wound roll of 6, the target suffers a mortal wound in addition to normal damage. Nice. It's okay. Unholy Fortitude. Each time the warlord loses a wound, on a 5-up it's not lost. So your standard one. Hatred Incarnate. Each time the warlord fights, if it made a charge, heroic, you get +1 strength and attack, so Furious Charge. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack, you can reroll hit rolls. That's not bad. Lord of Terror Aura. While the enemy unit's within 6 of the warlord, when a morale test is taken, your opponent must roll an additional dice and discard the lowest result. If that unit fails a morale test, until the end of the phase, it's considered to be below half strength for the purpose of combat attrition. Okay. Situational. Eternal Vendetta Aura. At the start of the first battle round before the first turn begins, this is the one that Abaddon gets, so one of the 3 that Abaddon gets. Pick an enemy unit until the end of the battle while a core or character unit is within 6 inches of this warlord, when they make any attack against that unit you picked, you can re-roll wound rolls. So it's like pick an enemy unit to just murder because you hate it. And Gaze of the Gods. This warlord has a 4-up invulnerable save. Each time this warlord makes an attack, it's considered to be engaged in wanton slaughter, destruction, and massacre. So all 3 chapter tactics, essentially. Named characters. So for anybody who's wondering when we get to them, Abaddon the Despoiler gets Eternal Vendetta, Paragon of Hatred, and Merciless Overseer. So make sure you head on over to the Black Legion stuff and check out what those 2 do. Harkon gets Lord of Terror, which is this one up here. Huron Blackheart gets Reaver Lord, which is red Corsairs one. Fabius Bile gets Surgical Precision, which in the Creations of Bile section. Lucius the Eternal gets Faultless Duelist, which is the Emperor's Children. And Cypher gets Unholy Fortitude, which is 5-up Feel No Pain into Cypher. I believe he's an agent of chaos as well. But can he be your warlord? Very interesting. Okay, chapter approved rules. We've gone through some of your secondaries that you can pick. In this case, we have No Mercy, No Respite, Purge the Enemy, and Shadow Operations for your chapter approved secondaries that you can pick. So the Long War. At the end of the turn, score a point for each unit that you killed that was in range of an objective marker. Score 2 points if you control an objective marker that your opponent controls. So take an opponent away from an objective, kill a unit, you get 3 points at the end of your turn. This is a very good one, by the way. Purge the Enemy, Rise to Glory. If you select this objective at the end of each battle round, score 2 points for each character, monster, vehicle model that you destroyed in melee. If such a destroyed model had a wounds characteristic of 10 to 19, you score 1 additional point, or 2 additional points if it's Titanic, or was the enemy warlord. You cannot score more than 5 points per battle round from the secondary objective. In addition, each time a character, monster, or vehicle model is destroyed, roll 2d6. If the result is less than the wounds characteristic of the model, you gain a command point. So kill big stuff. Characters, monsters, and vehicles. Shadow Operations for the Dark Gods. Select a tally for the Gods tally. Add 1 each time you dedicate a table quarter to the Chaos Gods. 1 infantry or biker unit can start to do the action at the end of your movement phase if it's wholly within a table quarter that has not been dedicated to a Chaos God yet and is within 3 inches of the center of that table quarter. If the unit performing this action has the objective secure ability, it happens right away, otherwise it takes time. If completed, you select either Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, or Slaanesh, dedicate that table quarter to it. If the action is completed by Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, or Slaanesh unit, that unit can only dedicate that table quarter to their patron deity. That table quarter is said to have been dedicated, blah, 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 to that god, etc. If a table quarter has been dedicated to a god by your army, then while the Traitoris Astartes unit from your army is wholly within that table quarter, you get +2 leadership for models in that unit, unless the Chaos God is not their patron, etc. At the end of the battle, score 2 points if your for the Dark God's tally is 1, score 5 points if the tally is 2, score 9 points if it's 3, and score 14 points if the tally is 4. So you get 9 points for 3 table quarters dedicated, and that's not terrible. There's a lot of ways to do actions and shoot, and you get cool bonuses for it, so why not? It's like a weird retrieve Nachmund data. It's actually better when you just do 2 table quarters. It's actually better for just 2 table quarters. No, better for 3 table quarters. Yeah, because 2 is 4, 1 is 5. Oh, it's better than Nachmund data. 100% better than Nachmund data. That's really good. Okay, then we have the Crusade rules. We won't be going over them. However, you basically pick a glory that you're trying to go for. Dark Glory, Personal Glory, or the War Fleet's Glory. You know, you've got rules for Spawndom, a bunch of different things. If this video hits 300 likes, I will make a full, comprehensive video of just the Crusade rules for this book. So that's up to you. You want people to see it, like it, click that like button, share it with anybody, post it on your social media, share it on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, tweet about it, do a TikTok dance about my video, do whatever you want. 300 likes, and I will talk about dubbed the God Rod. It's called the God Rod. Nice. All I see is a chart that goes to 8. Yes, definitely good charts that goes to 8 stuffs. Okay, so those are Crusade rules. Ta-da! Okay, so let's dive into your datasheets and abilities. So Army datasheet abilities, so you've got the Legion keyword on things. War gear and weapons list, your abilities. So Demon Engine is a basic ability. They have a 5-up invul, and they regain a lost wound in your command phase, so they slowly heal, and they have a 5-up invul. Neat. Malicious volleys. So anything that has malicious volleys, instead of following the rules for rapid fire weapons, if the shooting model is within half range, they rapid fire. If it's an infantry model and it remains stationary, they rapid fire. If it's a Terminator or biker model, they rapid fire at full range, basically. And it's any bolt weapon with the rapid fire type. And then Warp Strike. So Warp Strike is during deployment, you can set up this unit in reserves. When they are available to come in, they can come in anywhere on the table more than 9 inches away from enemy units. It's what we colloquially call Deep Strike. So if you ever hear the term Deep Strike, that's what we mean, is it literally you pick a unit and deploy it 9 inches away from the enemy. So that's what I'll be calling Deep Strike. There's lots of different Deep Strike abilities, but they are all the same thing. Okay, so let's talk about Let the Galaxy Burn. This is a new mechanic for Chaos Space Marines. And it's a cool mechanic. Very similar to, or then mechanic-wise, very similar to the mechanic of Tactical Doctrine, Devastator Doctrine, Assault Doctrine that Space Marine, like Loyalist Space Marines have. So what they've done is they've revamped this and they've made it work for Chaos Space Marines in a way that makes sense to them. So, if every unit from your army is Traitor Astartes, excluding Agents of Chaos or Unaligned, and every Legion unit from your army, excluding Abaddon the Despoiler, because he can go in any Legion, is from the same Legion, you gain the following rules. Each time a model in this unit shoots with a flame weapon, when determining how many attacks are made with that weapon, you add 2 to the result. So Flamers make D6 plus 2. So all your Flamers get better. Cool. It's like having Tau Flamers on everything. Neat. Right? This unit gains a bonus depending on which wanton act it is engaged in as follows. During the first battle round, your army and every unit from it is engaged in wanton destruction. So during the first battle round, while this unit is in wanton destruction, each time a model in this unit makes an attack with a heavy, a rapid fire, or a grenade weapon, an unmodified hit of a 6 scores 1 additional hit. So instead of getting additional AP, like Loyalist Space Marines do, Chaos Space Marines get additional hits. So 6s to hit will be extra hits with something like rapid fire, heavy, and grenade weapons on the first battle round. During the second battle round, your army and every unit within it is engaged in wanton massacre. So during the second battle round, each time a model in this unit makes an attack with a rapid fire, assault, or pistol weapon, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 scores an additional hit. So rapid fire weapons will be useful in destruction and massacre, heavy weapons only in destruction, assault and pistol weapons in massacre as well. So you get exploding 6s in when you're doing with shooting, which is cool. At the start of the third battle round, select either Wanton Massacre or Wanton Slaughter. So you can stay in Wanton Massacre for a second round if you want, or you can jump into Wanton Slaughter until the end of that battle round. So, and then during the fourth and subsequent battle rounds, your army goes into Wanton Slaughter. And Wanton Slaughter is, while this unit is engaged in slaughter, each time a model makes an attack with an assault, pistol, or melee weapon, an unmodified roll of a 6 scores an additional hit. So now you get the exploding 6s in close combat, but also with any assault and pistol weapons, which continue to be useful even from the Wanton Massacre. So that's a really cool sort of like way to like merge everything together and give it like that sort of tactical combat doctrine style, but more about killing stuff rather than just like making your weapons better because you trained with them. More like we're shooting them, now we're getting close, now we're punching them, right? And I think I like that a lot as well. Note that some rules enable you to be in some acts where there other stuff is in other acts. So like there's warlord traits and stratagems where you can like pick on relics, where you can like make units go into a certain thing to get exploding sixes, etc., etc., etc. Very cool mechanic. I really like Let the Galaxy Burn, and I cannot wait to see what you Chaos players come up with stuff like that. Okay, let's dive into the basically the last bit of today's unit. I'm not going to go through point values because the point values are free online. Thank you, Games Workshop, for posting all the point values for free for us to take a look. This is fantastic. Really appreciate it and all that good stuff. So, Huron! Yeah, we'll get to him in a second. Okay, Abaddon the Despoiler. Movement 6, weapon skill 2, ballistic 2, strength, toughness 6, 9 wounds with 8 attacks and then an 11 armor and a 2-up save. He has a 24-inch Talon of Horus, assault 4, strength 5, minus 1, 2 damage. So being an assault weapon, he'll benefit from the wanton destruction and slaughter. No, wanton slaughter and whatever. The last two. Drakian. Melee weapon, plus 3, minus 4, 3 damage. An unmodified wound of a 6. Target suffers D3 mortal wounds in addition to all more damage. And then he's also got the Talon of Horus, which is strength user, which is 6, minus 4, 1 damage. But every time you attack, you make 2 hit rolls. So you could do 16 hit rolls at 1 damage AP 4. Or 8 hit rolls at 3 damage minus 4 and strength 9. So he is a little bit of a beatstick. Charles says, so if you're in all 3 due to an ability, would you get the 2 extra attacks on rapid fire, assault, and pistol since they're in 2 of the listings? No. Specifically, in a lot of those things, they say they don't stack with each other. Like there was a couple of instances in there where like they don't stack. Mark of Chaos Ascendant. Each time this model makes a melee attack, if it made a charge move, it does have Let the Galaxy Born and Warp Strike, so it can teleport. Each time this model makes a melee attack, if it made a charge move, was charged or provoked a heroic intervention, add +1 to strength. Cool. Once per turn, first time a saving throw is failed for this model, damage is reduced to 0. Cool. Each time an attack is made against this model, if the strength of the attack is equal or double the toughness, you -1 to wound. Cool. If the model starts the fight phase in engagement range of enemy units, it fights first. So, Mark of Tzeentch, Khorne, Slaanesh, like all the marks. Neat. Dark Destiny. Has a 4 pinball save and cannot lose more than 3 wounds in the same phase. Oh, that's so good. Considering he's a 9-wounded character that can be bought like Lookout Sword, that is just crazy good. If your army's battle forged, this must be a warlord. He gets 3 warlord traits if you buy a warlord trait for him. If one or more models from your army has ruled his effect, then one of these models must be a warlord. If this model is not your warlord, it gains the Agents of Chaos keyword. Nice. He does have an aura, Despoiler aura, while Chaos core units within 6, they add +1 to charge rolls, and they reroll hit rolls of 1. So he's like a captain. And Lord of the Traitor Legions, he can pick a core or character unit within 6 and give them reroll hit rolls. If you picked a Black Legion unit, you also give them reroll wound rolls. So he picks a unit to get reroll hits and wounds, like Morven Vol, if you're Black Legion. And he's really punchy and killy and hard to kill. And he has a ton of different keywords. AKA, Abaddon the Despoiler is a boss. And I'm pretty sure you're going to see him in almost every single Chaos Space Marine army. Abby buffing himself all day, baby. Yep, giving him reroll hits and wounds. Why not? On his 16 attacks or his 8 attacks. Ugh, gross. Okay, Harken World Claimer. Movement 12, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength 4, toughness 4, 6 wounds, 7 attacks. Leadership 10 with a 3-up save. Oh, by the way, Abaddon's leadership 11. I don't know if I made that clear. He has the Hell Spear. 12-inch range, assault 1, strength 7, minus 3, 3 damage. Each time an attack made this weapon hits, you draw a straight line between the closest point of this model and that of the closest model in the target unit. Make a wound roll against the target unit, and each other unit passes over. It's like a beam. And then it has the Herald's Talon and melee, minus 3, 2 damage, and can reroll wound rolls. Nice. Yep, my list will start at 1,700 points and then add Abaddon. Yep. He is a Supreme Commander as well, but he's an HQ choice, so he can be put in HQ or a Supreme Command detachment. He also deep strikes and has Let the Galaxy Burn. He's a Lord of Raptors. In your command phase, select a friendly core or character unit within 6. Until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll hit rolls. If it's a Raptors unit, you can also reroll wound rolls. So he's also like a Chapter Master, but if he gives his ability to a Raptors unit, they get amazing reroll hits and wounds. I'm wondering if you can give Meltaguns to Raptors still, because then you could literally reroll hits and wounds with like all your Meltaguns or Plasmas or whatever with your Raptors that bounce around. Lord of Chaos Aura, for any Black Legion core units, reroll hit rolls of 1. Cool. Head Taker. Each time an enemy character unit is destroyed by an attack made by this model, until the end of the battle, add 1 to the attack characteristics and increase the range of his Herald of the Apocalypse ability by 6 to a maximum of 24. So if you kill characters, sure. What does the Herald of the Apocalypse thing do? It's an aura. While an enemy unit is within 6 inches of this model, each time that unit fails a morale test, an additional model will flee. Sure. Situational. This model has a 4-up invul save. Nice. Okay. He's okay. He definitely got a glow up. So, Huron Blackheart. 6-inch move. Weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength 4, T5, 6 wounds with 7 attacks, leadership 10 with a 3+ save. He has a shooting claw, which is a flamer. His assault D6, strength 5, -1, 1 damage. Does it count as a flame weapon? Page 176. Because if it counts as a flame weapon, he will get D6 + 2, which would be kind of cool. What's it called? Tyrant's Claw Shooting. Flame weapon. Flamer, Bale Flamer, Hair Flame, every relic that replaces flame, and the Tyrant's Claw. Okay, so the Tyrant's Claw is shooting. So it's technically D6 + 2. Strength 5, -1, 1 damage. He has an Exalted Power Axe, +2 strength, -2, 2 damage, and the Claw, which is essentially a -2 AP, 1 damage, and 2 hit rolls instead of 1, so you're looking at 14 attacks with his Claw. Nice. Let the Galaxy Burn. Aura Chaos, reroll hits rolls of 1 for Red Corsairs Core. In the command phase, select a friendly core or Corsair character within 6. Until the start of the next command phase, they can reroll hit rolls, so he's a Chapter Master. He has a 4-up invul save, and he has the Hamadria. Once per battle, at the start of your Psychic phase, this model can use the Hamadria. If it does so, it gains a Psychic keyword and can manifest Smite or a power from the Dark Heretics Discipline. So any power once per game. So he's not a Psyker like Standard anymore, he just gets a cast once per game. Cool. Neat. So he's a Red Corsair. He's neat. He's awesome. Okay. Heretic Astartes Demon Prince. 8-inch move. Weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength 7, toughness 6, 8 wounds with a 6 attacks. Leadership 10 with a 3-up save. Has Hellforged Sword and Malefic Talons. The axe is +2 strength, -2, 3 damage. The sword is +1 strength, -3 AP, 3 damage as well. And the talons are -1 AP, 2 damage, and 1 additional attack with the weapon. If you give it wings, it moves 12 and flies. You can equip it with wings and give it one of the following. The sword can be an axe or a talon. So you could go up with like 8 attacks with talons. Okay. Let the Galaxy Burn. Okay. Demonic Allegiance. When you include this model, you must give it the faction keyword for one of the gods. If your army is battle-forged, you must give it a Mark of Chaos. If you select Slanesh, it must have the Mark of Slanesh. You get Zeech Nurgle, they gain the Psychic keyword and get +1 strength. And if you select Khorne, it gets +1 strength and attacks. Ugh, so many abilities here. Lord of Chaos, reroll 1s to hit for Legion Core. 4-up invul save against ranged attacks and 5-up invul save against melee attacks. Interesting. And a Fearsome Aura. Enemy units within 6 inches have -1 leadership. Interesting. If it's a Psyker, it can manifest 1 Psychic test and deny 1. And has access to the Dark Heretics Discipline. pretty standard stuff. Demon Princes are Demon Princes. I feel like, you know, if you want a punchy character, you're probably going to use Abaddon, and then you're probably going to go ahead and kind of like do a whole bunch of different stuff. Hey, Master, what's going on? Thanks for coming to hang out, everybody. We're almost at the 4-hour mark of this stream, so if you haven't already, make sure that you get yourself a nice cup of water. It's almost done. This is my 3rd drink in 4 hours. See, look, I had my coffee, had water, and then after this, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to go have dinner. I mean lunch. Mark Corn says, sad that the Corn Demon Prince don't get to deny. However, you do have the deny strat, right? Fabius Bile. Afternoon, Sindri, what's going on? So a Night Lord Prince has an aura of -3 leadership. Heck yes. Because he's very terrifying. Plus, you could make that aura 9 inches with some of the relics to like increase the auras. You know, so there's maybe some play there, right? Fabius Bile. He has a Surgeon Acolyte. So he's got 6-inch move, weapon skill 2, ballistic 2, strength 5, toughness 4, 6 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 10, 3 up save, and his acolyte is essentially strength 3, T4, 1 wound, with leadership 6, with 5s and 5s. He has his Needler, his Surgeon, the Rod, frag and crack grenades, and the acolyte is equipped with a close combat weapon. The Cyclops Needle is an 18-inch pistol 3, strength 2, AP -2, 2 damage. Each time an attack made with this weapon is made against a non-vehicle or titanic unit, unmodified wound of a 2 is always successful. Got that technology from the Dark City, except you made it better AP. The Surgeon is strength 4, -1, 1 damage in melee. Each time the bear fights, it makes 4 additional attacks with this weapon. Cool, so you can have up to 10 attacks with a Surgeon. And the Rotted Torment is strength user -2, 3 damage. So strength 5 at 3 damage. It's like a bonky Thunderhammer. Neat. Fabulous Bill, says Sindri. Fabulous Bill. Let the Galaxy Burn, Enhanced Warriors. While this unit contains Fabius Bile, it can attempt the following action. Enhanced Warriors. Action. At the end of your movement phase, Fabius Bile can start to perform this action. If he does so, select a friendly Tratus Astartes core infantry unit within 3 of Fabius Bile, which does not have the mark of Chaos keyword or an enhancement, see below. This action is completed at the end of your shooting phase, so it goes from end of your movement phase to end of your shooting phase, provided the unit you selected is still within 3. If completed, roll a d3, and then until the end of the battle, the unit you selected gains the relevant enhancement. If you're playing a Crusade battle, at the end of the battle, you must take an out-of-action test for all enhanced units that do not have the Creation of Bile keyword, even if they were not destroyed. So, on a 1, they get +1 strength. On a 2, they get +1 toughness. On a 3, they get +1 attack. So, all useful. Neat. While the unit contains an Acolyte model, each time Fabius Bile completes the Enhanced Warriors action, roll 2d3 and select one of the results. That's incredible. The destruction of a Surgeon Acolyte model is ignored for the purposes of morale. If Fabius Bile is ever destroyed, this unit's Surgeon Acolyte model is also destroyed. And then he's got to rule the Surgeon. Each time Fabius Bile would lose a wound, roll a d6. On a 5+, the wound is not lost. At the start of your command phase, Fabius gains up to d3 lost wounds. So he just re-knits himself. Design a note. For the purposes of this unit's Enhanced Warriors and Surgeon Acolyte abilities, it ignores any Fabius Bile models from your opponent's army. Okay, fair enough. So if there's 2 Fabius Biles, 2 Fabius Biles. He is an agent of chaos, though, which is pretty awesome. I do like that a lot. Ah, nice. Okay. But the Acolyte is not an agent of chaos. And he does have the... He doesn't have... He doesn't have the Emperor's Children keyword. He has just the Creations of Bile keyword. Interesting. Okay, Cypher. Hey, look at that. Got a new model. He's in the Codex and everything. He is definitely an agent of chaos. He is a movement 6, a weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength and toughness 4, 6 wound with a 6 attacks, leadership 9 with a 3 up save. He has Cypher's bolt pistol and Cypher's plasma pistol. So his bolt pistol is 18-inch, 6 shots, strength 4, -1/1 damage, and his plasma pistol is 3 shots, 12 inches, strength 8, -3, 2 damage. So like a constantly overcharged plasma pistol. Neat. He has the Let the Galaxy Burn. He does have Mysterious Protection. He has a 4-up invulnerable save. Each time an attack is made against this model, you can only hit him on 4 pluses, and you can't, so he has Transhuman to hit. Once per battle, at the end of any shooting phase or fight phase, you can just remove this model from the battlefield and place it into strategic reserve. If the battle ends and this model's not on the battlefield, it is destroyed. So cool. You can just basically remove him, put him into strategic reserve. He's like, bloop, shadows. Blazing Weapon. This model is eligible to shoot in a turn in which it fell back or advanced. Nice. Enigmatic Ally. If your army is battle forged and a Chaos Space Marine detachment in your army includes any Chaos Lord model, Cypher can be included in that detachment without taking a slot. And then the Agent of Discord. Each time your opponent uses any rule that would allow them to generate command points or have command points refunded, roll a d6. On a 4+, your opponent does not gain those command points or have those command points refunded. Well, let's just say that is really useful. Cypher is a good little toolkit character now. Neat. I love how he runs around with Lionel Johnson's sword but doesn't actually use it, which is awesome. I can see Cypher being everywhere that Abaddon isn't. Yeah, like that is a really neat, and if you do give him a warlord trait, he has a 5-up ignore damage. But like he's got some pistols, he can teleport places at the end of any shooting phase. You can like literally run him up and like pistol something and then like remove him from the board. It's kind of neat. Master of Possession. I think we all know that we're going to see some of these because that psychic discipline is money. Absolute money. Can he still fire into close combat? Well, he has pistols. Yes. If he's in close combat, you can fire in close combat. If he's in... What is it? If he's in... there's a stratagem you can use to shoot in close combat, which we went over before. So, Master Possession. Movement 6, Weapon Skill 3, Ballistic Skill 3, Strength 4, Toughness 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks, 9 leadership, 3-up save. Bolt Pistol, standard. Staff of Possession, +3, -1, D3 damage. If you allocate an attack to a Psyker, after the bearer has resolved all of its attacks, that Psyker model suffers the perils of the warp. What? If one or more attacks were made with this weapon and were allocated to a Psyker model, the bearer, that Psyker model's unit suffers the perils of the warp. Like, you literally don't even have to hit with it. You're just like, I allocated an attack with my Staff of Possession, and your head hurts now. Oh, that's funny. Let the Galaxy Burn has a 5-up invul save because it's Demonkin. Rites of Possession Aura. While an enemy unit is within 12 of this model, each time that unit suffers the perils of the warp, it suffers an additional mortal. Okay. Sacrificial Dagger. Each time this model attempts to manifest a psychic power from the Malefic discipline, if it's within 3 inches of a friendly Legion infantry unit, excluding Demonkin and Cultist units, so you can select one of these units and make a sacrifice. If you do, the selected unit takes D3 mortal wounds, but you can add 2 to the psychic test. That's so good. Oh, man, what? And all of those, by the way, all of the Malefic discipline were like 6s. Like, you didn't need them. Like, you didn't need to roll high at all. And then you just get +2, just make it hard for your opponent to deny them. So good. Can manifest 2 powers, deny 1 power. Filth. Okay. Chaos Lord. Chaos Lord, movement 6, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength 4, toughness 4, 6 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 10, 3-up save. Thunderhammer, frag and crack grenades, and a plasma pistol. So your standard Chaos Lord from the Blackstone Fortress set. Plasma pistol is the same as any plasma pistol has ever been. Thunderhammer, ×2, -2, 3 damage. Yep, -1 to hit. This model's Thunderhammer can have any melee weapon. This plasma pistol can be replaced with a bolt pistol or another melee weapon. So you can do double melee. It is a 3-up save, so not Terminator armor or anything. Sigil of Corruption, 4-up save, and reroll 1s to hit for core. Pretty standard stuff. He's like your standard Chaos Lord. Doesn't have a jump pack, though. I think we came to that. Master Possession is OP. I think they didn't sell enough Master Possessions, and now everybody's gonna want a Master Possession. Huh? Right? Right? Chaos Lord in Terminator armor. Movement 5, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength 4, toughness 4, 7 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 10 with a 2-up save. Combi bolter, exalted power axe, and a lightning claw. Oh, or you can give it a lightning claw instead. You can give it a lightning claw, chain fist, or one weapon from the melee weapon list that's not a chainsword. Okay? You can give it a combi melter, combi plasma, combi flamer, or another lightning claw if you wanted to. Has a 4-up invul save and reroll once to hit. So your tanky Terminator that also has malicious volleys and warp strike. Nice. He doesn't have malicious volleys. Interesting. I guess he can't have a long-range weapon. Wow, we're still in the HQs. So you just have your regular sorcerer. Movement 6, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 3, strength 4, toughness 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, 3-up save, bolt pistol and a force stave, which is +3, -1 d3 damage, and can manifest 2 and deny 2. So that's just a little bit better in denying than the Master Possession. However, the Master Possession is, in my opinion, incredibly good. Charles Metz, and if I have demons, could do a strat for extra d3 on a peril, so 2d3 plus 1 mortal. Nice. It would help if you could buy a Master Possession. Yeah, that is also very true. Yeah, I will say, though, the fact is, don't forget that if you allocate an attack with your little, like, imagine if you're playing into, say, that is Tzeentch, like, Tzeentch or Grey Knights, and you charge in your Master Possession, and you try and like do a multi-charge and get like 4 different units within engagement range of your Master Possession, and you go, you know what? I have 5 attacks, so I'm gonna allocate 1 attack to each of you, and you all gonna just take a perils at +1 because that's how I'm gonna do my damage. I'm gonna go punch you with I'm just literally gonna allocate. I don't even need to hit or wound. I'm just like, and perils, 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 perils. That's so funny. The Sandman says, "Where be the fallen?" They were dropped, buddy. They fell over. Sorcerer and Terminator armor. Basically the same, except it is 6 wounds. Everything else, and a 2-up save. And 5-inch move. Can have more weapons. Can have a Chaos Familiar. The Chaos Familiar is, once per battle, you can reroll a psychic test taken for this model. That's all it does. This model's combi bolter can have Melta Plasma Flamer. This model's Force Stave can have a Force Axe or Force Sword. This model can have a Chaos Familiar, and it has a 5-up invulnerable save. You can manifest 2 and deny 2. So your standard stuff with a free reroll once per game if you pay for the Chaos Familiar. I don't know if it's free or not, but and an invul save, which is always really useful, and teleport, and malicious volleys. Drop it like it's hot. That's right, Brandon Myers, 100%. Red Corsairs seem like the money, says Sindri Tepek. Well, I'm glad you like the Red Corsairs. That's pretty exciting. Okay, Lucius the Eternal. He's an old model, so the fact that he's still in here and not Legends or like have a new model for him, I'm surprised. Weapon skill 2, movement 6, ballistic skill 2, strength 5, toughness 4, 6 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 10, save 3+. He has his Doom Siren, so that's range 12, assault d6, strength 5, -3, 1 damage. Sonic weapon, each time an attack made with this weapon targets a unit within half range, add 1 to the damage of that attack. Each time that attack is made with this weapon, it automatically hits. So is that what Sonic weapons do? Because that is scary. -3 AP, because of course it's a Sonic weapon. It doesn't care about your armor. And it's a flamer. That's that Doom. Wow, glow up on the Doom Siren. Holy crap. His 30k model looks way better. This is trash, says name 92. Are you sad about the Chaos book? So funny. Duelist sword, melee, strength user, -3, 2 damage. Excellent. So Marcus Lanesh, this unit starts the fight phase. They fight first. Cool, he's got Marcus Lanesh, makes sense. Duelist Pride. Each time this model is selected to fight, If there are any models with an unmodified weapon skill of 3 or better within engagement range of this model, then until the fight is rolled, you add 3 to the attacks. Each time a melee attack is made by this model is allocated to a model with an unmodified weapon skill of 3 or better, add +1 to the damage. So I guess the better they are, the tougher he hits them? Neat. Armor of Shrieking Souls, 4-up invul. If get rid of that scrub. Call me when Sigismund arrives. I know. That'd be so much fun if we could run Sigismund, but sadly not the case. Sounds like Noise Marines. If this model is destroyed by an attack made by an enemy model, your opponent rolls 2d6. If the result is less than the enemy model's leadership characteristic, the enemy model's unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. Otherwise, that enemy model unit suffers d6 mortal wounds. In either case, if you're playing a crusade battle, that enemy model's unit must take an out-of-action test at the end of the battle, even if it was not destroyed. Lashed Torment. At the start of the fight phase, you can select an enemy unit within 3 of this model. That unit is not eligible to fight till all other units. He has a fight lost mechanic as well. What? Tell me he's like 200 points. You know, just tell me he's 200 points. Right? Because that would be totally fair and balanced. Where are you? 120 points. Get out of here. While a friendly Emperor's chosen children core units within 6, you can reroll hit roll of 1. Oh, he's actually really good. Man, he has just like a fight lost built in. What the heck? Talk about yeah, we'll get to the Noise Marines, which sounds pretty cool, but that is pretty spicy, I'm not going to lie. Okay, Lord Discordant on a Hellstalker. Movement 12, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength 4, toughness 6, 9 wounds, so you cannot shoot them anymore. 6 attacks with a leadership 9 with a 2-up save. So that's really good. The fact that they are now not 9 wounds, like just under the lookout sir cusp, means that they're going to get up on you and they're going to like hit you pretty fast as well, which is neat. Okay. They have the autocannon, bolt pistol, limbs, chain glaive, mecha tendrils, technovirus injector, frag and crack grenade, so a lot of stuff. You can change the autocannon for Bale Flamer, or the technovirus can be replaced with a magma cutter. So the Bale Flamer is 18, assault 2d3, strength 6 minus 2, 2 damage, automatically hits. I'm assuming it's a flamer weapon, which means that you'd also get the +2 to that. So it'd be 2d3 plus 2. It's pretty snazzy. The autocannon is just 3 shots, strength 7 minus 1, 2 damage, so just a more shot autocannon. Magma Cutter is 6 inches, assault 1, strength 8 minus 4, d6 plus 2, so it's a melt-a-gun, essentially. Or you can have the Technovirus Injector, which is each time the bearer fights against a vehicle, add 1 to the damage of the attack. So you have each time a melee attack. So you've got your Bladed Limbs, which are 2 attacks, Impaler Chainglaive, which is 2 damage as well, Mechatendrite. So, okay, interesting. You can either take a Melt-a-gun or have better damage against vehicles in close combat. Bladed Limbs. Each time the bearer fights, makes 4 additional attacks with this weapon. Chainglaive. Each time the bearer makes this weapon, the bearer may get a charge move, add +1 to wound. And it's already strength 6. Okay, neat. Mechatendrites, you get 4 additional attacks with this weapon, and he's got 6 attacks. So 6 attacks and 4 extras and 4 extras. So 6, that's 14 attacks. Up to 6 of them could be a +1 to wound when you charge. Or you could do 10 of them with the Bladed Limbs. Okay, interesting. So nice little combination of stuff. Sindri says, non-targetable robot to dino, sign me up. Though Sonic treated like a flamer is actual logic. Yeah, well, like, Sonic weaponry would be like a flamer. I don't think you really need to hit. Like, it doesn't matter how much armor you have, you need sound dampening, but even the vibrations could, like, just liquefy you inside your armor. Right? Let the Galaxy Burn and a Demon Engine. Oh, so an invul save and heals every turn. Corrupt Marine Spirit. In your command phase, this model can corrupt either an enemy vehicle model within 9 or a friendly Legion vehicle within 9. If it corrupts an enemy model, roll a d6 equal to the wounds characteristic of that model. For each 6, they suffer a mortal wound. If it corrupts a friendly model until the start of your next command phase, you get +1 to hit in melee. Nice. Spirit Thief. If this model destroys 1 or more enemy vehicle models with a melee attack, Then until the end of the battle, it can use the Corrupt Machine Spirit ability twice in your command phase. No more healing, because he automatically heals being a demon engine. Neat. Okay, Warpsmith. So that guy changed. I like that. Warpsmith, movement 6, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 2, strength, toughness 4, 5 wounds, 5 attacks, leadership 9, 2 up save. Mega Tendrils, Power Axe, Frag Grenades, Melta Tendril, Plasma Pistol, Flamer Tendril. He's got like a full complement. Lots of weapons. Plasma Pistol is normal. Melta Tendril is a one-shot plasma like Melta Pistol. Nice. Flamer Tendril is a Flamer Pistol. They're all pistols. Oh, nice. Power Axe, 2 damage. Mecha Tendrites, 4 additional attacks. Thunderhammer. You can replace his axe with a Thunderhammer if you want. Let the Galaxy Burn. Master of Mechanisms. At the end of your movement phase, you can repair a Legion vehicle. Within 3, regains D3 lost wounds. So you could actually heal the Lord Discordant with the Master of Mechanisms. Nice. Enrage Machine Spirit. In your command phase, enrage a friendly Legion vehicle within 3. If it does so until the start of your next command phase, each time that vehicle makes a ranged attack, add 1 to hit. So you can give +1 to hit in shooting and +1 to hit in combat. Nice. Okay, he's pretty cool. Dark Apostle, Mr. Chaplain guy, and we're still in the HQ slots? What in the heck? And there's all these new units and stuff. Like, in my word. Like, look at this. Look at this. It's just like absolute bonkers. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. These are all the HQ choices that we're going through right now. So, Dark Apostle, weapon skill, 2 or 3, 5 wounds, toughness 4. He's got a 3 up save, 5 attacks with leadership of 10. Every tendril is classified as a pistol since FAQ coming. Which just means you get like exploding 6s, and you can shoot them in combat. So I think that's pretty neat for them. So 4 up invulnerable save, Demagogue, Core Legion. Core, Demonkin, and Cultist units within 6 can use the leadership of 10. Nice. When you chant a prayer, you can add 1 to the dice roll if you have any Dark Disciples in the unit. I'm assuming now they create a unit, kind of like a chaplain as well. So they know Dark Zealotry, etc., etc. It's a 3+ to hear the prayer. Neat, pretty standard stuff. We saw all the prayers before. Exalted Champion. Wounds 5, 5 attacks, weapon skill 2, 6-inch move with 3 up save, leadership 9. He basically comes with a Combi Melta, Exalted Power Axe, Frag and Crack Grenades. And he comes with a Combi Melta, nice. While a friendly core unit is within 6, model in that unit can reroll wound rolls of 1, so it's literally a lieutenant. Literally, your Chaos Lieutenant. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chaos Lieutenant! Why do Space Marines get millions? I don't know. Dark Commune. Now, this is a completely new unit. This is a unit that we haven't seen before. It's essentially a cultist HQ unit. So you have a Cult Demagogue, a Mind Witch, an Iconarch, and a Blessed Blades. They all have movement 6, but there's still 4, weapon skill 4. Strength and toughness 3, except for strength 4 on the blades. Wounds 3, 3, 2, and 1. Attacks 3, 1, 2, and 2. Leadership 7, 6, 6, 6. And then 6, 6, 6, 6 for saves. A Cult Demagogue is equipped with an auto pistol, a Commune Stave. A Mind Witch is equipped with a close combat weapon. An Iconarch is equipped with an auto pistol. Each Blessed Blade is equipped with a Commune Blade. Each model is equipped with frag and crack grenades. They aren't a character unit? They're not characters? My gosh. Faithful Flock. While this unit contains a Cult Demagogue unit, each time a morale test is taken for this unit, the test is automatically passed. Iconarch. While the friendly Legion cultist unit is within 6 of the Iconarch, add 2 to the leadership characteristic of models in that unit, and each time a model in that unit makes an attack, reroll hits of 1. Okay. This unit's cult demagogue knows the Dark Zealotry and one prayer from the prayers of the Dark Gods. In your command phase, you can attempt to chant the prayer. On a 3+, the prayer is heard and takes effect. Each time a prayer is chanted by this unit's cult demagogue, measure the distance from the cult demagogue model. This unit's Mind Witch can attempt to manifest one psychic power in your psychic test and deny one. It knows Smite and one power from the Dark Hereticus discipline. Each time the Mind Witch attempts to deny the Witch, manifest a power performed an action, measure distances from the Mind Witch. If enemy units have abilities to require measuring, etc., etc. So you have Chaos Traitors, character, or the Demagogue is a character, Priest, Cult, Demagogue, Psycho, Mind Witch, Icon. Oh, I guess, does that give the character keyword to everyone? I think so, right? Is that how that works? Because they're in a unit with the character? Yeah, like the Dark Apostle. Okay, so they are like a unit of characters, basically. But I guess this is where the whole give a relic to a cultist comes into play, in case you wanted to give your cult demagogue a relic. So now it all makes sense. But this is a weird new unit that is 5 models strong. The Demagogue, Mind Witch, Iconarch, Blessed Blade, and then, yeah, cool. It looks like literally looks like a Nazgul. Like, look at that. Looks like a Nazgul. Anyway. Then we move into the troop choices. Excellent. So your good old Legionnaires, your Chaos Space Marines. Yeah, they gave him 2 wounds. Hooray! But everything else is the same. The unit itself can be... It's literally 10 models. No more, no less. You have 10 models in your Chaos Space Marine unit. And can't have any more or any less. Neat. You can have an icon in the unit. You can have a Balefire Tome in the unit, which becomes a Psyker. They each have a bolt pistol, Froltum, frag grenades, and crack grenades. The Aspiring Champion's bolt gun can be a Demon Blade, a Plasma Pistol, or a melee weapon. The Aspiring Champion's bolt pistol can be a Plasma Pistol or a melee weapon. One model can have the icon. Any model of Legionnaires can have a chainsword instead of a bolt gun. One Legionnaire's bolt gun can be a heavy chain axe. One Legionnaire's bolt gun can be a Balefire Tome. For every 5 models in the unit, you can have one guy to have a Plasma Pistol, a special weapon, or a heavy weapon. So you can have 2 heavy weapons in the unit, or 2 special weapons, and you cannot select the same special heavy weapon more than once. What? Really? Why do you put that caveat in there, Games Workshop? That is BS is what that is. I want to take 2 last cannons in my 10-man unit of Legionnaires. Boo. A Psyker. While this has a Balefire Tome, you have the Psychic keyword, can attempt to manifest 1 Psychic test. It knows Smite and a Dark Hereticus power. And you measure line of sight to him. Nice. Cool, so you can have little units of Psychers. That's actually kind of neat, actually. That's definitely different. They feel a little different. Heavy Chain Axe is 2 damage plus, like, 2 damage is like an Eviscerator, essentially. Demon Blade is a blade that can do some mortal wounds. Neat. Then we have the Cultist Mob. The mob is 20 models. That's it, just 20 models. So it says, if this unit contains... Oh no, 9 to 19 cultists. Okay, therefore. So it's 10 to 20. So maximum 20. Auto Pistol, Brutal Assault Weapon, Frag and Crack Grenades. You can change their auto pistol and assault weapon for a cultist firearm for any number of models. 1 auto pistol can be a flamer. 1 brutal assault weapon can be a stubber. 1 brutal assault weapon can be a grenade launcher. If this unit contains 15 or more models, you can select each of these war gears a second time. Neat. The cultist champion's auto pistol can be replaced with a bolt pistol. Wait, no more dude with a shotgun? You can't have a shotgun in the guy anymore? Oh, that's sad. He was really cool with a shotgun. Maybe it's 5 to 10 like the cultist mob. Yes, sorry, Legionnaires are 5 to 10. Whoops! I take back everything I said about Legionnaires 3 seconds ago. And they are 5 to 10, but you can no longer go to 20 Legionnaires, which is a bit sad. Considering you can make them shoot or fight twice. Oh, that would have been so good. Accursed cultists, that's a new type of cultist. So 5 to 10 mutants and 3 to 6 torments. So this unit cannot contain more than 3 torments unless it also contains 10 mutants. If it contains 9 or more models, it has power rating 6. Every mutant model is equipped with blasphemous appendages, and every torment model is equipped with hideous mutations. So mutants are weapon skill, but skill 4. They're all that. Strength 4, toughness 4 on both. Strength 5 on the torment. Wounds 1 or 3. Attacks 2 or 2d3. Leadership 6 and a 6-up save. Brand new unit of just like morphed, mutated cultists, which I think is awesome. I love that they're adding in like a new style of unit. So the blasphemous appendages are -1 AP, 1 damage. The hideous mutations are -2, 2 damage at strength 5 or strength 4, respectively. Neat. Accursed horde. This unit cannot do actions, cannot embark in transports, and at the start of your command phase, you can select one of the following. Return 3 mutant models, so 3 destroyed mutant models to the unit, or 1 destroyed torment model to the unit with full wounds remaining. Fearsome aura. This is at the start of your command phase. Nice. While an enemy unit is within 6, subtract 1 from the leadership of enemy units, of enemy models. Each time a model in this unit would lose a wound, on a 6-up it's not lost. And the destruction of mutant models is ignored for morale tests. Well, that's kind of neat. They're also legions, so, you know, that's cool. Well then, a new crazy cultist unit that can be up to 16 strong. That just regenerates and is just annoying. Like, it'd be great for like a backfield objective, like to, you know, just in case somebody has like some sort of line of sight shooting. It's hard for people to get onto it or whatever. Okay, Chaos Terminators. They 5 to 10 Terminators. They're 3 wounds apiece, 2-up save, 5-inch move. They have their combi weapons and an accursed weapon. Their accursed weapon could be a variety of anything, but it's +1 strength, -3, 1 damage, and they make an additional attack with this weapon. So in combat, they will have 4 base attacks each, or 5 for the sergeant, which is pretty spicy. 1 combi bolter can be an autocannon, a heavy flamer. 1 can be a plasma. 1 can be another accursed weapon. 2 of them can have a combi flamer, 2 of them can have a combi melta, 3 of them can have a power fist, and 1 of them can have a chain fist. AKA, you can equip them with what's in the box. Now, I don't know. Whatever. It's kind of sad that you can't do all plasmas or all bolters or whatever, but a lot of times I feel you're just going to go for stock standard combi bolters with Marcus Zinch, with like extra AP, and just like blast people into smithereens while the Master Possession brings them back to life. They have a 5-up invul, Malicious Volleys, Warp Strike, and Let the Galaxy Burn. And they are core, so I think Terminators are going to be at the center of a lot of Chaos Space Marine armies, because as we move into the elite choices, the Master of Executions. Weapon skill 2, bullet skill 3, strength and toughness 4 with 5 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 9 with 3-up save. He has his Axe of Dismemberment, frag and crack grenades, and a bolt pistol. So the Axe of Dismemberment, +3 strength for strength 7, -3 AP, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified hit of a 6 inflicts 2 mortals on the target instead of the normal damage, so you can do mortal wounds. He is a trophy taker, so melee attacks against characters reroll wound rolls. And he is a warp-sighted butcher. This model can heroic 6 inches. And if he move, and he can always heroic towards characters, basically. Neat. So, pretty standard. He's like a little support character. We're going to see him very often. I don't think so. I think you're going to be spending a lot of points on, like, Masters of Possession and stuff like that as well. Okay, the Possessed. Everybody's been talking. Possessed, 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 and more possessed. So, 5 to 10 possessed. Weapon skill, biz skill 3. They move 9 inches, so they move super fast. Strength and toughness 5, 3 wounds each, 5 and 6 attacks. Leadership 9 with a 3-up save. They are demonic, so have a 5-up invul. They have hideous mutations, which are -2 AP, 2 damage. So decent. And they can have an icon, right? They can have +1 to their combat attrition. Neat. And their icon keyword gives them extra stuff as well for the mark, if you give them a mark. Fearsome aura. Enemy units within 6 have -1 leadership. And that's it. They basically run in, they run fast, they're annoying, and they're killy, and they're infantry, and they're going to be everywhere. So they're going to be a very hefty unit you have to deal with, 3 wounds apiece. That Master Possession is going to make them even better. Get used to killing possessed. The Chosen also have 3 wounds, which is amazing. It is 5 to 10. They have accursed weapons, basically the same as the accursed weapon on the Terminator squad. They can have an icon. For every 5 models in the unit, 2 can have a plasma pistol, 2 can have a Calming Melt, a Calming Flame, or Calming Plasma, 1 can have another accursed weapon for an additional attack. They do have malicious volleys, and they are chosen. The first time this unit destroys an enemy unit until the end of the battle, this unit is considered to be engaged in all wanton massacre, destruction, and slaughter. So they basically power up and then get exploding 6s with any weapon that they have, which is pretty neat. Then we have the Hellbrute. 8 wounds, toughness 7. It is a dreadnought now with -1 damage, so monstrously resilient essentially. It Frenzy gets +1 reroll wound rolls of 1 when it has 7 or few wounds remaining. It also has a cool strat where it can shoot as soon as it takes damage in the enemy, like if it survives. And has a variety of different weapons. I'm not going to go over all of them because it's pretty much the same as it always has been. Noise Marines. Okay, these are, of course, Heretic Astartes, Traitor Legion, or you can make them basically any Legion. But Emperor's Children, pretty cool. 5 to 10 Noise Marines. 2 wounds each, 3 attacks. Weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 3, leadership 8 or 9. Every model is equipped with a bolt pistol, bolt gun, frag, and crack grenades. Any number of Noise Marines can have their bolt gun replaced with a chainsword or a sonic blaster. 1 can have a Blastmaster. 1 can have a variety of different things. 1 can have a Doom Siren. And 1 can be equipped with an icon of Slanesh as well. Melee attacks, +1 to hit in melee with the icon of Slanesh. They can also fight first, and etc, etc, etc. So, do Slanesh Hellbrutes have a sonic weapon option? No, they do not. Marcus Slanesh would just give them the Marcus Slanesh stuff. Had nothing to do with their weapons that they can be equipped with. A Blastmaster. 48 inches, heavy 3, strength 8, -3, 3 damage. Sonic weapon. Varied frequency, 36, assault 6, strength 5, -2, 1 damage. Sonic weapon. And then a Doom Siren. And a Sonic Blaster. Assault 3, 24, strength 4, -1, 1 damage. Sonic weapon. Sonic weapon, see below. Sonic weapons. Each time an attack made with this weapon targets a unit within half range, add 1 to the damage of that attack. That is so good! Oh my gosh, that's so strong. Marcus Slanesh, they fight first, etc, etc. Oh my goodness. So within 12 inches, those Sonic Blasters are just going to be absolute murder. Like coming out of like the Forge World drop pods, like you can buy like one of the Forge World drop pod things for Chaos Space Marines, and they come in and they'll be within 12, and they'll just blast you to shreds. Like the +1 damage is really scary into stuff that has multiple wounds, you know, but not really as scary into stuff that's just 1 damage, because then they just have volume. So they're going to be a good, useful unit in most times. Also, do Noise Marines get to be any Legion, or are they only Emperor's Children now? So it does say Legion here, right? However, in the when we went over the original, like how to build an army or whatever, which was the rules, it basically stated that you can have 1 Legion here. You can include Noise Marines in a Chaos Space Marine detachment using the datasheet point values found for them in this book. They, if they, from the Emperor's Legion, they become troops. They never gain a Legion trait unless they are in Emperor's Children. So you can give them a Legion, but they follow the rules of like the Legion rules for adding them in to a Legion by being an elite choice, or you can make them Emperor's Children and they become troop choices, and then they get all their Legion abilities, basically. But Noise Marines are spicy. I really like it. Okay, now we're on to the fast attack slots. We have the Venom Crawler. It's a toughness 7, strength 7, 9 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 8, 3 up save, 3s and 3s with a 12-inch move. It's just a single, basically a single vehicle that has a 36-inch, 6, strength 6, -2, 2 damage shots, and has -3, 2 damage, strength 7 attacks, 6 attacks in combat. So he has an aura, friendly Legion Psychers within 9, add 1 to psychic tests. So combine that with doing a sacrifice on your master possession, and now you've got +3 to your psychic tests. What? When this model is destroyed, it explodes on a 5+. And that's it. It's a demon engine. It just has like a gun that shoots, and is a good little buff for your psychers and can punch a little bit. And they do look cool, but they're not a unit anymore. It's like a single Venom Crawler. Okay, then we have your Chaos Spawn. 1 to 5, movement 7, 4 up weapon skill, strength 5, toughness 5, 4 wounds with 2d3 attacks, leadership 8, save 5, -2, 2 damage in combat. They have a fearsome aura, -1 leadership aura, and mutated beyond reason. They cannot do actions. When they fight, roll a d3, and they gain the mutation. So either -4 AP in combat, either 3d3 attacks, or reroll wound rolls in combat. Hideous Regeneration. Each time an enemy unit shoots or fights after it is finished in making its attacks, if any model in this unit has lost any wounds as a result of the attacks but was not destroyed, that model immediately regains all of its lost wounds. Well, that's powerful. So you have to kill each individual spawn one at a time. If not, they just regenerate as soon as your unit is done its like shooting or fighting. If you didn't kill a spawn, boop, back up to full. Oh, you can't just leave a spawn at like 1 wound anymore. Gross. Venom crawlers in 1 to 3 crawler units might be tempting. Yeah, but they're not a unit anymore. They just single Venom crawlers. You can't take them in units anymore. Chaos Bikers. If there's one unit that's going to stay pretty much the same, I would say it's here. 3 wounds each, 3 to 9 Bikers. Every model is equipped with a bolt pistol, combi, bolter, frag, and crack grenades. They can have an icon. They can have their bolt pistol replaced with a chainsword. So if you want more attacks in combat, absolutely. I would totally do that. Who needs a bolt pistol? Just give them chainswords. The champion can have a plasma pistol or a melee weapon. 2 bikers can take a special weapon. Can have their combi bolter replaced with combi plasma, combi laser, combi melta. 2 bikers can each do one of the following. 176. I want to see if a combi bolter is a special weapon. Because if it is... it isn't. Sad. Okay. Let the galaxy burn malicious volleys. Turbo boost. They add 6 inches to their move when they advance. They're pretty much the same. They haven't changed. Like, at all. Except they're 3 wounds now instead of 2. Which I guess is good to try and keep them alive. Venom crawlers, I believe, came in units of 1 to 3 before. Okay, raptors. 5 to 10 raptors in a unit. They're movement 12, weapon skill ability 3, strength and toughness 4, 2 wounds, 3 attacks each, with a chainsword. Neat. So 4 attacks each. 2 raptors can have a plasma pistol or a belt gun, plasma gun, or flamer. Nice. And that's 2 raptors even in a unit of 10. So you can have 5 with 2 or you can do 10 with 2. So you don't benefit from getting bigger units in that case. You can have a plasma pistol on the sergeant and a power sword or power fist in there. Cool. They have a fearsome aura. They can deep strike and they're fearsome. So -1 leadership. They're just basically assault marines. You're basically going to use them to do actions in match play. Other than that, they're a fast-moving charge unit with like wanton slaughter. They get exploding 6s in combat, have lots of volume, etc., etc., etc. They are core though, so anything that affects core will affect them as well. Then we have the Warp Talons. Pretty much the same stats, except instead of 3 attacks each, they have 5 attacks each. And 6 attacks on the champion. Unit is 5 to 10. Their Warp Claws are -2 AP, 1 damage, and you can re-roll wound rolls with them. So that is a lot of attacks. Holy crap. They do have a 5-up invulnerable save because they are demonic. And each time an enemy unit that is not a monster or vehicle that is within engagement range is selected to fall back, roll off for your opponent. If you win, the unit cannot fall back. So you have essentially no escape like the Witch's special rule. So you can tie up non-monsters and vehicles in combat. If you win a roll-off, they no longer deny Overwatch. But they have a ton of decent AP attacks. That's not bad in close combat. Okay. Havocs. Now we're into the heavy support choices. Heavy support choices. Havocs. You have 5 Havocs in a unit. That's it. The champion is equipped with a flamer and a chainsword. And the 2 Havocs are equipped with an autocannon, and 2 Havocs are equipped with last cannons. The Havoc champion's chainsword can be 1 melee weapon. Sure. The Havoc champion flamer can be a bolt gun, plasma gun, or a special weapon, or a melee weapon. Any number of Havocs can have their autocannons or last cannons replaced with 1 from the heavy weapons list. You can have all 4 Havocs with your straight up whatever weapon you want. They do have malicious volleys, stabilization systems, which means they can move and shoot heavy weapons without penalty. And the chain cannon. Where's the chain cannon? It's not in here. Why didn't you not put it in here? You put it in the weapon section? Ah, frustrating. Ranged weapon, chain cannon. Reaper chain cannon, so it's with an R. Okay, Reaper chain cannon. Heavy 8. Okay, so it's not an assault weapon. It's a heavy 8, 24 inches. Okay. They're not legionnaires, so they can't shoot twice, sadly. But they've got lots of guns. And if they're Alpha Legion, you can't shoot them. Or they're like Nurgle, you can't shoot them because you can Cloud of Flies them and stuff. So you can sit in the back, have their last cannons and shoot a bunch of stuff and not do anything of that sort, you know. Interesting. Cool. Obliterators! One of my favorite units. They are Demonkin. They're infantry. I believe you can bring them back to life now with a Master of Possession, which is filthy. With a Psychic Power, just bring in like one 100-point model back. Let me just make sure that is possible with the Psychic Power over here. And we have a super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Markacorn. I've been going for 4.5 hours for all of your entertainment and for you. I've done it for you. So thank you so much for your support. I really, really appreciate it. That means a lot. Skari, you're an absolute beast for powering through all of this. So much thanks. Hey, you know what? The least I can do for all of you as, for hanging out and being amazing, it's the super chats, the likes, the shares, the subscriptions to the Patreon, like $5 a month, like literally, that really support me as a content creator to continue to do what I do, and it means a lot. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Where are all these? There we go. Malefic Discipline, Pact of Flesh, Demonkin unit. Are they Demonkin? They are Demonkin. Oh god, that's terrifying. Gross. So an Obliterator, 1 to 3 Obliterators. Movement 5, Weapon Skill 3, Ballistic Skill 3, Strength 5, Toughness 5. 5 wounds, 4 attacks, Leadership 9 with a 2-up save. You can mark them too, so don't forget that. If it contains 2 models, it's a big power rating. Flesh metal guns. So now I love the fact that you can pick the weapon that you want to fight with. You can either make it a Warp Hail, which is 9 plus D6, Heavy 9 plus D6, Strength 5 minus 1 shots. So it's like a chain cannon on steroids. You can do Ruinous Salvo, which is Strength 7 minus 2 damage, but it's Heavy D3 plus 3. So minimum 4 shots per Obliterator, maximum 6 shots for Obliterator. This is also 24 inches. Oh, thank you so much, Green Blood Crusade, for the $10 super chat. Thank you very, very much. The real Canadian Archon, even if you forget Kelowna and Vermont, aren't Vancouver. Well, I literally just tease. I tease Tanya a lot with that. So so you bring in Obliterators, Master Possession, Warp Strike Abaddon with them too. I mean, dude, I know. It's crazy, right, Chuck? Or the Focused Malice, which is Heavy D3, Strength 9, minus 3, 4 damage. Like, the 4 damage is okay. I wish it would have been like D3 plus 3 damage or something bigger and just been like 2 shots per Obliterator, like a last cannon. But the fact that it's versatile The AP is variable, the damage is variable, the number of shots are variable, and the strength is variable. You can pick the weapon that you need for what you needed at the time, instead of rolling randomly after you pick your target and then rolling the shit that you didn't want, right? That was like the worst. And then you also have Crushing Fists, because they did take the close combat version of the Obliterators and like meld them into the regular Obliterators now. So you have a 2x strength, so strength 10, AP 3, 2 damage in combat with no negative modifier to hit. So they've got like legit power fists in close combat with 4 attacks each. So they're hitting really well. They are not core though, but you can bring them back to life apparently, which is ridiculous. So they have a 5-up invul save, Warp Strike, Galaxy Burn, so exploding 6s on the first turn, right? Because they are all heavy weapons. Unrelenting Firepower. Models in this unit do not suffer the penalty to hit rolls for moving and shooting heavy weapons. Models in this unit can make attacks with ranged weapons even when they're in engagement range of enemy units. So yes, they basically can shoot into combat if somebody tries to tag them. They can only shoot against units that they're in engagement with, and they are -1 to hit. So they have like big guns never tire. They can target units even if other friendly units are within engagement range of the same unit. So I think Obliterators are freaking fantastic. I was having this argument with the Mountain, Steve the Mountain, Mini Wargaming Steve. He said he didn't like the Obliterators. I'm like, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Chaos Land Raider. Another heavy support choice. This guy also got a glow up. So, movement 10, ballistic skills 3 still. Toughness 9, 16 wounds with 6 attacks, with a 2-up save. So, went up to toughness 9, massive. The twin soul shatter last cannons, a heavy 2, strength 9, -3, d6 plus 2 damage. So, better, like Melta last cannons, essentially. And they basically transports 10 infantry models. Terminator and possessed models take the space of 2 and cannot transport jump pack or cult of destruction units. I think we're going to see some Land Raiders, to be honest. I honestly feel Land Raiders going to be we're going to be seeing them. Like rerolling once to wound with a master with a Lord Discordant, rerolling once to hit with a Warp Forge guy that can then heal them. Toughness 9, which you could make your opponent -1 toughness or whatever to hit them. Like, honestly, it's going to be nuts. Absolutely nuts. There's Machine Spirit, there's Smoke Screen. Like, I feel like they want you to use Land Raiders in this codex. The Chaos Vindicator also got a bit of a glow up. 3-up save, yes. Toughness 8 with 12 wounds, sure. But the Demolisher Siege Cannon, 24-inch, heavy 3 plus D3, so 4 to 6 shots. Strength 10 -4, D6 damage blast. And they get +1 saves against anything against the rear armor, the front armor, which stacks with armor contempt, which is really cool. Mitchell Sampson says, I missed the Chaos Lord Night Lords review. Are the rumors true, or did they at least give Night Lords the ability to have Lords with jump packs? No jump packs on your Lords, and no Lords with jump packs. There might be some sort of thing that you can do there, but no. There's a, like, I think that there is a way that you can, like the relic, I think they're in there somewhere that, like, kind of worked for that. Yeah, so Chaos Vindicator got a little better, like the gun did, at least. A little bit more reliable, a little bit more survivability from damage against the front arc when it has the Siege Shield. Then we have the Chaos Predator Destructor. Went up to toughness 8. What? Why did they just, you know what, let's just make all of the tanks toughness 8. Why not? They've been hardened by being in the warp forever. So let's just make them really tough. At least they didn't make the Rhino toughness 8. That would have been silly. So Predator Destructor, 11 wounds. You know, the autocannons, 3 damage, heavy 2d3. Sure. Can have last cannons. It's pretty much the same. It's a Predator. Like, a Predator's a Predator, but toughness 8. Oh, okay. It might not just instantly die to stuff. Predator Annihilator, same thing, except has twin soul shatter last cannons, so has the cool last cannons at the Land Raider. Apparently, you just change the little head bit to make it like a little dragon head, and all of a sudden it's better. So, You know, you put little spikes on your predators, and all of a sudden they're better toughness. So yeah, it's sad that you can't do like a cool lord with a jump pack and stuff. But they seem to want you to play with like Masters of Possession and Apostles and a whole variety of different things that do some really cool stuff, right? Like it's like, do it. Do it. So we've passed the 4.5 hour mark. Oh baby. Almost 5 hour stream. I've been here for like an entire workday, sitting in this chair, talking to you, and you've been painting for 5 hours and you haven't even realized it while you've been listening to me blab on about it. I love it. Cool. Defiler. Okay, let's see if the Defiler got any better. So, Defiler, weapon skill, ballistic skill 3. So, the ballistic skill alone is better. Strength 8, toughness 7. 14 wounds with a 5 up save. 3 up armor, leadership 8. It is equipped with a Defiler cannon, Reaper autocannon, and twin heavy flamer with Defiler claws. So, the Defiler cannon is 72 heavy d6, strength 8 minus 2, 3 damage. Okay, so it's like a battle cannon, but it's I guess straight 3 damage instead of what, D3? Was it D3 before? Havoc Launcher doesn't come with it equipped automatically. The Reaper autocannon, heavy 4, strength 7 minus 2. Oh, it's AP2 now. Neat. Twin heavy flamer. So remember, that's 2d6 plus 2, right? That's neat. Because of the cool chaosy thing. And Defiler claws, which are to strength 16 minus 3 d6 damage. Oh man, I wish they would have, like, d6 damage sucks. D6 damage sucks. It's so bad. Just give it d6 plus 2. Make it like Melter Claws. Make it do something. This model's twin heavy flamer can be replaced with a Havoc Launcher or a Defiler Scourge. The Scourge is plus 4 strength, minus 2, 2 damage. Okay. So that'd be strength 12 minus 2, and it makes 3 additional attacks with this weapon. Oh man, why not just go give it like 2 hit rolls for every hit roll? There's so many mechanics you could have made the Defiler so much better. The Reaper autocannon can be a twin heavy bolter or a twin last cannon, sure. This model can be equipped with a combi bolter, combi flamer, combi melter, sure, and then it explodes. And it's a demon engine, so 5 up invul and it heals. Okay, it's not as bad as it used to, but it's still pretty bad. At least it it's okay. It moves 8 inches. And it's like a little dreadnought that shoots better. It hits better though, at range. Meh. Okay, moving on. Moving on. The Forge Fiend. That's this guy over here. So weapon skill, ballistic skill 3. So that's good. At least they did like upgrade that. 5 attacks. Has 2 Hades autocannons and the Jaws. The autocannons are 4 shots each. Strength 8 minus 2, 2 damage. So 8 shots. You can have the 2 autocannons replaced with ectoplasma. And you can have the Jaws replaced with ectoplasma. Which, why not? Heavy D3 blast. Strength 7 minus 3 damage each. Oh my goodness, hiccups. So you could have 3d3 strength 7 minus 3 damage shots. That's not terrible for a Forge Fiend, especially when it's hitting on 3s. And it is a vehicle, so you can give it +1 to hit and +1 to wound, or +1 to hit, reroll once to hit, reroll once to wound with the Master Possession and stuff. So there's like some cool things you can do. Trying to get this hiccup to go away. Then we have the Malefic. Now there's not really any rules other than Demon Edge, so it's just like a shooting platform. So the Malefic is equipped with Lash of Tendrils and the Fiend Fists. Has 6 attacks and moves 10 inches. The Lash of Tendrils are strength users, so strength 7 minus 2, 1 damage, and makes 6 additional attacks with this weapon. So you can do 12 attacks with the Lash of Tendrils. The Fists are times 2 strength, so 14 minus 3. Here we go. D3 plus 3. Finally. Okay. So that is a decent close combat profile for like a combat-y Malefic. But that is kind of neat, actually. So then we have Siege Crawler. Each time a charge roll is made for this unit, ignore modifiers to the charge roll. Oh, that would be so good into Chaos Knights. Take that, Dread. Chaos Knight Dread thing. Which, by the way, is absolutely ridiculous a rule. That should be errata. Because it's so dumb. And then it explodes. It can't, like, of course, potentially
you could look at something like advanced and charging or whatever based on like Legion or core or keywords. Like take a look, look at some cool combos. But you could have a really good, fast-moving, aggressive Mauler Fiend detachment now, and they're decent. You can change the Lash Attenders from Magma Cutters, which are Assault 1, Strength 8 -4, D6 +2. But it's only 6-inch range, and it's Assault, but it is a vehicle, so you can like shoot it in combat, so that's kind of neat as well. CMDR After Hours. Overcharged Plasma does 1 mortal wound, destroying the model in the Chaos Book. Yes or no? Well, let's take a look at the Plasma Pistol for the Chaos Lord. Taking a quick tangent over here. Plasma Pistol for the Chaos Lord. Plasma Pistol Supercharge. Any unmodified hit rolls of 1 are made. The wearer is destroyed after shooting with this weapon. So it seems like Plasma is still Plasma. Okay, on to the Chaos Rhino. It is a Rhino. Carries 10 models. It cannot transport Terminator or Cult of Destruction, Jump Pact, or Possessed. So just 10 infantry. It's 10 wounds, moves 12. And can have a Combi Bolter, Flamer, or Melta, Flamer, or Bolter. No Plasma. And can have a Havoc Launcher. Did the Havoc Launcher change? I wonder. Did they change the Havoc Launcher? So Havoc Launcher is now Heavy D6, Strength 5 -0. No, they didn't. It's literally the same. Boo! Didn't change. Riot! 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 I hate my Space Marines. LOL. Well, if you hate Space Marines, you've come to the right place. Okay, on to the flyer category. The Helldrake used to be the Scourge of the Skies in 7th edition, where it was like the only vehicle that that had a turret-mounted flamer on its head. Like, how did that work? We don't know, but we always made fun of it, that it could shoot flames out of its butt, which used to be super funny. But here we have our Helldrake. It has a Hades autocannon, which you've seen before, and Helldrake claws, which are -2 damage. And if you allocate it to an aircraft, it has damage 4, and it's got 5 attacks. Neat. At strength 7, -2, 4 damage into aircraft. Sure. The Bale Flamer is 2d3, strength 6 -2, 2 damage, automatically hits. I'm pretty sure it's also a flamer weapon, so you get +2 to the amount it hits if you're chaosy chaos goodness, which is nice. Electric Galaxy Burn and Demon Engine, so 5 up invul, heals a wound every turn with 12 wounds, moves from 20 to 60. It explodes. It's an airborne predator, so you can only charge into aircraft. You can only be charged by fly, and you can only attack stuff with into fly or whatever. It is supersonic, pivots 90 degrees, and then moves. Hard to hit. It can hover. So if it hovers, it just moves 20 and is like a monster, basically. And if you make an attack against a unit that flies, you get +1 to hit. That's in combat too, so it'd be +2 to hit anything that flies, like in combat or in shooting. So if you want to take the Hades, you're hitting on into fly. If you want to take the Flamer, you don't care about hitting and shooting. But in combat, you get +1 to hit. That's 5 attacks, 2 damage each. Not terrible, AP2. Okay, well, Helldrake. Are we going to see many? I don't think so. And then, of course, the Lord of War. The Lord of War, the Khorne Lord of Skulls. He is a Khorne Lord of War. He has 30 wounds, T8, Strength 8, 10, Movement 10, 6 attacks, Leadership 8 with a 2+ save and Armor Contempt. Gross. He has a Demon Gore Cannon, which is 18 inches, Strength 10, Heavy D6, AP -4, D3 +3 damage, Blast. He has a Hades Gatling Cannon, which is 48 inches, Heavy 12, Strength 8 -3, 2 damage. And he has a Great Cleaver of Khorne, which is either Sweep or Smash or Slash or Smash. ×2 strength, so strength 16 -4, 6 damage with 6 attacks, or -3, 2 damage and 3 hit rolls instead of 1. So 18 attacks. That's so silly. The Gore Storm Cannon can be replaced with a Demon Gore Cannon or an Ichor Cannon. The Demon Gore Cannon is 18 inches, heavy D6, strength 10 minus 4, D3 plus 3 blast. Oh, it comes with the Gore Storm Cannon, sorry, which is a blast, heavy 3d3, strength minus 2, 3 damage. 24, you can upgrade it to have the D3 plus 3. Or the Ichor Cannon, which is 48 inches, heavy D6 plus 3, strength 7, minus 3, 2 damage blast. So lots of crazy weapon options. It's really neat. And you can have a Skull Hurler instead of a Gatling Cannon. So the Skull Hurler is 60 inches, heavy 2d6, strength minus 3, 3 damage blast. What? Apparently hurling skulls on this thing is more dangerous, like any other weapon you can give it combined. After Hours says, don't get me wrong, I assume that Chaos Book will be really good, or at least I hope so, but I'm still pulling for Chaos Marine players despite not playing them. Skull Hurler got a whole lot better. Oh yeah. Strength 10, minus 3, 3 damage, blast, heavy 2d6? Sure, why not? Demon Engine, so 5 up invul, heals a wound. Explodes, sure. Titanic Demon Engine, you can charge and fall back. When you make a normal move, advance, or fall back, you can move across other models that are not monsters or vehicles, as if they were not there. You can't end your move within engagement range of enemy models, though. Unstoppable Wrath. This model can make attacks with blast weapons against units in engagement range of it, but each time a ranged attack is made by this model against an enemy unit that is within engagement range of it, add 1 to the hit roll. Okay, so he ignores the -1 to hit from heavy. He can shoot blast into combat, and he just really wants to kill things in combat with him, even with shooting. He's so happy, he just gets +1 to hit. So he doesn't suffer the -1 to hit with heavy weapons in combat. That is funny. Okay, so last but not least, the Fortification, the Noctilith Crown. Okay, so Noctilith Crown Fortification, 14 wounds, T8, strength 8. Basically has a bunch of abilities that I think got a lot better. It has a shooting attack, which is, sure, it does 6-inch range, assault 8, AP 2 damage. It has the Let the Galaxy Burn. It has a Locust, so it's an aura. While friendly Traitor Astartes units are wholly within range of this abilities, every model in that unit has a 4+ invulnerable save against ranged attacks. So it went from a 5-up invul to a 4-up invul. While an enemy unit is within range of this ability, subtract 1 from the leadership characteristic of non-chaos models in that unit. The range of this ability changes with each battle round. So, battle round 1, 6 inches, 2, 9 inches, 3, 12 inches, 15 inches, and 18 inches. 4-up invulnerable save against shooting for Traitoris Astartes units, and -1 leadership for the enemy. Loathsome Insights. While there are any friendly Noctilith Crown models on the battlefield, Traitoris priests and Psyker units from your army can attempt an action. At the end of your movement phase, pick a priest or Psyker unit from your army wholly within 9 of a crown to start the action. The action is completed at the end of your turn. If completed, you gain a command point. You roll 2d6. If the result is less than or equal to the leadership characteristic of the unit that completed the action, you can select one prayer. If that is a priest, from the prayers to the dark gods, or one psychic power if that unit is a psyker from one of the disciplines that unit has access to. At the end of the battle, that prayer or psychic power replaces the prayer that they know. So you can change a power or prayer. Okay, fair enough. There's a fancy way of saying change power or prayer. It's not a stratagem anymore. However, 4-up invul save against shooting for everybody. What? And I'm not sure if the healing, I think it has to be a legion to heal. But, so it might mean that you can't heal it with a warpsmith. Yeah, so you can't heal it with a Warpsmith. Even though it is a vehicle, it doesn't have the Legion keyword. And there you have it, folks. Our full Chaos Space Marine review. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Almost 5 hours in this absolute marathon. So this is my pledge to you. When this video hits 300 likes, I will do a full breakdown of the Chaos Crusade rules. So make sure you hit that like button. Thank you so much for everybody who tuned in. And a huge shout out to everybody who hung out with me live, everybody in chat. A huge shout out, everybody in chat. Thank you so much. A huge shout out to all of you who support the channel by liking, sharing it with your friends, posting it on social media. And if you really want to help me out the most, head on down to Patreon, sign up, support me as a content creator so I can continue to do more videos like this ongoing for as long as I can make videos. Other than that, thank you, everybody, Charles, Mark Korn, Craig, anybody, all of you that hang out, Zenthiades, everybody, thank you very much to everybody who, for the super chats. I really appreciate it. Mark Korn and Green Blood Crusade, as well as Chucky for the super chats. That means an absolute lot to me. You are all amazing. Go forth and despoil with this awesome brand new codex. Once again, thank you Games Workshop for sending me a copy of this codex for free so I can review it for all of you to get hyped. Let me know what your favorite combo, stratagem, relic, warlord trait, and unit is now with the new book. But after all, I've been Skari, your grateful host. Sign off until next time. Skari out. The Darkkin, Chaoskin, warp taking, yeah. Bye, everybody! Woo, what a marathon! Wow, that was crazy!